also apparent and which my colleague Jaap de Visser would look at now. Thank you.
Great, Nico, thank you very, very much. It reminded me that question around the authenticity of councils in relationship to communities is work that I did a lot of work with on, especially with a colleague of mine who I think is participating today, Graham Gotts, when we were both at the Centre for Policy Studies under Stephen Friedman. And I do record, of course, those furious debates between Stephen Friedman and Mark Swilling over the character of civics, for example, in relationship to communities. So very interesting points. Jaap, can I hand over to you? Let me just. Can I ask you please to keep to your 15 minutes? Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks, Ivor. Thanks, Nico. So yeah, if Nico was awe-inspired by the lineup that precedes us, then how should I feel as even more of a Johnny-come-lately? My introduction to local government was in 1998 when I started working at the NCOP as an intern. And I was thrust into an office with Mohammed Baba and Yunus Karim. And I was asked, do you know these people? I said, no. And I was told these two people are changing the country and you must help them. And at the time, it was a demarcation bill that was in Parliament. And I was asked to summarize the bill and start working on it. And that was my introduction to local government. And I never looked back. So it's wonderful to be in this meeting. Thanks very much for the opportunity. Let me get straight into it because we are pressed for time. So I'm going to look at the organizational expectations that are in the Constitution and some of the provisions in the Constitution that speak to how local government is organized and what are some of the assumptions and whether they have been realized. So firstly, I think picking up on what Andrew and Philip have been talking about, I think the last minute horse trading, the constitutional division of powers and functions, and some of the inelegance of it as a result of the reality of constitutional negotiations. There was an assumption that powers and functions were going to be clarified in terms of a developmental local government logic. There was a recognition, also explicitly so in the white paper, that the schedules are slightly messy, are ambiguous. That's the word used in the white paper. But there was sort of this trust in that this will be cleared out over time and this will be clarified along the way according to this developmental local government logic. In practice, what happened was something else, namely that each sector went its own way. Transport, and Philip has explained some of the challenges in how the transport sector deals with the division of powers and function and how it marginalizes local government, again, after a promising start in the Land Transport Act. Health did its own thing. So this resulted often in restrictive interpretations of local government functions, or even a never-ending stalemates, like in the planning sector. In the planning sector, it just never went anywhere for about 10 or 15 years until the Constitutional Court stepped in and clarified the division of powers, particularly the role of local government, in a very clear way, after which the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act could be passed. But it needed the courts to intervene in clarifying the powers and functions, which then came down firmly on the side of local governments. There are no fewer than now 6 or 7 Constitutional Court judgments on this little innocuous word, municipal planning, in Schedule 4B of the Constitution. So every time there are attempts and efforts on the part of national and provincial governments to chip away at the municipal planning function, and every time the Constitutional Court comes down on the side of local government and saying, well, this is actually what the Constitution says, and why don't we stick to it? So I think the problem underlying this was that there was no coherent logic. There was no logic to a central government or to a local government vision that could be held onto in the interpretation of these competencies and clarifying them. It became a sector-driven exercise with no central management of that constitutional logic, and I think that resulted in restrictive interpretations of these powers and functions. Secondly, there was an assumption that all municipalities would be equal in competence for the core local government function. I think this relates very strongly to the point that Wali Musa made about the one-size-fits-all and the wall-to-wall concept. There was an assumption that all municipalities would be able to perform the basic functions of Schedule 4B and 5B. In practice, that turned out not to be the case, and also for all kinds of reasons: capacity, rural difficulties in terms of how to serve deep rural areas, but also very entrenched practices and systems, such as municipalities are supposed to deliver electricity reticulation, but in many parts of the country, it's not the municipality that does it, but it's Eskom, even though there's a clear constitutional provision that says otherwise. And for all kinds of reasons, that doesn't materialize. So even when one looks downwards in terms of the one-size-fits-all concept, and look sort of not so much at what more municipalities could do, but look downwards into the schedules, not all municipalities perform all the functions in Schedule 4B and 5B. Third assumption was that because of this developmental local government logic and this local government and councils as the authentic expression of democracy, they would govern in the interest of the community, and they would not be compromised or impeded in that by national and provincial government. The Constitution quite clearly states, and the Constitutional Court confirmed this, that when it speaks about local government functions, national and provincial government must take a hands-off approach. And this is entrenched in Section 155(7) of the Constitution. National and provincial governments may regulate these local government issues, but not take control of them. In practice, what we're seeing is a very high degree of over-regulation of local government, which Nico coined the term strangulation of local government, which has actually made local government autonomy somewhat hollow. And I think local government practitioners will tell you that at every turn, there are rules that must be complied. And I think it's particularly in the financial management sphere that the National Treasury took up a lot of regulatory space to constrain local government discretion, often for very good reasons, but clearly constraining local government autonomy. The fourth assumption was that further devolution would take place through a coherent logic that would protect municipalities from unfunded mandates. A system was put in place, mechanisms and procedures for assigning further powers to local government over and above the core issues of Schedule 4B and 5B. However, the devolution was fragmented. There was no coherent approach adopted, and the framework for assigning additional functions laid down in the Systems Act and in the Financial and Fiscal Commission Act became a dead letter because sector departments would transfer functions to local government, bypassing that system. In addition, the courts added an unexpected logic to devolution, to decentralization, by bringing in a Bill of Rights logic and saying that local government must perform certain functions, not because they're in the schedules and not because they've been formally assigned to them, but because the Bill of Rights demands that you provide shelter to the homeless. And this, I think, also took the system off guard in a sense that it didn't fit into this overall logic of how municipalities are funded. Linked to that was the assumption that better equipped municipalities and those that perform well and that do well would be able to increase their functions through a version of subsidiarity. Section 156(4) of the Constitution basically says if you can do more, you can claim additional functions as a municipality out of the list of national and provincial functions, Schedule 4A and 5A. However, that was never materialized. Even the cities never claimed powers on the basis of that constitutional provision that essentially entitles local government to claim more if it has capacity to do more. And it's quite interesting to hear Vali Moosa talk about that cities must be more assertive. Cities have not really asserted their constitutional status in this respect. Another assumption, and I'm reaching the end of the list, is that municipalities were going to become policymakers in their areas of competence. They could adopt bylaws, adopt policies, and make policy in their area of competence. In practice, and even those bylaws would be able to trump national or provincial legislation if that national or provincial legislation interferes with municipal powers. We see in practice that municipalities are not policy makers, but they are policy takers. There's very little legislative activity in municipalities, barring 1 or 2 cities. And literally they take policy, implement policy, and do not really drive policy from their own perspective. I think the point about the role of cities, I think has been well made by Philip. Just one point to add there is that the Constitution did not provide for city states, as was explained also by Andrew, what the background to that is. But then 6 or 7 years down the line in the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, that realization that that is a problem hadn't sunk in yet, because the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act entrenched this further by adopting an intergovernmental relations architecture that still places cities under provinces. So the assumption is that the city of Johannesburg will liaise with the Gauteng provincial government, the Gauteng provincial government will liaise with the central government, and the Johannesburg will receive feedback from the Gauteng provincial government on intergovernmental relations. That's how the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act was structured, not giving cities a seat at the table with national government. So thereby further entrenching the concept of cities as the stepchild in local government. So quite a number of assumptions in the system based on the one-size-fits-all logic, a devolution logic that was sector-driven, with an absence of a strong center of government that would oversee the implementation of devolution. And also, I think the parliamentary committees, particularly after the early sort of leaders of those committees that were in charge of putting the system together after they left, those committees also did not provide that role of holding the entire government to a developmental local government logic, and an underappreciation of the role of cities, and cities also not asserting themselves in ways that actually the Constitution was almost expecting them to do over time. So clearly a lot of lessons that can be learned from how these assumptions came about and whether or not they were realized in practice. Let me end it there. Thank you, Ivor.
Yep, thank you very much. Eunice, are you ready?
Yes, thank you very much. Let me get this right. Yes. Firstly, thank you very much for asking me to speak here, and also for your conciliatory approach. I think you know that I won't be here this afternoon. That slot's being taken by Mohammed Baba, I think, and somebody else. It's to say that I wish I had more time, as I'm sure other speakers would have said, to organize my thoughts more coherently. I have written some parts of it, and other parts of it I'd scattered notes. So for what it's worth, this is what I have to offer in the circumstances that I'm in. And I think I explained to you that the last 3 weeks of the parliamentary sitting for the NCOP is really madness, especially if you're chairing the Finance Committee and serve at the same time. In the Appropriations Committee, you have to process the medium-term budget policy statement by the 9th of December. So if you ever have a conference on how the NCOP gets a raw deal in Parliament, please invite me, give me an hour to speak on that. But anyway, I suggested to you yesterday that, I want to talk something around the theme, if you like, or topic, processing the local government model in Parliament and inevitable idealism. I must say, part of what I intended, because if you're in Parliament for 26 years, it's easy to do is to multitask. So while listening to the speakers, I thought I'd write up other aspects. But I must say, I was very distracted by the very good inputs made by everybody who spoke before. When you're in Parliament for so long, you forget our non-MPs can offer so much. And so really, I'm very grateful. It stimulated a whole lot of thoughts that I can't organize in my head right now. But I'm very glad to be here. There's a considerable synergy, I think, from different vantage points on where things were then and where they are now, and identify most of it. I thought I should focus more on the subjective than the objective, although the two are interrelated. So I'm going to speak about my experiences as a chair of the National Assembly Committee. And I want to say, I think Baba will agree, and others in the committee, though they're not here. I want to say, though, that, I agree with Wally that too many of us speaking here are from that generation. And there's not enough of a dialogue with the younger generation. I know Selga leaders are here and so on. And also the interesting thing is it's demographically, if you look at the program, not representative of where things are now and who leads, but it certainly was representative at that time. And that too is an issue that raises a whole lot of issues that there isn't the time to cover now. But I think what we got in Parliament by way of the local government white paper was an excellent model of local government. Progressive, advanced, transformative, community-centered, unique. It was a significant site to deepen and advance the NDR. Who remembers, hands up, what the term even means, Walid, these days, but the National Democratic Revolution, the transformative project of the ANC and its broader movement. And I think it was an example for social democracies and more left dispensations globally. It was everything and more that the UDF and the broader civic and mass democratic movements fought for. The momentum for it came, as several speakers have said, from the massive civic struggles from the late 70s onwards, and of course, the broader national liberation struggle. The white paper was shaped in the first euphoric years of our new progressive democracy, which held out so much promise. And it was a lively, dynamic, consultative, sensibly idealistic parliament that processed the legislation. Yes, the parliamentary committees made substantial changes to the legislation, even rewrote the municipal structures bill, much, may I say, to the irritation of a certain Chippy Alva. I'm not referring to the Chippy Alva who's speaking in the next session. I'm referring to a Chippy Alva who was so devoted to the white paper and the bills that came with it, that if you asked his committees for a comma to be removed in a clause, he would spend 10 minutes ferociously defending the right of the comma to be there. And he saw the white paper and the bills as oracles almost. And of course, the minister of the time, a certain Vali Musa, was deluded into thinking that this was his DDG being very loyal to him. But miss him, Chippy Alva, we certainly did when he left Parliament to move on to environment. But I think the changes we made ultimately were fairly consistent with the white paper. And it was a brilliant white paper that we got, which many of you shaped. I had nothing to do with it, that provided the impetus for us to come up with such a good model. And even the bills were of a very high quality, believe me, compared to what we get now. Of course, many of the changes were influenced by important stakeholders. So the consultative nature of the processing of the legislation is something that's faded in our parliament, unfortunately. There were many, I'm focusing on the subjective because I think many of the problems we have are not related to the model, but our subjective failings. Although, of course, you can't separate the subjective from the objective, but also it's instructive, I think. I don't think it was an unrealistically idealistic model. It was a very sensible idealism. It was right for the time. That was what the promise held, and that's what we had the potential then to fulfill. And I think that it's instructive that the people who played, and I think others have hinted, starting with Philip, the people who played key roles in shaping the model almost wholly came from the civic or the UDF movement, and were based in the country, not in exile. In our committees, almost all the ANC MPs, in the National Assembly at least committee, were actually from internal structures of the movement. And I think the same applied to the NCOP. The ANC members that were in exile were few, and they were less interested in local government than in national and provincial government and constitutional affairs, which we dealt with at that time. Also, we were the first two chairs of the committees in the National Assembly were both from the civic movement. One was the secretary of the Durban Housing Action Committee, and the other from the Pietermaritzburg Civics. It may be relevant that both of them were non-Stalinist Marxists also, with an orientation to power from below. And a slight concern maybe at the way the ANC comrades were leading at the time was substantially more from those who came from exile. Now, I also think it was very helpful to have the NCOP committee work with us, because in case of Muhammad Baba, who chaired the committee at the time, he's a lawyer. So he brought his legal experience and skills to bear. And being in the NCOP, they worked and working closely with us, they were more sensitive to the needs of local government. So the cooperation between the two committees in Parliament, which is rare, by the way, these days, I think also helped. And look at the Selga leadership. They came almost wholly from within the mass democratic movement. I think the experience of these activists of local participation, local power, giving expression to local diversity as part of a national movement, substantially influence the shaping of the local government model. These leaders and other UDF activists also, I think, Vali maybe helped more there, actually significantly shaped Chapter 7 of the Constitution. And I think that, that we had so many delegations from other countries in the world that said it was remarkable that we inserted into the Constitution the powers and functions of local government. I remember a Scandinavian delegation, Baba might remember. I mean, a developed country of that sort, a social democracy, moreover, was stunned by how far our bills and our Constitution has gone. Had gone in respect of giving local government the power we did. And I think one of the novel aspects of the model was the stress that local government is not just a site of delivery of services. It was a crucial site of social and economic development. And the Constitution itself provides for a developmental local government model. Interestingly, it's in local government that we made it legislatively necessary to have planning. The RDP, unfortunately, faded away in my view. Others might disagree. So it didn't provide a framework for governments, plans, policies, programs, and legislation. But at local government level, it had to be done. It's only in 2009, of course, that we had a national planning minister, a national planning commission. That came much later. Maybe it relates to the fact that for a long while, government and the ANC was leaning towards a private sector. And after the 2008 financial crisis and a recognition of the private sector, though the government had done so much to bring them into the country to invest and so on, had done so much, well, they hadn't delivered. So even under Mbeki's time, we began to move towards a more state-led growth path, and we were referring to Will Hunt and so on the state of the state and so on. So of course, it's even questionable whether the NDP, I'm at 9 minutes, 36 seconds. Am I right, Ivor? You seem to be looking at me, and I've got 6 more minutes. If you want me to stop, though, I'm cool. I'm not going to say anything exceptional. I also think it's important to mention that the planning that we opted for at that time, went against the tide, if you like. With the collapse of the Berlin Wall, all the planning was being jettisoned and market forces becoming dominant. So for us to opt for it, whatever the conscious or unconscious reasons for it, of democratic planning from below was unusual. It was, against the tide, if you like. So on the back of the titanic struggles and the promise of the first few years of democracy, the local government model is remarkable for its integration between community participation, planning, budgeting, and performance management. It certainly seemed to be doable over reasonable time. Yes, of course, we understood there'll be challenges, but we expected national and provincial government to assist local government far more than they came to do. And we thought we'll overcome these challenges over time, but that did not come to be. Now, why is that the case? Now, you see, others are dealing with this and what to do. I'm dealing with this from a very subjective view of MP that helped shape the model together with others. So, I think we must take responsibility as MPs, as politicians generally, for our failures. But I find it very hard to believe we got the model wrong. I really do. And listening to people this morning, it reinforces my view. I know when I became deputy minister for 4 years, the then minister Sikela said, that he said to me, Dian, you know why you've been made the DN? That's the deputy minister. He said, because you botched up the local government model. So the president said, who must I make the deputy minister? As if the president discussed with Sikela who he's going to appoint as deputy. And he said, let's have Yunus because Yunus botched the model up. Actually, if we botched up, it was a collective botch up, but there isn't enough of a botch up. The failure resides not with the objective model. It was the right thing at that time. We certainly had the potential to do it. It's a failure of all of us subjectively to implement it. Not just the state, not just government, not just the ANC, crucially, but all other political parties, civil society, business, labor, and other sections of civil society, of course, and the public, and the residents in the award committees and so on who didn't get the power that they should have fought for. So I don't think, given the context, needs, and promise then, that we were wrong to go for the model. We certainly had the potential then to implement it effectively over time. Do we have the potential now, Ivor? No, I don't think we do now. But the principles, values, and aims of the model, in my view, and most of its key features are sound. Aspects of it certainly have to be reviewed, but more than reviewed, they have to be acted on. In fact, we have a wonderful, comprehensive, some of you contributed to it, 2007 paper under Sidney Mufamadi. It's very comprehensive. I think many of you are familiar with it. I took it literally off the shelves. It was just carrying dust in 2009 when I got there. And we started looking at it and implementing it, but we couldn't get traction on it. Now, I think we created too many sites of power and contestation in the model, especially the distribution of powers and functions between districts and local, which actually did to bridge the gap between urban and rural. National Treasury interestingly opposed it. They felt it was too complex. The power between mayor and speakers, between them and MMs, between MECs and councillors, there were too many sites of contestation of power. But the main overall failure is in the political sphere. Although local government did serve to advance transformation, this has been increasingly overshadowed by the extent to which it has become a major site for internal battles in the ANC for power and patronage. Tensions within the ANC structures are reflected and reflect tensions within the municipalities. So instead of a dialectical relationship between local government and ANC structures, we have a mutually negative relationship. I can tell you how. In a municipality as allocated to attend to the matter, the powers and functions with the district and local wouldn't get traction because the mayor from the major local municipality was linked to a particular faction, waging a campaign to get elected as REC chairperson, regional executive, and link up with the provincial Congress, and then link up with the National Congress of the time, which is pending. So they wouldn't share powers and functions because it meant you had to hold on to that power in the municipality so that it can be used as a power base to win elections. And soon, as I suggested, soon after the provincial Congress was over, the powers and functions issue got sorted out. That's one example. We can talk about the local government list process, who we deploy, the ward committees become factionalized. In other words, if I don't get elected as a councillor, I wage my struggle to become one. It was never meant to be a ward committee of factions of the ANC. It was meant to have the taxi association, the women's groups, the cultural organizations, the religious organizations, whatever, but not activists. So ultimately, I've got 15 minutes right now, so I'll stop here by saying my main point is whatever the objective changes we make, and we need to make them, we need to review the powers and functions across all three spheres. But whatever changes we make, unless we get the subjective right, unless we get the will and the commitment to implement what we agree on, we're going to be stuck. So I suggest that we've had enough reviews, endless words, no action, we got to implement it. Secondly, I think we have to help in whatever way we can, however disgruntled we are, to strengthen the ANC and the state. Otherwise, implementing those changes at local government level, implementing the ideals of that system, model that we opted for, is just not going to get implemented. And I remain convinced that all of us can play a part in making this work. The ideals, the values, the principles of that model remain valid now, ever more necessary, in fact, now than then. We can change parts of the features, but the validity of the values and principles that underlie the model and the aims remain, let me suggest, more necessary now than it did in the period that we shaped it. Thank you very much. I'm only 1 minute over. Thank you. For a politician, not.
Thanks, Eunice. Thank you very much. We're over our time, but I think I'm going to allow Holila. I'm going to leave you with the problem to manage in your session, although you have less of a challenge than I've had because there's only three speakers in your session, and I think you've got some time to catch up in lunch. So let's open up. I'm going to keep a tight conversation for another 15 minutes, and also hopefully our keynote speakers can come in at this point as well. So if there are questions to them as well, if they're still with us, which I think they are. So if you can raise your hands. Zoom doesn't allow me a very great system to see who put their hand up first, but I'm going to try my best. And if there are no takers, then we're going to move straight on to the next session. Are there any comments? I know that Michael Sachs has been making some comments in the public chat, and he's been sending me some really interesting points as well. I don't know if he's got anything to say, but are there any other comments more generally? Are there points that other speakers want to raise with each other? Michael's coming in. Let's give the speakers a chance to speak, to react to each other if they need to, want to.
Yeah, I kind of thought that there was not sufficient white men had contributed to the discussion, so I thought I would make sure that they are properly represented. So, but apart from that, my overall impression of all of the inputs that have been made so far is that local government is a victim. That it's this wonderful sphere of great ideas and beautiful concepts, but it has been victimized, whether by other spheres of government, or by national treasury, or by politicians that have not done what they're supposed to, or by communities that have not lived up to the ideals that we had. But there just seems to me very little introspection, very, very little introspection about the mistakes that were made by the architects of the system. And I think as Vali puts it, this seems to be a gathering of the architects of the system, or at least a certain layer of architects that now kind of have been excluded from dialogue, as somebody mentioned, for the last 10 years. And I think there's a need to look at the constitutional foundations that we put in place, and not simply say that, you know, it's like you sound like a little bit like economists who say the problem is not the model. The problem is the people out there that have not behaved as the model predicted. So surely the starting point needs to be that the system of local government is in profound and fundamental crisis. And it is a crisis that is going to be deepening because of the fiscal shock that is about to be imposed on it over the next 3 to 5 years. And in that context, should we not be asking what are the fundamental constitutional reforms that should be put on the table that respond to the crisis? Because, I mean, I don't know how much we spend on capacity building and ethics training and those kind of things year after the year, but they don't seem to be changing the dynamics, and they're about to get a lot worse. So I think we need to, I mean, the idea that the model was good and great, and we need to actually ask what were the mistakes. With hindsight, it may have been great at the time with the knowledge we had, but with hindsight, what were the mistakes we made? I've only heard one mentioned by Vali Musa, which is the wall-to-wall story. That's my comment.
Thanks, Michael. Graham was next. Graham Gotts, and then Pascal Malloy. Let's take a round and then reactions.
Thanks, Ivan. Ivor. I'm a bit daunted by Michael because I was going to make a comment directly responding to something that Michael has said. I was going to take issue, in the interest of debate, with the proposal from both Vali and Andrew that we were naive at the time and made an error in having wall-to-wall local government. I don't think that's a correct position, nor is it a correct position that we should somehow find a way to reverse out of that arrangement, or has, in Michael's terms, foundations recognize our errors and somehow find a way to change all of that. I mean, to do that would basically end up, if you play chess with this, it would basically end up with a situation where provincial governments or governments, perhaps, for example, the Department of Water Affairs, would end up being responsible for many classic local government services, including some conventional local government trading services. And I think that would be a very, very grave mistake. I mean, I think we used to like to talk about transitionocrats, that the mere process of change was going to bring improvements. If we go down that route, it's going to so disrupt local government and also provincial governments that will be unsettled for years and years to come. I think the reasoning at the time was sound in terms of a universal equity in local franchise, and I think that still holds valid. And I think we should really stick to our founding assumptions and our principles and do what's necessary. So Michael, I'm sorry, this does take issue with something that you've said. And I do note that we spent huge amounts of resources trying to train people properly, but let's stick to our guns. Let's put the right people in place, train them appropriately in branches or when people take office, put the rules in place that prevent the spoils system from operating, and professionalize local government administrations. Let's provide the necessary financial resources, even if that means changing fiscal architectures, and ultimately let local democracy, which is always a balancing act between the claims from constituencies and what can actually be delivered. Let local democracy play itself out. And in some parts of the country, not much is going to be delivered. And that's just the nature of things. I just think, just to close this provocation, to start and end with the implicit assumption that rural councillors are just never going to get it together, so we must change everything, is surely to result in inferiority complex, which is, I think, is antithetical to the ideals of a democratic developmental local government. And I think struck the right note, saying stick to the principles and let's make this thing work.
Yeah, I think that we have a fabulous tension and debate beginning to emerge. Pascal, your contribution here. Then we open up to the speakers, and then we have to end the session. I know Kwalila is going to be angry with me.
Yeah, I was tempted not to comment now, seeing that I'm both a participant and one of the organizers. But I think the keynote inputs and the session, the subsequent session, really has helped in shaping the debates in many ways. That it's not just about where we want to go, but some of the insights I think have been quite useful, and I think the frankness and putting some of the big elephants in the room will help shape the rest of the day today and hopefully proceedings tomorrow. I mean, if you heard what Vali said about politics and society, we don't talk about those type of issues quite often. We don't reflect as much about the debates within the political movement and the ANC, about how these debates were shaped over time and how they influenced policy going forward. I think I found that very useful. We heard from Andrew, and I think the insights that Andrew has about the goings ins and out on the LGNF and the dynamics that were involved in there. We don't reflect much on those and some of the compromises. I mean, Andrew would know that the debates about strong local and weak provinces and strong national were some of the concepts that were there during the local negotiations period, and how some of us felt that were compromised ultimately in the outcomes of CODESA and the LGNF in the putting together of the chapters on local government caught us by surprise, and what dynamics were behind that. Nico, I think, was and Jaap and Jaap were quite, I think, very direct about the relationship between powers and functions and the development, local government development logics. We don't debate about those things. And Yunus ultimately bringing it to bear about the remainees and the retainees type of dynamics that influenced negotiations right at the end. the founding political debates about how ultimately local government should be determined. So I'm a bit reacting to Mike's contribution that there's no real self-reflection. I think we don't have to get into being stuck into the systemic and systems and policy and regulatory outcomes of what all this came up to, without necessarily understanding, I think, the type of inputs that the keynote addressees put together to give us that context. I think that context is very important for us not to lose. I hope maybe the rest of the proceedings should take into account, I think, the points that the previous speakers, I think the keynote speakers and the previous speakers have made. I think it's so important for us to understand the political economy and the political community and whatever experience that has been put together now up to this stage, and I think it's been very useful.
I know that Ngolile is saying thumbs up, guys. Are there any? I'll take last one response, and then I'm going to hand over to him. Does anybody want to respond to anything that's been said so far? I have to say that the next session continues the discussion which we're involved in already now. So I think it follows quite naturally that we just move into the next session.
Iva, it's Mohammed Baba here. I just would like to respond to what Bali said with regard to wall. I must say I disagree with him slightly as a solution going forward. If he recalls, we had a tension between the traditional authorities at the time who did not want local government there. So there was a political imperative to ensure that we would have democracy prevailing throughout South Africa. And then we had this very untidy arrangement between traditional authorities and their representation in municipalities. So just to give that a context, there are just three things, Iva, with your permission, if you don't mind, I'd like to touch on, and they're much more objective rather than subjective. We
Mohammed,
keep on looking at...
Very, very quick.
No problem. So let me just throw this down. If we keep on looking at municipality powers and functions, have we really got anything clear and crystallized of what the role of provincial government is? Because then we'll be able to define what district government is. So there have been inadequacies and failings on our part in defining, even on concurrent powers, what is the role of provincial government? Are they just implementing agencies and we find themselves clashing with local government? So government itself has failed in certain areas of the regulatory environment. And then the last thing, we all know that Part B of Schedule 5 and 6 are in many ways products of political compromise, as Bali had laid out. Isn't it time we start looking at this? We can go through them. I mean, we've got cemeteries sitting in provincial government purely because we wanted the certification to go through. The functionality we need to question. We need to look at the built environment. So there's a lot of work that we can do without having to throw the baby out of the bathwater. So those are my comments. Sorry, let me we'll continue that later.
Yes, I think some of those points will come up in the next session. I'm going to bring the session to an end now. Pauline's got an idea that we should have a break. It's been quite intense from early this morning. I've really enjoyed the fact of the historical background, but also an emerging debate, disagreements emerging, which I think are critical to helping us think through some of the problems going forward. Pauline, I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to all the speakers. Notes have been made. Some people have written up embryonic papers. Over the next couple of weeks, we're going to consolidate all of that and make them available. We're also recording all events so that we can produce either a consolidated video or video clips of the relevant presentation. So if you've missed out on details of some of the things people have said, we'll make sure that everything is available to you and to a wider public going forward. Thank you very much. I'm handing over. Thank you. Olila, you're around.
Thank you very much, Ivo. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, you're clear. You're clear.
Thank you very much. I just want to also throw my weight to appreciate the keynote speakers that have taken us up to this level. Really exciting inputs and really profound reflections for the journey. I just want to suggest a 10 minutes comfort break. And when we start, we then examine the question of wall-to-wall municipalities. So just 10 minutes, I think 11:20, we will then resume. Thank you very much. Are we all back?
I am. I think it looks like there are a lot of people around.
Yes, some of us are back.
I am Mr. X.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all those disciplined participants who are back, and welcome. And let me take this opportunity to appreciate your presence in your numbers, and also express my excitement that I am seeing a number of faces and names behind those faces that have always been actors in local government sphere, be they as administrators, political players, policy advisors, as well as civil society players and academics. So we really have a right mix of people that have been very central to this journey, that we have agreed that let us take a pause and have a reflection. I was quite excited by the reflections on those who were really midwives of our local government dispensation in a democratic form. Really exciting, riveting conversations that we had. And now we're going to get into the most contentious component of our discussion, that if you look at the entire period, it has really been very, 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 very difficult to navigate a very complex area, using the tool of demarcation to demarcate spaces, but also to look at the governance functioning of our spaces, the political consolidation of our democracy, but also navigate a careful balance on how best we bring people together. And I'm excited that in the panel that we will be facilitating now, we have people who have really been there, who are still there. And in the name of Mike Sutcliffe, Thabo Manyoni, and Chippy Olver, these are really grounded activists that have been there, that are still there. And maybe in the hierarchy of introducing them, we have Chippy Olver, who we all know, and I would characterize him as the chief culprit from a policy point of view. He has been there right at the framing of the policy, also working as a director general in terms of framing many of those areas that would have been a product of the elaborate white paper that we are all saying is very transformative in nature. The second person who would be there is Mike Sutcliffe. And Mike, as we all know, was the chair of the Demarcation Board immediately after the promulgation of the Demarcation Act. And he has been there in shaping the kind of system that we have in terms of demarcation process that has really shaped us from 1999 up until the period he exited the Demarcation Board. And being there from being the chief culprit in laying out the consolidation of our municipalities and where we are at the moment, probably he will share the reflections. What could we have done differently? What have we done so well that we think it's important to consolidate and replicate? Areas that perhaps because of lack of empirical evidence at certain stage, we would have relied only on the broader policy imperatives that were central in shaping the system that we have. And Mike not only shaped the new system, he also went on the ground to actually become a practitioner as a city manager in the municipality. And Mr. Thabo Manyoni as the current chair of the Demarcation Board, and also a long-standing activist on local government and in our political sphere, having also played a role as the MEC in a province, but also as a mayor in municipalities, also as a city manager. So you have a very blended experience of policy architects, policy practitioners, but also administrators in that area. So when you look at our agenda that we have discussed this morning, there's a particular area that is reflected there in terms of the conference theme that we are focusing on. So our focus for this panel is on the spatial dimension of our transformation journey. And it is captured in this way in the conference theme. The creation of provincial governments went hand in hand with the abolition of Regional Services Council and the introduction of wall-to-wall municipalities. So the question that we will all be examining is, what was the logic behind these reforms? What would it mean to consider a more differentiated approach to local government? And part of that reflection for me is to look at how we can go back and perhaps reflect on the journey that we have taken on the demarcated trajectory. So I just want to frame areas that perhaps would invoke reflection on the panelists in terms of some of the areas that define our journey from 1993 to 2016 that was indicated earlier on. Many of you would recall that this journey that we have outlined in summary really captures the path that we have all traveled. What were we focusing on in 1993? What did we focus in 1994 as part of transforming local government system? In 1995, as well as many areas that ended up landing into the adoption of the 1996 Constitution of the Republic. And that gave rise then to shaping the three categories of municipalities that we have in our country: the metropolitan category, the district, and the local. And then giving birth also to the Demarcation Act of 1998, that then shaped where we are in terms of the work that was required. The Municipal Structures Act being one of those areas that was the major legislative tool to give rise to where we are. The journey didn't stop there. The journey continued in 1999, 2000, 2003, 2006 with different installment of progress. That was very central. The delimitation of wards, the municipal capacity assessments report, and also the constitution undergoing amendments in terms of the 20th Amendment Act that did away with cross-border legislation that gave us a lot of controversies. And district management areas were also removed as part of that area. So all of them would be able to reflect on some of the trials and tribulations that were very central, that is part of deepening democracy on the final phase of local government transformation. What are some of the key insights we should look at? And some of the most protracted work that had to be done in a very short space of time, the creation of the wall-to-wall municipalities. Many of you will recall this work that was really cut out for the Demarcation Board in 1 year, rather, to be able to do this kind of work right from February to December, before we had 5 December elections. So in a space of 2 years, there had to be this kind of work, creating this. So almost like daily work that probably in the midst of it, and without the benefit of a long range empirical evidence, maybe certain areas could have been looked at differently. Certain areas would have informed us otherwise, yet certain areas were very central to our celebration. And this gave rise to where we are at the moment with 257 municipalities. But look at it at the journey as we have mapped up from 1993, that we came from a height of 1,262 municipalities right up until 2016 for this entire 20-year journey that we are all looking at, starting from the start in 1995 up until now, the 26 years that is now part of our conversation. A lot of areas from a functional integration would have been there. Yet right from the beginning, the transition has not been so perfect. We characterize it as an imperfect transition, given that many of the powers and functions assigned in Schedule 4B and 5A of the Constitution have not been largely performed, given the capacity constraints of many of our municipalities. So you could see the majority of our municipalities in provinces like Limpopo, Eastern Cape, and other areas, they perform largely many of the areas that are more in the built environment, albeit with limited capacity. So in a given number of 257 municipalities, not many of our municipalities, more than 203, 201, have been able to perform many of these functions. So the question remains, what happens to many of the other municipalities that could not perform some of these functions, right up until those municipalities where they continue to perform even ambulance functions, municipal health, and many of these areas, others even struggling to date to interpret some of these functions. And perhaps we have not done much collectively to make sure that even coastal municipalities understand the issues of ferries and pontoons, because we have never even defined what it means to do that. But it will say you are responsible for ferries, pontoon, harbor services, and so on. So you could see this reflection that many of our municipalities between local and districts were able to perform some and not able to perform other functions. You also have in the same period the reality of how difficult to drive demarcation processes is, the most contentious assignment we've ever undertaken. And you could see the growth between year 2006 right up until 2015. A lot of work focusing on the demarcation board in terms of legal battles, no less than 25 cases that we have managed to pick up around the problems of demarcation right from the beginning, year 2000. In certain areas, the challenges around KZN, IFP, and other parties, the Matatiele issue that we have always seen, areas where you have demarcation board having struggles to balance stability in many areas, mid-val areas, and also community issues in many of these areas. In Tshwane, the most difficult one for Bronkhorstspruit, demarcation, but also in other areas where political parties have really been on it to fight for the space. So it's one of those most contested policy instruments that we have used. And how do we, going forward, look at how best we can improve these particular areas? Most recent ones in 2015, 2017, your Trockware difficulties that were very prominent in 2015. And some of you will recall in 2006, 2009, the difficulties of Merafong areas. And most recently in 2015, 2016, the Malamulele situation. So the list is endless about the difficulties we have gone through around this area. So the question we must then ask and say, we are now fast approaching the 6th administration of local government. We have this demarcation instrument. We are also undergoing changes in the Demarcation Act. And you also have convergence of policy priorities in the form of looking at the advent of the National Development Plan that places the notion of capabilities, that we need all three spheres to work together in sync, the mobilization of society to confront the structural dimensions of our problems, unemployment, poverty, and inequality. How do we move in sync? How do we make sure that the notions that are contained in the National Development Plan, as well as IUDF, using spatial justice notion as very central to driving integration of communities, location of people, the issues of demarcating in such a way that things work much more better? How do we achieve all of these areas? So our panel must be able to help us reflect on these areas and say, are we better shaped to help those challenges? What could we do differently? And what are some of the pitfalls that for this instrument to work better, it needs to take into account other dimensions that are interrelated? And what are those? And what can we bequeath our future in terms of dealing with this instrument better? So I will invite probably in that hierarchy, Chippy, to reflect. And then in the order, we will have Mike, and then thereafter, the current chair of the Demarcation Board, Mr. Manyon, to, in that order, to start reflections.
Thank you, Mr. X, and very good morning, everyone. It's fantastic to see so many old colleagues and comrades, and as many have already said, you know, this is a meeting of those who are deeply complicit in the problems and challenges that we find in local government today. What I would like to do is share a screen with you. if that's possible. Let me just see. Is it sharing? Can you see the
Yep.
is
Yep.
the presentation shown?
Yeah, we
Okay,
can see.
great.
There.
Thanks, guys. So listen, I'm trying to shake off some flu. So if I get a bit croaky or start coughing, please excuse me. Fortunately, I've not heard of any incidents of Zoom transmitting viral infections, so you don't have to worry about the corona implications. I'm not going to show you a lot of slides, but I wanted to show you a picture that I think captures the divergence that we're talking about. This is a summary of the different types of municipality. I think you're all very familiar with it. It uses the municipal infrastructure investment framework grading. So you got your big metros, which are category A's. You've got your B1s, which are large, which are secondary cities, your B2s, which are large towns, your B3, which are small towns, your B4, which is like really rural, very small. And then you've got your two types of district municipality, those that are water service authorities and those that aren't. And you know what jumps out at this table, it's 2016 community survey data, and then 2017 financial data. Just look at the difference in terms of taxable income. I mean, this massive concentration of taxable income in the category A municipalities, and dropping off as you go down to the smaller and smaller municipalities. And that then shows in terms of the average spend per capita. And this is really, really striking. I mean, it means that local government is not equivalent between a metro where the average spend is over 9,000 Rand per person per annum, down to a B4 where the average spend is not even 1,500 Rand per person. And you can see that also reflected in the grant dependence. So this is a reflection of how much the municipality's income is derived from intergovernmental grants, so from national, provincial grants. 23.4% in metros, all the way down to 84.5% in your category B4s. And similar discrepancies in terms of the poverty headcount. Now, Pali can explain to us how that is derived. I mean, I think the poverty headcount is a very conservative estimation. So that's the massive divergence that we're sitting with between your large urban centers and your small rural municipalities. And this was just a picture that Sue Bannister sent me.
Hey, Shorty.
Plot the space.
How you doing?
Hey.
Lovely, lovely. Oh.
Pule, please mute Pule.
So just look at that difference, from Nongoma, which has got, I think, the lowest per capita spend of 1,136, compared to Overstrand in the Western Cape with the highest per capita spend of over 14,000 Rand per person. So, huge divergence in the financial capacity of these municipalities. And it's a divergence that is also reflected in terms of the skills and capacity. So here's a plot that shows you where the staff are concentrated across these different types of municipalities. And it also distinguishes between those with university degrees, that's that little sort of band at the top, then your professionals and technicians, and then your other staff. And yeah, again, a massive preponderance in the metros. The metros is where the capacity sits. Although what interested me, I mean, even though they've got much lower staff complements, was the higher percentage of professionals and university degrees in some of your district municipalities. But still, you know, we really aren't talking about equivalent types of institutions. I'm not going to dwell on that. And then that carries through into the, you know, the functions that municipalities perform. And here I'm just focusing on the core infrastructure services: sanitation, water, refuse collection, and electricity. And this is the index that Stats South Africa puts together for the not just access level, but also the quality of the infrastructure service. So it's a combined index. And again, huge discrepancies from, you know, the metros, which are very close to the maximum score of 5, all the way down to your B4s with a score of 3.3 out of 5. And even within the metros, there's a big divergence. So, you know, I've presented an overall positive score for the metros, but you can see how, you know, with that green line is the aggregate infrastructure score. This is again Stats South Africa data. Cape Town way up at you know, close to the top, and Mangaung bringing up the rear. Mangaung, Buffalo City, interestingly enough, when you plot also the citizen satisfaction, that's the big blue line, some other metros come up: Nelson Mandela Bay, Johannesburg. So even within the metros, very big discrepancies in terms of the quality of services. And then this carries through into the way citizens perceive. And I'm sorry I don't have, this is GCIS data, I only had it up to early 2018. But you can see how low local government, so this is scoring all 3 tiers of government: national, provincial, and local. And GCIS changed their scale in 2016. So you need to just note that there's a bit of a blip. But what's interesting from this is how local government has consistently scored lower than national and provincial government in terms of citizen satisfaction, except for a pronounced downturn in 2017 in the national government score. And it carries through into the way that, you know, some of the satisfaction with service delivery levels is perceived. So this is scoring water and electricity. And, you know, again, the striking feature is that since 2000, there's, you know, and was some initial improvement in terms of citizen satisfaction, but there's an overall downward trend, and it's now at very high levels. So, you know, just to conclude, and people have made these points, but I wanted to present some statistics that sort of, I think, back this up. So we've got a profoundly asymmetric system of local government. There's a massive mismatch of skills and capacity and a concentration in one area. We've got a very wide-ranging financial crisis. I've not presented data on that, but for instance, there are, of all of our municipalities, 136, over 50% with cash coverage of lower than a month, We've got 113 with unfunded budgets. We've got 198 municipalities with debt collection below 95%. And there's an average debt collection rate of 79%. So, we're not collecting the monies that are owed. There's a very uneven quality of service delivery and a declining level of public satisfaction. And, as most of you know, my interest is in the drivers behind what is happening. And in particular, the way that the state is being used, and obviously not just the local state, this is the state at every level, but the state is the locus for jobs, for contracts, and for other forms of rent, development rights, etc. We've had a steady process of political control over appointments and administrative functioning. And I must say this is not confined to the ANC. In fact, my experience of all of the parties is that they encroach upon the administrative domain for various reasons. We've seen this use of state resources both to finance political parties and as a means of driving class formation. And there's been a parallel rise of factionalism within parties, which are basically battles over the control of resources, sometimes with devastating consequences. I mean, assassinations. We saw the rise of the Gumede faction in eThekwini. I mean, there was a no-holds-barred approach to factionalism. And then that's enabled criminal cliques to both capture local party operations and the state structures. And in terms of the formal institutions of government, what we have is you've got the formal allocation mechanisms, which are all fairly well regulated, and you've got this parallel rise of informal mechanisms that, allocate the rents and undermine the formal institutions. On top of that, the rents that are allocated are not productively utilized. And the type of regimes that are doing this are essentially weak. They lack an elite consensus about how to drive change. They've got a very narrow time horizon. It's basically restricted to the length that the faction can remain in power. I'm not going to go into a long set of solutions, but and many of these have already been raised. But just to summarize, I think we've got to recognize the asymmetry, and we've got to create a differentiated regulatory system, not a one-size-fits-all. We have no system of regulating local public administration. So we regulate public administration nationally and provincially, and at local government level, we leave it up to municipality. I believe we should institute a local public administration system which varies from light touch oversight in the more capacitated municipalities to a more hands-on supervisory approach in your less capacitated ones. We've got to professionalize the local government public service. We need to value skills and experience instead of political considerations, which trump most appointments. We've got to protect our senior managers from political victimization. And it's ongoing, it's happening on a daily basis. We should find a way of retaining our experienced managers in the system and deploying them to areas of need. And we should consider some form of independent oversight of public administration that can step in where there are breaches and victimization. And I know Salga doesn't like this, but I've suggested previously some form of local government public service commission, which could even, operate at a local level. So thank you for the opportunity to address you. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Chippy, for that reflection. And maybe let's proceed to the next input by Mike. Over to you, Mike.
Thanks very much, comrades, and thank you very much for the invite. And I'm going to take a slightly different tack, and so it was great hearing Chippy's presentation now, so I don't have to worry about that. But I thought it'd be quite useful to give you a presentation that I gave about 2 months after the 2000 election. So most of what I have to say, in fact, 95% of this, is really trying to reflect on the system that had been created in and then was voted on. So from what was called at one point Mike's demolition board to being one which the new mayors in 2001 were very happy with that new system. So I thought it would be quite useful to cover the argument there. Also to reflect on this issue of wall to wall, and that's where I certainly agree with Yunus and Mohammed. We disagree with Valley. The problem with Valley is that he wants Cape Town to be an independent republic. So he thinks that by getting rid of wall-to-wall local government, they can finally achieve that dream. So I'm not even going to get into a debate there because, interestingly, if I remember, the nomenclature of wall-to-wall local government was primarily introduced by the right wing, including the IFP, to argue against local government policy. And ironically, we then pointed out to the IFP that what they called joint services boards were a form of local government, and that kind of got rid of that argument. But it was really a racist argument to basically say black people should not have local government. But anyway, this presentation, as I say, goes back then, and so that's why I'm abusing the, well, this is how it was presented there. And it was really, the first point was that we never really spoke of wall-to-wall because we really spoke of the fact that except for white areas that had a semblance of democracy, local democracy for white people, municipal government in South Africa was racist, fragmented. It underdeveloped black people in a very conscious way. I mean, that goes back to the 19th century where the introduction of poll taxes, the selling of so-called native beer, which is the money that was then used on hostels in townships. All of that history, remember, is a history that to a large extent is still writ large in our country. It was a very control-oriented system and it was not accountable. And so really the issues that we focused on from the 1980s, when I certainly first got involved at an ANC level in talking about local government, and I'll reflect on that in a minute, but we needed a system that was integrated, developmental accountability, representative, etc. So we didn't really have these notions of wall to wall. We just said we wanted an equal society in our country there. Now, remember the 1980s was where the National Security Management System was established, which established publicly the so-called Winning Hearts and Minds campaign, but privately was the most repressive form where the Americans and others were here training the apartheid regime as to how to deal with us. My early experience in places like Kaba, which was a community then in the first state of emergency, was simply got rid of outside of Port Elizabeth, etc. All of that really showed. So it was a system that was based on a particular geographical map of the country. Many of my students who were planners who then got into planning suddenly found themselves in the system. And so my engagements then in the ANC, who was obviously then still banned, we then met and discussed that. And it was very interesting that that coincided with, obviously, from the mid-1980s, with my involvement in what became known as the post-apartheid South Africa strategies there. And clearly, and then the Constitutional Committee of the ANC a little bit later than that, certainly my involvement. But clearly, the issue there was, yes, negotiations are going to be on the agenda at some point, but yes, we've got to focus on the national state. So while at times, and there was also quite clearly, and I think we must note this, there was a little bit of worry about the way in which the regime was, let's call it handling, quote unquote, the local government negotiation forums that were starting to spring up in the late 1980s. And so there was a lot of concern that this is allowing the regime, the apartheid regime, to have a kind of twin track there and begin to divide the ANC, as it were, not just the kind of IFP-ANC divide, but even in other parts of our country there. And I won't get into the details of that. But it was very interesting in one of the last discussions before President Mandela was released with Comrade Joe Nhlanhla in Harare. And I was talking to him about the National Security Management System and how they had used the DBSA, for example, to divide the country. You remember that notion of constellation of states. there was a bigger plan. And as an ANC, we could see that operating on the ground, that security management system that really was something that was suiting the apartheid regime's purposes there. So we started developing these ideas of regions. So the one of those and that I was very involved with was in the Constitutional Committee. We then said, well, look, even though our negotiations should be around the nation state and we should leave the subnational governments till later, we knew that those would be on the agenda. And hence we came up with the idea of 10 districts. We also had that 45 region model, etc. But those were primarily around negotiating positions, defensive tactics, than necessarily that was the ultimate that we had there, because we had hoped that through negotiations, we would be able to cast a much more inclusive process after the elections there. Obviously, 1990s, we had that twin track, national negotiations happening, and lots of these local government negotiating forums, and some contradictions that existed at that level that had to be dealt with. But most importantly, actually, was the geography of our country, because in those days, so-called traditional rural communities, Bantustans, is where the majority of poor people lived. We didn't anticipate, no one, not even all these clever people who with their Charles Simpkins and his population models, and Polly was a bit younger, I'm sure, at that stage, so he probably wasn't involved in that. None of them anticipated that in the period from 2000 to 2010, 35% growth in the number of households, of course, many of them were one-person households, in Gauteng happened, in Cape Town happened, that parts of the Eastern Cape, when we look even today nationally at the number of classrooms we have roughly the number that we should have in terms of our norms and standards. But as you move to the Eastern Cape, as an example, you suddenly find a mismatch where some schools built and beautiful and no students for them because communities have relocated them. Because the tactic of apartheid was to move Black people, not just physically in forced removals, but actually also by building schools in places that people then moved themselves because that was the place to go there. So in that period there, that's the context that we had to deal with. And we obviously went through, and I'm sure others will cover these kinds of negotiations there. So from an ANC perspective, that management, and I will commend Valley for that, Valley established a national coordinating forum of a number of us nationally to get a national perspective, because by the time we got to 1996, the Soweto crisis hit. And so the whole country was almost in pains in trying to deal with, we didn't want to be in 1976 New York City, where there's a fiscal collapse of local government. And we recognized, I remember the discussions in that forum, where we tried to understand what had gone wrong in Joburg, Soweto, for example, and part of it was our own mistakes. The fact that we came into these negotiating forums and then thought this was just about taking over positions, not realizing that you've got to build institutions, as I think Chippy was reflecting on a minute ago there. So we went through those interim phases, etc. The important thing about the Demarcation Act, though, which distinguishes our country from the rest of the world, was that apartheid meant that boundary was all important. Whether it was the theft of land and the creation of native reserves, whether it was the distinction in group areas between white, colored, and Indian areas, whatever it was, we said, let's not make sure that this Demarcation Act allows it to be influenced by emotion, just as many other parts of our constitution required that. And I think that was very important, so that even though Xolile, in a very nice overview earlier, spoke about Metsamaholo, etc., many of those are based often on local emotion. If we're in that municipality, we'll deliver more, or I may get elected, rather than the other issues there. So the issue was, and when you look at the demarcation criteria, they don't allow for community interest, as it were. And I think that was a very positive thing, because it starts allowing us to try and reflect a little bit more objectively about what we need to do and where we need to go. What we then set up, because it didn't exist in the country at that stage, and sadly at that stage, the Stats South Africa believed in selling data. So all we did was the demarcation board was we bought that data from Stats South Africa, And then we basically published a CD. You might remember we called it the South African Explorer, where you could actually get all the data anyway that existed at that stage. So we tried to build up a national GIS database to begin to understand where these communities were, what they were, etc. And we very quickly realized that that model in the white paper of metropolitan versus non-metropolitan was problematic when we looked at it from a technical point of view. But at the same time, the Constitutional Court then ruled and said it was unconstitutional for the Minister of Local Government to determine metro areas. You might remember that. So they took away the right from Valley and they gave it to the Demarcation Board at that stage. And it was clear that our model then, from basically the technical side, showed that in fact that model would never have worked. You cannot have a country like ours where there's this sophisticated metropolitan areas, and then you kind of don't quite know what you're going to do in the rest of the country, as it were. And if you read the white paper, you'll see that, admittedly they had short time frames, but in hindsight, that was one of the limitations of that white paper. It didn't really tell us about what to do outside of even Joburg. What do you do in an eThekwini where you have people in traditional areas who are part and parcel of the city, for example? Those are not the same rural context there. So then, as you know, we rationalized the system that's been dealt with. But the two issues at the bottom are because there was unfinished business. The last one, the cross-boundary municipalities, there was a commission that comrades like Tozamile and Lulu Gwagwa, for example, who'd been part of that group of us in the 1980s within the ANC trying to understand what a post-apartheid local government would be. That work couldn't be finished. And we had all those dotted lines on the map. So we said, we shoved the problem of provincial boundaries onto cross-boundary municipalities. And then the district management areas, which is probably, if I had to look in hindsight and say the mistake we made as a board, was that we said, let's limit those to areas of primarily conservation areas. And the reason for that was, and it might come back to this provincial issue there, was that in areas like Northern Cape, quite frankly, when you have a small town like Meer, you can't say that that's one ward, which includes a whole lot of rural areas, and it's so massive that it just is crazy. We should use that district management area, which means people still have local government, but allow them in those very tiny settlements, allow them to have a little board, as it were, that operates just to deal with their affairs there. Because in parts of our country that simply, we have this incredible range of densities and differences, we should do that. So those were the maps. We developed the metro areas, but immediately there we saw the issue that Chippy, I think, very well is covered there. We're in a place like Gauteng, for example, that's well over 80% of the economy of the Gauteng province is in those 3 municipalities created. Those names are still the names that we had in 2001 there. Created the district municipalities and then these cross-boundary municipalities, just to show you that challenge that we had in the Motibastad Kuruman area, for example. On the Northern Cape side, 2,720 per household was being spent at a municipal level, but on the Northwest side, 330 Rand per household. And that's why we tried to fashion it. But the argument, and later on the letters that were not very polite letters from me to the then Director General of Treasury, was to say you don't solve redistribution issues through changing boundaries. You solve those problems through dealing with the fiscus. And this is part of the challenge I think the Demarcation Board over the years faces, because everyone believes that no, change the boundaries and we'll sort out the redistribution issues. The reality is that you've got to sort the fiscal issues out there. And I'm not taking sides here because I have Golili as my chair and I've got Jan Hutting waiting in the wings to come on later. But the reality was then, and I've got to find out why I'm not moving. We then dealt with the district management areas. One of the biggest challenges, because we had huge numbers of poor people at that stage living in those traditional rural communities. It shifted today because now the metros and the large urban areas have more poor people living in them than in the historically, let's call it Bantustan and traditional areas there. We had to deal with that issue there, a very complex issue, which I think at a later stage we can get into debate there, because that's really where the real service delivery challenges with no local government effective there in those areas. Yes, you might have had a little bit in the so-called independent areas, but to a large extent, that's where the real backlogs in fact were. The land question clearly was a central issue that as a board, we were trying to say, how do we deal with that? And that had to be on the national government agenda, as it were, in those areas there. And then the approach that we took there. Obviously, there were a whole set of boundary constraints, and I'll run through these very quickly. But part of the challenge that you have in any demarcation exercise, and it's epitomized in the Kwanabamba area, for example, but it's found throughout our country, where when I visited that area, and that's the area that His Majesty, the Usutu, because he instructed me, even though he was supporting the IFP's quote unquote approach, he instructed me to go and see how under the Bantustan system, his traditional area was in fact then carved up. But there were no lines on a map there. There was no area that designated that if you cross as one clan from that area to over this invisible line, you could be killed. And those are the realities that often, some of them still exist in different forms, but we've got to begin to think up at that level as to how we deal with that. How white farmers exploited that situation. How white business today also exploits that corruption that has found its way into all political parties, as it were there. So these were some examples there. The boundaries of apartheid were very clear there. The case of Oranje, we had under Zamtitus, for example, we had a committee that the President Mandela set up where we looked at how to deal with that Oranje issue, as it were. And I won't touch on those things. Political territory, which is an impediment to the ANC today because it means that in Johannesburg it wins 82% or 83% of the wards, but only gets 50% of the PR. So it means that it creates another set of tensions that exist there and difficulties for coalitions. In fact, it only got 44% or whatever in Joburg at that level. There were these tradition boundaries there. So those were a whole set of critical issues that came in. And importantly, also the issues of alignment of governance. Today, we still don't have police jurisdictions that match even municipal boundaries and ways in which we can then plan together properly as to how we make policing work better in cooperation with other spheres of government. Now, it's not just policing. Many of those national departments have simply not done that there. So what were the challenges we set there? Number one, dealing with this capacity issue. And Chippy has covered that very well. Metro areas, 60 voters per municipal official. Rural areas or other municipalities, 1,500 voters per municipal official. Number two, the powers and functions doesn't need to be completely revisited because often the law allows things to happen. What we have to do is to set policies that allow that kind of flexibility, that differentiation that I think both Chippy and Valley were talking about earlier. Thirdly, we've got to take our IDP seriously. One of the fights I'm having with some people, not everyone in Treasury and DCOG at the moment, is a one plan is defined exactly in the performance and planning regulations that we passed in 2001. Why is it that our government as a whole is ignoring what exists in law? So I agree with Eunice. I don't think we need to focus as much on the legislative context. There are things we should correct there, but let's focus on the policy and the implementation side of those things. Number four is how do we deal with that institutional transformation? Yes, it's changed, the majority being white men, and hopefully I'm the last one today, but the issue is that we've got to make sure that we create an institutional structure that really is performing. And I don't necessarily agree with this professionalizing argument that Chippy was saying, but I do agree that we've got to be very clear about how we focus on capacity there. And if it requires national government employing the engineer or employing the planner or employing the CA in a municipality and deciding and being the voice of that, it's a little bit undemocratic, I know, but that might be some routes that we can go. How do we align the government boundaries and how do we deal with that political restructuring that we need there? And last but not least and important would be the challenge of governance. So in that period, we said there are all of those issues that in the transition and in the transformation process need to be dealt with. But I will end with this slide that is similar to Chippy's, that really says that I'm tired of these people saying local government's a mess. Because actually, when you look at it, even those who love audits, and I'm one who believes that the Auditor General in a country should not be higher than the president, that the audits are important, but they're only important for the municipalities they're dealing with. You cannot say that an audit in Johannesburg is the same as an audit in Cape Town. What we should be doing is to hold municipalities to the fact that an audit has occurred there. But if you just use the Auditor General distinctions of broadly unqualified, qualified, and adverse, you actually find that the largest municipalities, the ones with the biggest budgets, the ones with the biggest 78% of the rates, are broadly in that unqualified category. So for someone to say that this local government is a mess, etc., are talking nonsense. Yes, we've got to deal with that 47 municipalities that are in adverse and a number of those qualified municipalities, because many of them are in that position that they need more money and then they do the wrong things and end up with material weaknesses in their system. So if I had to say the things that we've learned is that we've got to begin to be more decisive, but I've spoken enough and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mike, for those reflections. You have deposited a lot of observations, plus key areas that we all need to ponder on, same as Chippy. Let us proceed quickly to the chair of the Demarcation Board, Mr. Manyoni, to give us a reflection of where we are and how do we go forward. I used some of your 20-year review to map the journey. Right up until the Demarcation Board, this says, this is where we've traveled. What is the future? Over to you.
Oh, thanks very much, Tolile. I hope you also have the presentation in front of you.
It's not showing yet. I'm sure it's loading.
Is it showing?
Not yet.
Share screen. Okay, all right. Let me also take the opportunity to acknowledge all the participants, esteemed participants, it seems. And I've heard that there are also veterans with us here and near dinosaurs that might be extinct very soon. Fine. But again, nonetheless, colleagues, I would just quickly touch on the history because some of the issues have been already dealt with. But let's also agree, the main intention of looking into ultimately having wall-to-wall municipalities was to address the issue of de-racializing our local government space. We had those black local authorities and we also had those white local authorities. And unfortunately, of course, during that time, those that were well off were the white areas, the white local authorities. And black local authorities didn't even have power, functions at all. And basically, they were bankrupt. So there's that history which colleagues have touched on. I would not really go through it. But you'll remember we also had our transitional metro councils ultimately. During the interim phase, we had transitional local councils. We also had transitional rural councils, as some of the speakers had alluded to. And ultimately, we ended up with this final phase where we had 284 local authorities. And of course, the Constitution Section 151 basically established the whole territory of the Republic of South Africa in terms of a wall-to-wall local government system. In those areas where you didn't have municipalities, you know, we had to make sure that they also belong to a particular municipality. And Section 155 of the Constitution also established different types of municipalities, as we all know, I would assume. And we took the process, as alluded to, of ensuring that we rationalize the number of municipalities in the country. And we also made sure that we established district management areas, mainly for nature conservation areas, protected areas, and those areas that didn't have municipalities. But ultimately, the intention was that to ensure that we have the whole of South Africa covered in terms of municipalities. The intention also, of course, besides deracializing the space, we also, and I think it was popular during the earlier times, talking about cross-subsidization and so on. Mainly, it is the redistribution of resources, mainly from the white areas to assist in improving the so-called local townships and so forth, which basically were black areas, which are still, of course. And the other thing, of course, was to ensure that we have functional boundaries in the country. This slide you have already seen, the number of municipalities that we had earlier, and also, ultimately, the number of municipalities that we have up to date 2016, including, of course, the metros and so forth, where we were rationalizing municipalities. There is the graphic presentation from 1,262 municipalities in 1994, going on up to the level where we are presently. The assumptions of the wall-to-wall system, and this is where I think we need basically to apply our minds. One, we assume that by having wall-to-wall system, we will, of course, achieve objectives of local government as set out in the Constitution, Section 152. We also assumed that merging and consolidating municipalities may result in financial viability, sustainability. And I think that is still the prevailing view in most cases. The bigger we are, the better we will be. And unfortunately, I'm not sure whether this basically is the answer. Three, measures and consolidations. The assumption was they will lead to economies of scale. Of course, you are taking more officials, making sure that there's no duplication. You save on administrative overheads, infrastructure, and so on. So those were some of the assumptions. And we also assumed that municipalities will address the past apartheid legacy, structural problems, service delivery problems, and the issue of having service levels in terms of infrastructure being maintained and improved. But the question then remains, were the assumptions correct? And I think colleagues have indicated there are many challenges when it comes to this matter. 25 years on, and municipalities are still plagued with economic and structural problems that they had basically before. And we also know that wall-to-wall systems of local government do not adequately deliver on the promise of policies in terms of our policy makers' visions and so on. And National Treasury also, as per statistics provided, have indicated, as you would see there on point 3, that basically most municipalities are in financial distress, and the same thing with our districts. And the worst performing municipalities in terms of National Treasury reports are in rural areas. And we have already touched on this issue in terms of capacity, in terms of the number of officials serving the number of people in an area, vice versa, the metro areas. And 5, municipalities are expected to produce more in resource-constrained environment. We all know this fact. We also have touched on it earlier. And of course, the last point is municipalities are assigned big responsibilities, but have limited resources, including, of course, the issue of unfunded management. So one or another, the issue would be, if that be the case, have we then misdiagnosed the problem? Because we thought by working on boundaries and so on, we will be solving all municipal problems. I'm trying to indicate that the problem that we resolved was on deracializing the space, and two, of course, the redistribution of resources within a particular municipality. Although development is still skewed in most cases, simply because to start afresh on those poor areas, the townships and so on, it's quite a difficult call. So we still have many challenges, as indicated also by earlier speakers. I would want us to say, of course, central government, or national government for that matter, also came with policy visions on how to handle some of the issues and challenges that we are faced with. You'll remember the local government strategic agenda. You'll remember Project Consolidate. You'll remember local government turnaround strategy, back-to-back basics. All those, they were in place, but still municipalities could not deliver as expected in terms of communities and so forth. And the issue, of course, is it really the issue of lack of vision? And I'm saying no, the vision has been there. Like, for instance, now with your back-to-back basic, the main thing, according to me, is one, the landing ground of municipality, the municipal level, was not, of course, ready. In other words, we did not learn, for instance, taking the example of East Berlin and West Berlin, when they were amalgamated, government made sure that in East Berlin, almost more than 70% of the budget of that particular municipality is spent mainly in East Berlin, so that the two areas, East and West, could be in a way on par. And I think in our country, we did not enforce that. Hence, we basically are faced also with the problems that we are faced with. Two, capability of political and administrative components, it's obviously always under question. And some of the speakers have already alluded to this. We all know the issue of deployments, which have been always on the media and public arena, the issue of administrative lack of capacity and so forth, are the issues that we still have to deal with. So I'm trying to say, we might have the vision as the country, we might come with all the strategies, turn around, consolidate, and so forth. If we also don't deal with these issues, we will still be faced with the same problems that we were faced with 25 years ago. Training interventions, in most cases, they do not even suit the purpose. And also, and I think Salga has been stressing this point 4, that the uniform rather than differentiated approach in various municipalities within the same categories, it's a problem. We need to have a differentiated approach if we are going to deal with some of the problems. For you cannot, for instance, prescribe the same medicine for City of Joburg at a place like Mangaung, simply because they all are called metros. So, colleagues, what I'm trying to indicate is the problem now does not necessarily lie on the vision, but it lies on where the tire meets the tar. And I think it is, as other speakers have indicated, it is more on the issue of policy and the implementation, rather than saying we need to revisit the white paper and so forth. Those were solid foundations. Ours is to look into finding a way of working around the problems that we are faced with. And some of the proposals are those: merge all dysfunctional, unsustainable, and viable local municipalities within a district, of course, and make sure that they become a special entity area, which can also be addressed and we put more focus on. And the other thing is, maybe we need to look into reinstating sub-council structures in some other areas with satellite offices. You have seen that in most cases, when we merge municipalities, the smaller municipality and their service areas in terms of offices and so on, they become dysfunctional. Everybody moves to the so-called head office. So one way or another, we need to make sure that we decentralize when it comes to services, even within a municipality itself. And also, maybe we also need to reinstate district management areas that were abolished in 2011 in those conservation protected areas, because basically they become large sparse areas and it becomes very difficult for us to deal with some of those type of areas. And also, as has been alluded to, we might also need to have national government to provide direct services on some of those areas, which are in the areas where we would not be able to deliver services directly. You know, the areas where you need always to have bridges, you need to have roads and so on. And those are mostly your rural areas. So we also need to look into maybe also in terms of differentiation, ensure that municipalities also are differentiated. Even if they are metros, they could not be the same. So I'm saying maybe we need to look into renaming them A1, A2, A3 municipalities in terms of metros, depending on the capacity of those metros and so forth. The same thing with other municipalities. And also the critical factors that we need to look into are: one, municipalities must be run like a business, not in terms of pay-use services. I'm referring more on customers' satisfaction. They need to concentrate more on customers rather than on the politics of an area, as alluded to earlier by other speakers. And make sure that the meritorious appointments of employees also are addressed, as I indicated earlier. And we also need to rethink on the support to local government. Support must be a well-purposed and permanent and not ad hoc, as it has been happening in most cases, simply because we think that there is a disaster in an area and so forth. And the other thing is to make sure that we strengthen the role of district municipalities within the current DDM model, given the fact that you remember when we took their funding, they sort of became dysfunctional and could not deliver on their functions. The other point, of course, is interventions in terms of Section 139 must not be partisan. We know that in some cases we do come with Section 139. In some cases we are not, for political point scoring during local government elections and so forth. And as also Mike has indicated, demarcation must only be used for objectives and factors of demarcation and not for political expedience, because demarcation processes will never resolve our problems at local government level. Thank you very much, Diabule. Thanks, Brother George.
Thank you very much, Chair, on those areas that you have covered. I'm sure the participants would have noticed that all three panelists did not only make reflections, they deposited substantive proposals about what can be done to move these areas. And perhaps we could look at them in the lenses of our earlier panel of the opening session from Phil and Valley, as well as the rest of the speakers that made reflection, Andrew, and so on. So how do we look at this area? The time now is 12:30. We should be taking a break for about 30 minutes lunch. And I would want to encourage that let's have a reflection from the participants on any comments that you would want to have. So I'll grant 15 minutes for that, and we will find a way of making adjustments for the lunch so that we are back on time at 1:15. Are there any comments or contributions or any reflections from the participants? I would like to see hands from the.
I don't know how to raise my hand, Chairman.
Okay.
I don't know how to raise my hand.
Okay, so there's one hand from Mr. Musa. Is there any other hand to make a contribution? Any other hand I need to recognize? There's Graham's hand. Any other hand? Okay, maybe others will be inspired as we go forward. Please proceed, Mr. Musa, on your contribution.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Firstly, let me say it's so pleasing to listen to Thabo and Crispin Olber and Michael. I think really these are excellent inputs and very stimulating, and I must say very interesting. And it makes one realize what interesting people that we all worked with during that time. So thank you guys for that. But having said that, I must say that, Michael, this thing about wall to wall, I think we're talking about different things. You know, I saw that Mohammed Baba came in on this wall to wall thing. I disagreed with the parliamentary committee at that time. And it seems after 25 years, we're still disagreeing on this matter. But having listened to what you and what Mohammed had said, it seems to me that maybe we're talking about different things. Maybe we're not disagreeing that much. Because you made the example of the little town in the Northern Cape somewhere, which can't really stand on its own feet, but maybe it can have some sort of a board or some sort of a committee or something. And I think we're not far away from each other. The main thing is that there are small little towns that just can't work financially. And that's because they worked in the old system because they only provided for the white community and they kept the main street running through the town looking nice. And then where black people lived, there was nothing at all. But if you put all of that together, then it's a bigger responsibility with the same size tax base and it can't really work. So, you know, those are some of the things that got to be taken into account. So I just wanted to say, I still think that we must try to pull back from this wall-to-wall thing, but we may not be that far from each other. Maybe we're using different terminology. Michael, I don't think it was an invention of the enemy, that term, by the way. I think these guys in the parliamentary committee came up with that term, but irrelevant right now. The second point I wanted to make is that something that nobody's spoken about, and maybe Michael Sachs, you know, I was interested in what he had to say. Two things I want to mention to him. First is that in the first 2 years or so, 2 or 3 years of liberation, 94, 95, 96, that period, we hadn't yet set up democratic local government. But the democratic national government had started to restructure the national budget. And that was the time when there was no local government to argue for itself for a proper equitable share. And so when local government did come in and did have some sort of a voice, even then, structurally, there wasn't a proper voice. If you think about how the Minister of Defense or Minister of Foreign Affairs is able to have a platform to argue for his or her budget, local government doesn't have anything equivalent. They have an indirect thing through the COGTA minister who may or may not be committed depending on the personality. And so I think that the equitable share thing, we got to find a way in which local government can properly and politically argue this matter properly. Because, you know, you created all of these mega cities and integrated local governments and all of that. And without the equitable share, these things, you know, have challenges. The last thing to mention is the throwaway comment that Michael, not Sutcliffe, Sachs made about we're spending endless amount of money on things like ethics training, etc. I think you're wrong about this ethics thing. I must just say that if you speak to councillors like I've done, individual councillors, individual members of parliament, they receive no training on ethics whatsoever. And actually many of them, well-meaning people, don't know what ethics is. You know, you would say ethical, to be unethical means you will feel it in your chest that you're doing something wrong. Actually, with the amount of wrongdoing that has gone on, and when our leaders do so much wrong, a lot of people don't know anymore what is right and what is wrong. And this is a very important area that we must try to hardwire ethics training. You know, professions, I gave you the example, like chartered accountants, they've got it hardwired because they know a chartered accountant goes off the rails all the time and you've got to bring him back onto the rails. And this is, I just wanted to mention the importance of this again. Thank you, Chairman, for indulging me. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Musa, for that reflection. Over to you, Graham.
Thanks, Chair. I should just say that I need to be a little bit careful because Mike Sutcliffe and I like to disagree on some of these issues, and a little bit of a mea culpa. I wrote the section of the white paper dealing with non-metro local government and also the criteria that made its way into the Demarcation Act on what considerations need to be taken account of in demarcation. So I think just very quickly, one would need to remember some of the politics at the time. So in the interim phase, that period between 1994-5 and 2000, the form of local government was largely a function of what provincial governments had decided. And there was a very highly differentiated set of arrangements across the country. So some provinces had TLCs, which extended just to the boundaries of the town, and then transitional rural councils outside of that. Others had what was called T-Rep-Cs, which didn't do anything except supposedly represent interests. And other provinces had different kinds of arrangements. And when we looked at this as part of the white paper process, we said to ourselves, this doesn't work. This highly variable set of arrangements doesn't work. And we also did battle with the town clerks at the time who basically said, we don't want to extend the boundaries of our municipalities beyond the edge of the town. So we're happy to take in the townships, but we're not happy to take in anything else. And we were asking ourselves the question, but surely there are large communities outside the boundaries of the town that also deserve local government, that also deserve their vote to mean something. And so the decision was taken at the time to extend the boundaries to have fully fledged local government that extends beyond the boundaries of those towns. And when you think about that arrangement, you then have to apply that arrangement across the country, even to Bantustan areas. So that was the decision at the time. And there were many subsidiary decisions that were taken. So for example, when we thought about, as the Constitution defined them, types of local government, which was something that the provinces had to decide on, there was a sleight of hand that was taken. Provinces were itching to get stuck in there and define types in terms of different kinds of local government. And we said, no, 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 no. Types is about the political systems, whether you have an executive mayor or whether you have an executive council or whatever it might be. And we took away from the provinces the right to decide the kind of local government. And so Mike, the white paper basically said to the Demarcation Board, go out and establish local government across the country. That's what it did. I'd love to hear Chippy Olver's recollections on some of this. If I may, I'm going to just stretch a little bit and say that I think we made some errors later on in the process. For example, with the Second Amendment, the Structures Act, Second Amendments Act, we decided to give significantly more responsibilities to district municipalities. That was not the way in which district municipalities were thought about in the white paper process. District municipalities had a very specific interpretation in the white paper. And there were many debates about why they were defined in the way that they were. And then fast forward a couple of years, 2005, 2006, we took away RSC levies. And with that, you've basically ripped the heart out of the way in which the system was originally defined. And so my current view is not get rid of local government and empower districts. It's rather because we couldn't correctly interpret the model into legislation, and we took away certain things later on, like RSC levies. And I can go on and on about that. The best option is to eliminate district municipalities and refocus on what it means to have local government. And that would be my view on an appropriate way forward. I'd love to hear other views on that.
Thank you very much, Graham. Quite interesting proposition. And let me hear Pascal and Opa. I'm not sure whether Sydney is still there. There was an earlier hand from Sydney.
I'm here, Tolile.
Are you still itching?
Yes.
Okay. Let me start with you because I recognize your hand first, and then after that it will be Opa and Pascal, and then we will wrap up so that we don't eat on the next session. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for the session, and I'm happy to see all the old faces. To some degree, Vali has covered me on the aspect of training, what we need to do, and Graham, the point I needed to raise was the fiscal arrangement. The point that Graham has raised around the role of district municipality and the fiscal model that we did not adopt going forward with the abolishment of the RSC levies has really put a financial strain, because the equitable share model is not working currently, on the ability of the district municipalities to play their role. Yeah, that's where I'm going to stop. Probably we can engage further. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sid. Let's get to Opa.
Thank you very much, Olile. All faces that I see here. Thank you very much. I think the question that Sidwell raised is actually covered me. But the question that I have is that can we dismantle the errors that were made by demarcation processes? I just want to give you an example. If you look at Tshwane, or Tshwane, the new geographical areas of Tshwane and the demarcation of 2015, if I remember. Is it practical? Is it feasible? Is it really viable to have such a huge metropolitan areas that was conceivably increased the geographical area primarily by demarcation board? Is it possible at a certain point to reverse those type of decisions? Another point that I wanted to highlight is that, can we rethink of the district model that works where B has to be in a C and a C working with B? I've seen in most cases the inherent tension between category Bs and Cs, and it end up the district model, the district council not necessarily being practically functional. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Opa. Pascal.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Is there a way that we can distinguish between three things? One is the rights of citizens to be represented. Two is that the right to be governed. And the third one is that, do we need district administrations for efficient service delivery? Because I think the wall-to-wall conflates all of that. That one, there is a right that maybe people from district to district or wall-to-wall have to have a democratic right to be represented. But does that naturally mean that we should have an administration and put on the table very squarely the question of regionalization and regional administrations?
Thank you very much, Pascal. I'll give each of the panelists 2 minutes to reflect to those areas they feel they can make a contribution on, and then we'll wrap up.
Who first, Paulila? Should I go?
Yes, you can start, Chippy.
Okay, no, great. Well, thank you for those comments. They were really fascinating. And I think particularly this last set of themes Pascal's raised is very interesting. My view is that we've been completely overloading the demarcation process with other things that re-demarcation and redelimitation won't solve. In fact, the experience of these amalgamations is that when you're taking a dysfunctional local municipality and combining it with a slightly better functioning municipality, what happens is that dysfunction acts like a poison pill and ends up dragging the better functioning municipality down rather than the better functioning one pulling the dysfunctional one up. I have a lot of sympathy with the argument that says we should move away from the two-tier system of local government completely. It creates an unnecessary level of duplication and splitting of revenues for the parts of local government that are most distressed. Whereas your metros with the highest level of capacity don't have that burden. And I have a lot of sympathy with the argument that says, let's go back to the idea of local government. In other words, strengthen local, decentralized decision-making. You know, these districts have become so big that they, quite frankly, don't really function either as forms of local representation, and they don't usually work in terms of logical district-wide service boundaries like water catchment areas or water boards or that sort of thing. I'm a little skeptical of the district development model. I mean, we've been through, I think, at least 4 or 5 iterations of the urban and rural development strategy and various attempts at building districts. The part of the plan, the district development plan, that I think does have value is the idea of getting central and provincial government to coordinate more effectively in relation to local government. So that part of the plan, I think, is really good. And it could well be that this idea that we have of districts is really more a deconcentrated form of national and provincial government. It's a administrative center in terms of which those spheres of government get their act together for relating to local government. But local government should be close to the ground. It should be based primarily what the Constitution guarantees as democratic representation. And we should put our finances and our capacity into one tier of local government and make that work effectively.
Thank you very much, Chippy. Mike?
Very quickly, if I remember, it was in the mid-1980s, Jaya Aparaju had organized that we have discussions with Iba Mandaza from ZANU-PF around their first 5 or 6 or 7 years by then, I think, of independence in Zimbabwe. And it was really out of that I remember some of our first discussions were that we should definitely not have provinces, but that go for a kind of a regional model, as it were. And I think we were sort of suggesting in those earlier days around 45 districts in the country, not distinguishing between metros or whatever. Now, some of that carried through, and that's where this notion of, which Graham, I didn't catch all of Graham's arguments, but where this notion of strong districts came from there, because that was actually the ANC position. And you'd remember, Comrade Valley, about the mess we made just as you were about to leave with sections 84 and 85 of the Structures Act, because suddenly we had to deal with the issue of powers and functions, because, again, this Pietermaritzburg problem, where Pietermaritzburg had threatened to go on strike if the water function included some of those rural communities around there, etc. So I won't only blame Pietermaritzburg, but that was, there was a white rebellion that occurred, and we then changed the act in order to deal with it. So I do think the part of the negotiation, I think, created firstly these provinces, which really I think we've got to admit don't really perform any function. And then on the district level, I think that possibly the mistake we made was that we didn't really understand the DMAs and the substructures. So there were issues being raised by the white paper team, which were different from the issues that the ANC was arguing, because substructures could work quite well in a non-metropolitan context. But remember, the Act only allows them to be in a Category A area there in the types of local government there. So look, there were some of those, and I think those modifications can be dealt with quite easily in law to deal with that. Lastly, on Valley's point of wall-to-wall, the issue is our legislation allows for differentiation. And in fact, the Demarcation Act has a section that says the national minister actually is able to rationalize municipalities and dictate, broadly speaking, how the board should act. The minister can't say where the boundaries should be. The unfortunate thing is no ministers ever use that part of the act, and it's a consistent argument that I've made over the years, is let's do that to rationalize this, the way in which we operate there. Because then you could allow that differentiation where some would have substructures, some might have substructures and district management areas, etc. You could allow that differentiated settlements. Remember, 85% of South Africa lives on 2% of the land. That's the statistic we must keep in the back of our minds. Thanks, comrades.
Thank you very much, Mike. Chair Manyoni.
Thanks very much, Olele. One, I also agree on the issue of the district development model that, of course, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, it will, of course, fail as long as our approach to it is based on, what do you call it? In terms of a project, we are dealing with this project, we'll put money there for a particular project. So in that case, the issue of powers functions are disregarded and it becomes ad hoc. So there we will have a failure. Remember, we should have learned from the past when we used to have your rural development nodes, and they didn't go far also. And we can't even today show exactly where the successes of those nodal points during that time. But let me come to the issue of provinces and say, yes, now, given the fact that we are also looking into probably having a constituency-based system in the country, we must then revisit the issue of the role of provinces. But the main thing when it comes to matters of demarcation at the moment, I think it's more about the definitions. For instance, let's take the city of Joburg. We know that this city is growing rapidly, but the space doesn't grow in terms of the boundaries. The number of population is obviously growing. And I think we have limited our understanding. I'm going to the issue of whether a metro is too big or is too small. You'll realize that, for instance, Sao Paulo metropolitan area, it includes not only the city of Sao Paulo, for instance, but also 38 surrounding municipalities within the Brazilian state of Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
The main thing there, of course, even in America, when you talk about Chicago and so on, you will find that, for instance, I think it's in Chicago, the metro area, it consists of hundreds of municipalities and 14 countries that stretch across the US. For instance, the state of Illinois, Indiana, and Wisconsin, they all are within the metropole in terms of the city of Chicago. The main issue here is the connectivity in terms of economic activities. So presently, when you look into the city, the Joburg city, if it needs to develop and expand, they have to increase the geographic space. In other words, they will have to have a way of dealing with areas like Merafong, municipalities, and so forth, and the linkages, therefore. You can't build a road maybe in Johannesburg because you are faced with traffic congestion, but immediately when it crosses your borders, the other municipality, for them, that's not a priority. You still will then be faced with traffic problems. So the issue of increasing the geographic space, in other words, looking into concepts like your Joburg city region, they become very, very key. The main thing there is how then are we going to deal with the politics behind reconfigurations in terms of legislation, in terms of political management of those spaces. I think those are the issues we would need to look into as we address some of the challenges that we are faced with in terms of our wall-to-wall municipalities. Thanks very much, CEO.
Thank you very much to our panelists, and thank you very much for the great contributions from all the participants. It will seem that the debate will not end. And what I noticed that it has energized us to look at some of these areas with deep reflection, what has progressed, what has held us back. And I think as we approach the next term of local government, the 6th administration next year, and probably casting our eyes in the lodestar of our country, 2030 and beyond, what are some of these areas that we can harness and build greater levels of capability and capacity? Because it would seem, if you look at the input that Phil made in the morning, that probably it's easier for any country to imagine a national government, but it will not imagine itself without not having local government, maybe with the exception of Singapore. But it can imagine itself without provincial government. So some of the reflections you could see that invariable, they do touch on the powers and functions distribution between the three spheres. So it is inescapable when we wrestle with the issues of resourcing, which sphere better, the equitable share, and so on, that part of this work will require that perhaps with these good inputs we have received today, that SALGA is very much involved in influencing the review of the Structures Act, the fundamental review of the Structures Act. There is current limitation review now insofar as chief whips, but there is a process to review both the Structures Act, the Systems Act, as well as the Demarcation Act. And I think some of these inputs will really be a very good reference point for us. I'm quite reminded by Mike, when you make reference to non-alignment of service boundaries between the three spheres, the police that you have used an example. And Pascal will remember what I will say now. At some stage, I was I was a despot in one of the regions of the city. And you will struggle to reinforce bylaws. By the time you bring Metropolis into a region to deal with people, you'll be reminded you must go to De Dier for a traffic fine, review this and that. And we still have that even in areas like Wynberg and Alexander and so on. So perhaps part of the DDM model must help us to revisit and say, how do we bring greater levels of service alignment between the three spheres? Because it's really frustrating in terms of us moving in one step. Of course, the debate around the two-tier and single-tier system is coming up in the afternoon, and we will have a deeper reflection in that area. So we will look at all of these specialist input, experienced people as part of our reference team as SALGA to go forward. And next week we have a local government 25-year session as a sector holistically. And I think we would greatly appreciate your presence right across just to illuminate the path of our work. A week thereafter, we have sponsored a major political discussion at the Budget Forum as SALGA, that we must rethink the equitable share, the vertical distribution of the model, and ministers responsible for that will be there, leadership of SALGA. And how I wish that some of the inputs you are making can really help us about the points that Mr. Musa is raising, that probably there was not even a big space for local government to argue for its better allocation. What can we do now, having received this 25-year period, huge empirical evidence and so on? And I think we'll draw on all your expertise as we go forward. So thank you very much for all your reflections. And we have stolen 30 minutes of lunch because we are now at 1. We should be starting with Pascal, and maybe we'll find a way of flowing back later on. So we will adjourn for a quick virtual lunch, and Pascal, you will then indicate if we start exactly at 13:30, and hopefully we'll claw back some time as we go forward. But it was a very great debate, and we're quite excited with the level of contributions that we are seeing and the level of insight that mobilizes us to really find a way of deepening local government democracy in our country and elevate the space of local government. Thank you very much. So the session would be adjourned now for until 13:30, and then we resume. There's quite a lot of exciting inputs coming up. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Can we start and resume?
Yes, sir. We are ready for you.
Yeah.
Okay. I just on the sideline made. I see Leila is on. I confirmed with Ann Benstein, and I know Paddy, you're around. Okay. Paddy, can I just confirm that you're around?
I didn't leave my jacket on my chair and disappear. I'm around.
All right. I hope it's not your yellow jacket.
No. No.
Okay, welcome everyone. I think this discussion on Unicities has been with us for some time. The session before us and the session after, I think they're interlinked, because the session before us was concentrating and looking at the district models and whether we had need for a two-tier system. And the section after us will be dealing with more or less the same same discussion. I think there are three questions that our session should be looking at, and unfortunately we don't have these briefing sessions. So I don't know what is in Paddy's head, what is in Anne's head and Leila's head. But I thought maybe there are three. The three areas that I would want to give some particular attention to. Okay, one is the question about demarcations. I think we need to go back to the question of demarcations in our discussion. The metro system, in my view, was determined by legislation. It's not a issue that was raised in the Constitution. It's an issue that the Constitution talks only about three categories of municipalities, A, B, and C, period. And through legislation and the Demarcations Act and other legislations and regulations, we created metros and category B, 1, 2, 3, 4, C, 1, and 2, as presented by the previous panel. And the question that I think we need to be addressing is whether or not all the unicities that we have and the metro councils that we have really deserve. If you look at deserve in terms of the broad definition of the Demarcations Board as conurbations for which integrated development is required. Whether or not all the type of metros that we have now is Mangaung. I'm not picking up, let me pick up on Mangaung and Buffalo City as the latest additions to the 6 original metros are actually supposed to be metros. But I also want to put on the table the argument that we can have, and there's no constitutional restrictions for us to demarcate and define non-metro unicities for some of our major areas of conurbations in the country, like Polokwane, like Msunduzi, like you know, there are areas in the country where we can define them out of districts and declare them as non-metro unicities, giving the provisions of the legislation for the same arguments that I think the previous panels have given in terms of conurbations that require integrated development planning, or maybe in the way that the DDM is going on, that will Lephalale in 30 years be still a conurbation requiring a district under the broader Lephalale, under the broader Capricorn, what's the district that governs Lephalale, Waterberg. I mean, we're going on with the district development model as if Lephalale will still be part of the broader Waterberg district in 10 years or in 20 years or whatever. So I think that's the context that we want to be able to understand, that unicities are not defined in the Constitution, they're defined in legislation, and are unicities or unitowns necessarily a constitutional right, or are they measures that we legislate on based on what? And giving the arguments, I think, of the last panel specifically, can we have unicities that are non-metros in the country today? The third and last proposition that I'm putting on the table is that do we need to have unicities across the country, or are there segments of the regional space, if you can call it that, that are best suited for regional services? Should we be going back and looking at the aspects of the Regional Services Council, and where we can put regional administrations together to provide efficient, effective, and sufficient services for regional economies to thrive and provide services? So I'll leave it there. Our panel includes Paddy Luhutla, Anne Bernstein, and Leila McKenna. I volunteered Paddy Luhutla to be the first to go, and then we'll be followed by Anne Bernstein and Leila McKenna. Thank you.
You have been very cruel with me. I thought I was going to follow what was on paper, but as an ordinary servant, I will follow your instructions. And I'll share my screen, Chair. Let me share my screen and try and make myself as well visible. I would very much like to answer the questions you have posed, but it looks to me that I have a prior question to ask in the context in which we are. But to foreground what I will ask finally, let me just say, yes, I think I have been referenced quite a number of times in the presentations, and as well as the data that was being provided, including me lamenting that the removal of the regional services levy actually created problems for collection of data. I echo that all data that we collected, or means of collecting data, disappeared with the disappearance of the regional services levies, which in many ways address the question that I will be addressing: what informs the space economy, or what informs demarcation? And in the work that one did, one relied heavily on the Regional Services Council in order to inform particularly the space economy, and therefore what could have been harvested by those who want to do demarcation, constituency demarcation, or even demarcation of wards. Well, what is it that we are about? I think when we think about the space, it's influenced by a number of things, and these things are classified economic activities with the primary sectors being mining, agriculture, mining, manufacturing, commerce, services, and each one of these has a differential influence on how you organize your space economy, both in the present. We are referring to what happened in the past. We are thinking about the present and how we are going to influence the future. And these things that are influencing the future are these business sectors. And out of this information, then you construct an index, be it a business index against a population index. And you can see that the space economy of South Africa is still very much polarized. In fact, we see population index showing how far in relation to the business index, the population index sits. In a perfect situation, both should sit on this diagonal. But these black dots actually show black people, and the white dots, the white people. So most of the white people sit neatly along the this diagonal of that coincides with population index and business index. And this is the apartheid space economy, which has not thus far changed that much. In fact, with the federalization of the South African politics, particularly by the ruling party, we have reinforced this quite a lot in terms of looking at urban sprawl and the sprawl as a phenomenon that has engulfed us rather than densification. Well, what you do is start to put the spaces in a hierarchy. And what we see here is city of Joburg. If we hierarchized it, you see that it would be about 100% here, city of Joburg, and city of Cape Town being 91% of what the city of Joburg is. And then you generate this urban function index. And when you compare urban function index and the central place index, you can see that they map quite neatly. And I think this brings an interesting question around how the back-to-back municipalities, I know that the discussion before us has been there, but when you look at the sharpness of the gradient with Joburg there, Cape Town around there, and that sharpness of gradient for the 50 big areas in South Africa, you see that gradient is very sharp and flattens out here. And by the time you get almost to the 1,000th city in Bochum, my darling, you are almost flat on the zero axis. Now, this context gives us how the back-to-back local authorities are structured, that a lot of them are probably having, or rather their index, either urban or central place, are so far away from the top concentration that we see in Johannesburg. Now, we've spoken about the district development model a little bit, and I want to go back a little bit to think about how policy interventions on the areas classified as nodes, rural nodes and urban nodes, and how did we drive policy at that time? This was about 2001 and 2002. And one looks at what were the poverty measures that determined some of these areas to be nodes and others not to be. So for urban areas, then in 2001, we said these will be nodes. That's or rather for urban South Africa, that's the level of poverty for urban South Africa in 2001 and level of poverty for urban South Africa in 2011. Here we are looking at rural South Africa in 2001
Have you lost Paddy or have you lost me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We all lost him.
I think we lost Paddy.
Yeah, we lost Paddy. I can hear you.
Yeah.
It's just getting interesting.
Yeah. Let me see if we can get him rejoin him. Get him.
Who's hosting now? Am I hosting?
I think so.
Tabiso, give me a hoster.
Myself, Tanya, Ivo, hosting.
Okay. Can we, if we're struggling to get Paddy, is it possible that we should maybe move to N?
Paddy suggested we move to the next presenter.
Yeah, I suggest we move to Anne Bernstein. Anne, are you there? Can you?
I'm here.
Yeah. Maybe let's get your presentation, Anne, and then if Paddy joins us, we'll get Tabiso to interact with Paddy, and then because I think he was just on his third or fourth slide.
Okay.
Okay.
You want me to start, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, yes, Anne, please go ahead.
Okay. Thanks very much, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. As I hope Ivor Chipkin has asked me to talk about some more general issues about the cities and not answer your questions, Mr. Chairman. So let me proceed, but I do think it is relevant to the entire workshop. I'm going to talk about the city's and growth and what that means, if you like, for how we think about all of this. So let me start with what you might call my elevator pitch, which is, in my view, South Africa's future is urban, and it's way past time that policies, power, and resources caught up with this reality. The truth is that growth in South Africa and across the world is a city story, and no country has ever become rich without urbanizing. In every country, urban incomes are high, and urban areas drive growth, and urban economic activity is generally much more productive. So cities are the key platforms for national, regional, and global growth. However, South Africa has always been a reluctant urbanizer, and policymakers have never fully embraced urbanization and the merits of expanding urban growth. We all know that apartheid tried to prevent Black urbanization and had this concept of white cities with many terrible consequences. But post-1994, all the restrictions have been abolished, but there is still ambivalence among many national policymakers about cities and urbanization, and there has never been a wholehearted acceptance in supporting cities as the primary drivers of growth and inclusion. And we would argue that it's time to prioritize the cities much, much more. Cities are places of hope and opportunity. As Professor Paul Roma, Nobel laureate, has argued, cities make us smarter through all the connections between people that are so easy in dynamic cities. As Professor Ed Glaser would say, there is no future in rural poverty. Cities make prosperity possible. So If you think about all of this, it has big consequences for a country's priorities, and I don't think South Africa has thought this through sufficiently. The failure to accept the centrality of cities holds back growth and development in our country. Most policymakers, certainly most economists, don't think about where development takes place. And the centrality of cities is not evident in national policy documents and economic analysis. From the NDP to the president's latest economic recovery plan, these are not centered on the cities as key platforms for opportunity, growth, and inclusion. And I would argue that if the South African economy is to grow more rapidly, and if it is to do so in a way that creates mass employment, this can only happen led by our cities. Now, we all know about apartheid's spatial legacy, and South African cities are much less dense than is the norm in many other countries. So population densities in South Africa range from about 2,500 to 4,000 people per square kilometer. In Sao Paulo, in Brazil, it's 7,000 people per square kilometer. It's 30,000 in some Indian cities. Now, sprawling cities reduce efficiency and productivity gains of agglomeration, and they raise transport costs and make public transport very difficult and very expensive. Essentially, people are not where the economic opportunities are. And post-apartheid policies have unintentionally reinforced and reproduced many aspects of apartheid spatial patterns through what it turns out to be badly designed investments. And I'm going to argue we've got to build cities, not houses, habitats, not housing units. So we've just released a document which is about a new approach to housing and urban development in our cities. And as you know, the Minister of Housing has also said that the RDP Greenfields approach to housing policy is no longer viable. It's not just not viable in terms of the housing budget, but project yourself for 20 years and think of metros with sprawling, expanded RDP settlements of housing units, mainly of poor people. We will cripple the cities. They can't afford the transport and the connection costs and the bulk infrastructure to accommodate these very sprawling kinds of cities that we've been building. And we have to have a very different approach. I'll talk a bit more about that in a moment. I won't say much about transport. I think we all know that transport in our cities is in a dire state, especially Cape Town, where the formerly functional trains aren't working, and in many other places. We need to make transport a much bigger priority if we're interested in connecting poorer people into the city and towards opportunity. And that has financial and other implications. Now, despite the challenges, the fact is that the metros drive South Africa's economy. The 8 largest metros or cities account for well over 60% of economic activity, and employment levels are higher in the metros, considerably higher. And on average, the income of urban residents, all urban residents, including poorer people, is 4 times higher than their rural counterparts. So I would argue that the cities are our future, and that the cities are critical to development, and that a labor-intensive growth path is inherently pro-urban. Our rural areas, for a range of reasons, have particularly poor prospects. And poverty reduction and fiscal redistribution are much more cost-effective in the cities. But for this to happen, our cities have to change. I think national priorities need resetting in a pretty fundamental way. We have to focus on the key challenges that our largest cities face. We have to embrace urbanization and the reality of expanding populations in our large cities. And we have to then harness the gains and work very hard to harness the gains of larger and better run cities. I think this will create more wealth for South Africans. It will help transform the apartheid spatial economy more quickly, and it will increase social, economic, and political inclusion. So what are the sorts of recommendations that we're thinking about and that we've been making? We want to place cities at the heart of South Africa's national growth strategy. Unlike most developing countries where the population converges on one large city, think Thailand and Bangkok or many other places, South Africa has at least 4 functioning large cities. And we think the system of cities is an undervalued asset for everybody. We have to make the cities more attractive places for investment, for innovation, and for employment. And we think that national policy, priorities, mindset has to catch up with urban economic realities. So we want to rebalance the national policy agenda to promote urban-led growth. Cities need a much greater role in national policy-making processes, not just as an afterthought or just about a certain part of the budget, but about the whole budget. Cities have too little say in how state-owned companies use their land in their cities. Think of Durban and the ports and all the land there. This has to be part of the city's planning for the future, and it isn't at the moment. And we have to rethink how cities are financed to give them incentives to promote growth. So we want cities that are more in control of their own destiny within a supportive national policy framework. In the cities themselves, I think we need stronger and more accountable leadership. Most people think of city government as less important than the national or provincial sphere. But this does not match the reality of an increasingly urban economy and society. If you think about it, the mayor of Johannesburg or Cape Town, these should be some of the most competent and senior positions, outranking a lot of cabinet positions in terms of the demands that we make on these people and what the cities and the complexity of cities require. But it's not how we think. I think city powers and functions need enhancement. And we should start with the larger metros with demonstrated capacity, a sort of Spanish model where you prove you've got capacity, we will give you more powers. But, you know, the key point, however you want to get there, and I can talk a bit more about that on some more controversial ideas, but South Africa's largest cities need to be run by the A team, not sort of, I don't know, the M team. And it's a different concept of what's required. Cities themselves must place jobs and growth at the heart of urban strategy. We have to make cities more attractive places for business, and the research on this is revealing. The World Bank studies on cities in South Africa shows that we are way worse than most other countries' cities in the number of processes it takes to start a business, or how long it takes. And the countries that are much better than us are often poorer and many in the developing world. I'll just give you one example. Kenya takes the average on how many days it takes to register a business, 30 days. In Tshwane, Johannesburg, and Ekurhuleni, well over 40. If we've been looking at the bureaucratic requirements for small entrepreneurs building backyard shacks or backyard developments in our cities, well, it takes them 11 bureaucratic steps to get authorized, and we are way worse. I think it's 6 times worse than most countries in the OECD. And these are mainly richer countries than us. So this is a serious issue which we can fix. We also have to address policies and legislation that inhibit growth and jobs, because this affects the cities directly. So this is part of the point I'm making, that cities shouldn't just be policy takers. They have to find ways, push harder, louder voice in terms of the policies that will help make for much more dynamic cities and places of hope for more and more people. So city governments must advocate for national policy changes. My next point is, I'm sure, going to be controversial, but let me put it on the table, and it has to do with this focus on township economies. I must be honest and say we cannot get our head around this as a priority policy area. I think you've got to think about the city as an integrated economy. That's what getting rid of apartheid was all about. We've got to focus on new opportunities for township residents and entrepreneurs, for starting firms, for getting employment and getting skills and all the other things that are part of being part of a city. Yes, we can fix some zoning issues in the townships. We should have done this long ago. But I don't think a focus on township economies makes sense. I think you've got to focus on the whole city and how we make sure that any barriers to opportunity anywhere in the city are removed, so that new Black entrepreneurs have the whole city to think about as their terrain, never mind the country. So I'm in favor of one city sort of mindset with opportunities for all and removing barriers to make sure that can happen all over the city, and not restricting our thinking to one part of the city, which may not be the best part for economic development or for new firms to emerge. The next point is we have to address the apartheid spatial legacy. And let me talk a little bit more about what we are finding and what we're arguing in terms of housing. Across South Africa, there is a massive opportunity. There are about 4.5 million detached houses, and there is enormous opportunity for densification within those established areas. Some of them are new RDP areas that are well located, but think Yeoville in Johannesburg as a good example, or Malvern. These are places that are changing rapidly, where small builders are buying a house, turning it into 7 units for rental, and then putting up 8 units at the back of the house for more rental, and then using the profits to do this again in Yeoville or in Soweto or wherever. And so we're getting an almost organic process driven by markets and private entrepreneurs, overwhelmingly small Black entrepreneurs who are densifying the city. And this is great. But we have to make sure that it goes well, that we get well-functioning, dynamic neighborhoods and not inner city slums. There are enormous advantages to this. You're building in on the existing infrastructure, you're connected to opportunity, there's a bus, there's a school, all of these things can be used. And what we have to make sure is that the metros are empowered and funded to manage this process well. So we think this has enormous potential, can mainly use private sector money, and with some support from national government to metros to deal with bulk infrastructure connections and this and that. And the metros need to make sure that they accommodate this level of entrepreneur and facilitate it, and not think that they're dealing with a massive Murray and Roberts kind of thing. So that's an important issue that is starting to really change the fabric of our cities and open opportunity for people. Let me put it this way, far better to rent in Orange Grove than to own in Orange Farm. That doesn't mean we're opposed to ownership, of course not. But if you're a poorer person, the options available to you, the rental option close to opportunity is going to be better. It's location, location, and location. Let me just sort of conclude, Mr. Chairman, before you close me down. Growth really, and it really matters for the cities and how we think about cities. And it's only if our cities are performing to their maximum that we're going to get the national growth that we desperately need, and the employment that we desperately need, and the transformation and inclusion of the poor. In our view, South Africa needs a decisive shift in policy. We have to have growth and jobs at the apex of national priorities. We need cities at the heart of the national growth agenda. We need growth and jobs at the core of the city agenda. And we have to stop our ambivalence about urbanization and plan for expanding city populations. We need to recognize that the cities are one of the country's strengths and build on this. So, for us, I would say South Africa's approach to accelerated inclusive growth has to be urban-led, private sector-driven, market-driven, enabled by a capable state at all levels and targeted at mass employment. And that has enormous consequences for the framework within which you think about local government. I am always very agitated about thinking about big cities, our metros, in the context of local government. I think it's the wrong window, it's the wrong framework, and you get to the wrong conclusions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And I think there's a constant theme that has been cutting across that talks about cities as a center of growth, of economic growth, and how important are they? Autonomy from Vali Musa, I think, right down to N. Can we get an input from Leila? Just to give Paddy, we must be respectful of our elders, that we give them enough time to recover. So, Leila, up to you.
Thanks, Pascal. Well, nice to be here, sure. Would be nice if we could have a drink afterwards, hey? It's like a fun conference. Next time, next year.
Virtual drinks, Leila.
Well, thanks very much. I might be a complete curveball here because, in fact, Ivor asked me to speak on my experiences. As you all know, I'm not a policy institutional expert at all. In fact, I'm an urban planner come property person. So I can only speak in relation to a lot of these discussions from my experience, which was 100 years ago. And as someone said, there's a lot of dinosaurs here, and clearly everyone else has better memories than I do, because I think people have outlined processes that happened a very long time ago, which are very vague memories to me. But I think, you know, I'm not sure if I want to do the presentation itself. I often use these presentations as notes. So if I go onto the presentation, it might look a little less professional than a lot of the people that have done it. But I think, should I do it? Pascal, should I just put on the presentation rather? I'm not sure.
Where's your Messi?
Yeah, you know, mine are messy. So let me just talk through it. Okay. Okay, now I've got to get off this thing. Wait, let me just see if I can share. No. Okay, are you still there? I seem to have lost you.
Now we're here.
Are you? Sorry, I've lost you. Let me go back. I just lost the...
Watching you getting lost, Leila.
I know, of course I'm getting lost. That's like so typical. Okay, I can't see you, you can see me. I'll just do this as I go along. Okay, so the first thing okay, so Pascal, your questions are questions that are far too sophisticated for me to answer. I haven't been involved in a lot of these discussions and debates. I think they're incredibly relevant, and I have had some more recent experience on just dealing with project level stuff at some of the local authorities, and definitely your issues around what defines a metro, how these operate, are things that kind of keep on coming up. But I think my perspective is much more what was, and maybe we can learn some lessons from those. The one thing that I found interesting from a lot of people's inputs was that there seemed to be almost as though there had been this well-orchestrated process starting from pre-interim and leading up to final, as though it had all been preconceived and pre-arranged. And okay, maybe it was my experience at a more localized level, but for me it almost felt a little bit more like we were constantly responding to a crisis in admin, a crisis that had arisen from a previous structure that had been put in place, or just from the pure complexity of what was inherited. I think sometimes we kind of lose sight as to exactly how messy and complex and chaotic and conflictual it was at the time of the early 90s, rolling straight into the 95 when new structures were established. So I think all that pre-interim stuff was very much based on a lot of negotiated agreements which were dealing with an immediate crisis. You know, Soweto's electricity was about to be cut off. So a service agreement was entered into with Eskom. Little did we know that it would not be the preferred arrangement 25 years later, when Eskom is still the one that supplies electricity to Soweto, etc. So I think a lot of those things constructed a system out of a very particular context. And I think, in fact, Mike spoke about how things were put on the table for various political reasons, and there was a response almost as a result of needing to address an issue which ultimately led to certain things like the wall-to-wall, for example. So I think in a whole lot of ways, I think that's a similar issue around the institutional systems that we set in place. So I came into local government in 95, post-elections, so kind of missed the nitty-gritty of the period in Joburg itself, although I was involved in some of it at national level. But so we came into a structure, and this is where I think, maybe Joburg, when it happens in Joburg, take note. Because when it was happening in Joburg, there was almost like a precursor to what was going to be happening everywhere else. And certainly I don't recall it being an idea that going into substructures and setting up the system that we set up at the time was understood clearly as an interim. The legislation on defining local authorities in clear terms had not been promulgated yet. But at the same time, I think as part of Joburg, the Joburg team, certainly the establishment of the metro and the substructures was seen at the time as pretty permanent. And in true Joburg style, that was dealt with in a very extensive manner, which meant that the substructures were set up together with the Metro, Greater Joburg Metro Council as fully fledged admins and political structures. And, on paper, all of these things always look good. You can, neatly tie these things together. The substructures at the time were structures that included both areas that had very little resources, essentially old, like township areas, as well as the old white local authority areas, for the explicit purpose of integrating systems and ensuring budget disparity being dealt with by a budget integration. And these systems and structures were put in place to pull together, at the time, still remnants of 11 in Joburg alone, 11 different administrative structures, which I think is what most metros faced. And it would include right down to, Orange Farm TPA, Doornkorp TPA, to white local authority, black local authority, management committees, etc. So the intention was to create these structures that would essentially replace the previous forms of governance. And they were political structures and administrative structures, and systems were set up per substructure that were responsible for planning and housing and infrastructure services and treasury, etc. And the metro structures were then set up as one, looking at the old RSC functions to a large extent, but also coordinating and managing general frameworks, budget frameworks, planning frameworks, strategic area frameworks. I think what happened in that period might be worth considering, because it always happens in periods of massive restructuring, that the functional responsibilities lay with substructures which presided over these areas, but these areas themselves were divided up. So you had, as we know, I think the two best examples of Soweto and Inner City were split into 3 different MLCs. And those MLCs were admin and political. And these areas operated as single entities, but now they were being fractured into various forms. And the reason I raise this is that it's a constant issue around re-establishing administrative and political structures. Constantly doing this has an effect on how spatial areas are configured and how they operate, and then what is our political structure that manages that. And also remember, at the time, in a metro area, and obviously that's our experience here, is that the different structures and systems were included into each MLC. So you had all these various old local authorities being combined. And an example of this, the best example I think, was around planning, where you had land use management schemes. You had quite a few. I think you had 4 land use management schemes. You had admins attached to that, records attached to that. And of course you had vast majority of Joburg area not under any land use management scheme, because property ownership was in the hands of the state until recently. So you had these various complexities in trying to pull together functional administrations. I think what happened in this period, Pascal would be very familiar with this, is that there were a lot of tensions between the MLC and the metros, and it was a lot around resource allocation, a lot around functional and operational systems, and basically a lot of it was who's in charge. And I think, again, it comes down to the same old, doesn't it? A lot of these discussions are who is responsible for what functions, how does it get translated into implementation, who's responsible for the implementation. And you had this constant tension, but you also had an administrative tension that was around efficiencies or inefficiencies. So when you're splitting these various MLCs, you've got depots being split, you've got infrastructure investment projects being split, you've got engineering services with different standards and with different capacities. And the result in Joburg, as we all know, was bankruptcy, was admin confusion, was tension over budgets and resource allocation and different policy approaches. So in Joburg, the response to the crisis was, okay, let's pull this all together as a metro. And that was via the transformation Lekgotla, and which then went on to structuring. It was a parallel process that was happening at a national level in terms of the legislation that was being created to accommodate various forms of local government. And so there was definitely a degree to which the crisis in Joburg informed the structures and then later the Systems Act. But there was also a sense that the crisis precipitated something that then could be put in place that could address what was very likely to happen all over the country. But in essence, that crisis was very metro specific. And I think to some extent it addressed, the Unicity addressed that. The mechanisms and the new legislation and structures addressed that because it emanated from a particular crisis that was given as an example, that was operating as an example, which is Joburg. So the experiences at a sub-level, like a substructure level, when you were in a substructure level, you had false delineation of areas, and I think that operates at a regional level still. You had disparities between the MLCs. You had institutional systems that differed and were difficult to coordinate. You had Metro was essentially the negotiating forum and the old white local authority. So in some ways, similar to what Anne is saying about local government versus province and national, is that the Metro then took a lot of the capacity and resources, and it was the MLCs that were kind of battling over those resources and competencies. You had contested political agendas, which always happens when you have that kind of difference in political devolution and confusion over functions and structures. You had very cumbersome and heavy decision making and administrative structures, and it was very problematic in implementing functions. And infrastructure service delivery planning were the ones that there was massive overlap, but at the same time quite contested. And so of course you then get to new legislation allows for the, well, you know, created the metros, more specifically allowed for us to look at very different structures, and we went into that. There was a massive restructuring process, and I think the Joburg experience then resulted in a whole lot of other interesting lessons that came out. This would have been the second big overhaul, and I have to say it's very Joburg, because eThekwini, you know, Mike, you were obviously a lot more conscious of the effects of restructuring, and in Cape Town there had been a lot less overhauling of an entire structure. In the Joburg case, you know, kind of we went for the full hog, and so the restructuring of substructures there was a huge amount of effort, a lot of resources put into it, and very disruptive, as I've explained. And then suddenly now shifting to a metro unicity, again, that restructuring was incredibly disruptive. I mean, I think one has to think about the fact that on average, public administration takes round about 7 years just to stabilize after a restructuring. And so this perpetual constant administrative restructuring can be very taxing on brain drains, on system breakdowns, on missing functions, all of that. And that starts breaking down the institutional stability. Even though there's no doubt that the metro unicity was the correct option to end up with. I think the lesson is rather how, when we're looking at problems and trying to solve problems with existing institutional systems, how do we do so in a way that's almost has as little disruption to the actual functioning and administrative system as possible? Because if we don't, we're constantly creating more problems that then require more restructuring to address. I think the one thing that I just do want to point to that came out of the restructuring in Joburg is that the intention was always, and this is not a constitutional or a legislative issue, this is, you know, looking at models being implemented, was the issue of the role of regions. Because, you know, we set up regions very much as the recipient of the public's engagement, or the point of public engagement and the recipient of public issues that needed to be incorporated into the overall planning and service delivery priorities of the council. And without any real power at that level, they lost an ability to perform that role. And they essentially were set up more as conduits and enforcers, which became easy to dismiss in decision making. And I think what has been lost in our metro unicity model has been the degree to which there needs, and maybe this gets addressed through constituency politics, I'm not sure, but somehow there is a real loss of an ability of the citizen to start to participate in governing arrangements and processes. And I think it's one of the things that maybe we should, you know, I'm not sure that it's in your conversation here, because this is obviously at a much broader level, but it's the one thing that I think that localized power and response to localized issues is quite important. And it raises for me an issue around the DDM, because the premise, and it goes back also to Anne's point around housing, is that at the moment, we're faced with a situation where a lot happens as a result of what I call tongue-in-cheek national decrees. These are models which are constructed at a national level and then largely, obviously, implemented at a local level. And again, the DDM seems to me to be very much a model that says we need coordinated service delivery. Therefore, we have champion ministers at a national level to look at coordinating this. And what raises, the question that raises for me is, so what is the power at a local level to take an overall policy and to have a discretionary ability to implement that in a way that makes sense for that area? And I think all of our modeling, right from the beginning, in fact, has tended to lose that. It's tended to put it into a planning system, IDPs, LDOs, the rest, you know, from the beginning to the end. but planning is not necessarily adequate to allow for more localized form of governance to be reflected in the overall decision making and discretionary ability to respond to localized issues and opportunities. Thanks.
Paddy, are you able to rejoin us and take off from slide 4?
Yes, I am. You see, you wanted to change the natural order of things, and something else overwhelmed. And so I'll take off from slide 4.
It's divine intervention because you're supposed to be the last presenter.
Yes. So it was at this slide where I was just saying what informed the policy. And when you look at urban nodes and rural nodes, you don't see any much difference between urban nodes and the urban South Africa. However, you see a great difference in terms of poverty between rural South Africa and rural South Africa and the rural nodes. So indeed, the identification of the rural nodes as poor was well identified. And you can see the effects of that targeting on rural nodes, which difference you do not see in terms of urban South Africa and urban nodes. However, you see impact on urban nodes, which means the urban nodes that didn't deserve targeting actually got an extra bonus on themselves, and it led to changes. The key issue here is what informs your policy choices. Here, it doesn't look like the policy choices in respect of urban areas was informed, but in terms of rural nodes was well informed. Now, the question that I've raised is about density, and this density, you can see that in South Africa in 2001 census, there was a very sparsely populated areas here at the periphery. But by 2011, there has been very, very serious densification or urban sprawl in South Africa. The policy then was saying there must be densification along the city space, but we have seen a lot of urban sprawl. And this at times is driven by politics. And the key issue here is that the urban area, the urban centers, which are engines of growth, have now been occupied, unfortunately, with a lot of consequences around fighting for space there by foreigners. And South Africans from Transkei and so on are stuck here in the periphery with this urban sprawl. And it's also sponsored by our politics of constituencies, and they replicate what has been called federation or federalization. So we are not able to use the urban space here to stimulate business at the center. But because we have allowed urban sprawl, we have deprived ourselves of that possibility. Now, look, in terms of how the services have actually come on, and this is for KwaZulu-Natal, if you look at the levels of citizen satisfaction on what one would have to call human settlements, you'll find that this is just about houses, toilets, water, and electricity, not a home. It's about a structure, a toilet. The level, the dispersion of level of satisfaction is so much that this thing, you cannot call it a home. You can call it a house, you can call it, there's a toilet in it, there's electricity in it, and there's water in it. And it's on all type A up to B4 municipalities. This dispersion of satisfaction levels tells about how unintegrated the planning has been, and that continues. And of course, in KwaZulu-Natal, we looked at how well people are satisfied, and you can see that about 40.9% of the target population in these municipalities, particularly in B2, actually rated the provincial government outright satisfactorily, but all others much lower. You can see the outright dissatisfaction. So now, what is it that is problematic about us? I think there are too many. People argue that there are too many plans, and I agree there are too many. but they are too many because they are of poor quality. If they were of quality, there would be fewer. But we have so many of these things that are cobbled without any thought and then dispensed into the public. Now, there is a question around urban areas being engines of growth, or cities being engines of growth. And this is brought about by both coronavirus, but by largely information technology. Primary sector like mines and agriculture occasion the pool to themselves for housing and for structures to be built. So they are essentially locational. You cannot mine gold in Gauteng from Northwest. You have to be in Gauteng to mine it. So the agglomerates are driven by the location. Secondary industries like manufacturing are driven to some extent by location. So you have to manufacture on site. But tertiary activities are driven by the Zoom economy and the Uber economy. And now the question that we have to ask around what drives urbanization, and we take an example for Sandton. There's no secondary industry there, there's no primary industry. What drives that agglomeration is tertiary. But Zoomerization and Uberization means that real estate is actually going to be in trouble. Will that still be a driver of agglomeration? Because I can work from anywhere and I don't need to be in Sandton. And as we think about urban centers and unicities, we have to think about what drives agglomerations. Perhaps the things that may still drive that might be the rationale for water and electricity. But the rest seem not to be the key issues around driving agglomerations. So as we think about unicity, we have to think about this emerging phenomena of Uberization and Zoomerization, in particular, because our city spaces are driven by tertiary industries rather than secondary and primary industries that are truly locational. So what are we likely to see? It may well be that our population index might settle far away from the urban areas. And that people refuse.
I can understand Uberization, but what's Zoomerization?
Oh, Zoomerization is Zoom.
Oh, Zoom, okay.
Yes.
Pascal, don't be out of order. Please proceed.
Right.
Yes. Now, so this is the question that we have to ask about what happens to real estate as a driver of agglomerations, and what are the new challenges and the as far as the reconstruction and recovery plans are concerned. And here I just want to talk about three things that we have been doing as Idola Métis people, or Idola Métis scenarios. We've put some three scenarios and econometrically modeled them. And these scenarios, one is Gwara Gwara, which is miserizing growth and has to do with what policy options the country may choose. It may choose to go for austerity. It may choose under austerity to find that there are coalition governments in 2024. It may choose to withdraw subsidies, including from SOEs, and that will lead to miserizing growth. All these things are things that the government has chosen this far. It may choose to look at maintaining the policy status quo, try to give growth to the economy, but if it chooses to a macroeconomic austerity approach, we are likely to go back to where Gwara Gwara is, or the Isibuzwa. Alternatively, it may choose a pro-growth, pro-poor path. And I think these scenarios are central to how we think about our city spaces in the future. I thank you. Pascal left his jacket.
Okay, I've got my jacket on. Can we open it up for comments? I mean, the panelists obviously are talking about the status quo and what we have now. What I tried to do was to think beyond the current metros and current unicities, but I'm happy to entertain comments and questions on the input, on the three inputs. I think they were great, but can we open up for questions? We have about 15 minutes before we hand over to the next session. I don't see a show of hands, or I'm not sure if I'm.
I don't know how to put my hand up anymore, but take my hand is up.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, Avu.
So thank you. I found that session riveting in parts, and I was struck by two things which I want to just raise for the speakers. What struck me today in relationship to Anne's conversation, Anne's presentation, is the extent to which the transition is informed by a preoccupation with addressing apartheid and its spatial legacy and its economic legacy and the distribution of services, etc. Of course, that makes absolute sense and is absolutely appropriate. I wonder to what extent, though, that focus drove the organization of our cities, the organizations of our local government in a particular institutional direction, and whether that institutional arrangement today is appropriate if we're wanting to think around much more functional questions like preparing cities for economic growth. So it may well be that our cities and our local governments were structured precisely with equality or equity in mind, to the neglect, perhaps, and that's the question I would really have, perhaps for more functional issues around service delivery and ultimately the economic growth. So I was thinking about in relation to Anne's presentation, and I enjoyed your presentation. And the question I have, though, is, so after Leila's contribution and Pali's contribution, how would you think to structure or restructure the city in relationship to a pro-economic growth agenda? Is the Unicity an appropriate institutional form? Would you rethink in terms of substructures? So what institutional arrangements? So that's the one set of questions. Can I carry on? The second one is, Pali's raised, I think, a very, very interesting question around what urban growth looks like, and especially around the changes in its spatial form. Some of you may well know, I've been working for a long time now on changes in the social institutional landscape, especially the rise of townhouse complexes, which you may well know that South Africa is second to the United States as the most townhouse complexes in the world. So it's one of the major urban and spatial forms of South Africa. So I wonder what that and it's largely driven, which is a factor which hasn't really come up in this conference. It's largely come up with a preoccupation for what in large measure with security. In other words, fears of crime and a sense of insecurity are largely driving the urban form. But if that is the direction which the city is going, Pali, you've raised some very interesting questions around spatiality of the city. What institutional consequences would that have for how we arrange our cities?
Okay, thanks, Ivo. Do you have more questions and comments? 77 people participating at the moment. We lost about 20 people, but are there other comments?
Pascal, I have one comment which I actually meant to raise and didn't. There's always, and it's a real South African phenomena of often assuming that structures and systems are going to solve problems, that the ideal model is going to be the way to get out of a crisis or respond to what needs to be dealt with. And I think there's a real underestimation around what it means to implement things and having the right people in the right places.
Yeah.
So it's about competency and professionalism and capability and all of those sorts of things, but it's often around the team of people that are put in place. It's often an acknowledgement that that has to be a precursor, and that you can put whatever systems you like in place, but if you don't put the right people in place and they don't have the ability to make decisions, which is a big issue around local government responsibility and functions, you're not going to solve a lot of the problems that you're assuming a structure can solve.
I mean,
I come in.
Yes, come in and.
Thank you. So I want to respond to Ivan's very important question, and it builds on what Lila's just said. So when I think about our cities, our big metros, I don't know all that much about the smaller places. I kind of want to turbo boost modernization and new blood. And, you know, you think about Johannesburg, this is a really demanding task. Now, we know that in general, our state capacity at all levels is very weak. And so this is my personal view. I think there would be there's value in thinking hard about directly elected mayors. Now, I know there's some disadvantages, but directly elected mayors would deal not with the structural model you're talking about necessarily, but with institutions. So a directly elected mayor has to have the power to come in and bring a team in with him, a new team. And that helps refresh the kind of the people in this institution. And often, not always, but often can lead to a big leap in modernization. And I think what's wrong in our big cities is it's not so much, you know, is it a uni city or isn't it? I'm really not very competent to comment on that, not my department, but it's, you know, can the mayor fire anybody with ease? Can he bring in new people? And I think you need, you know, mayors who can't fire their staff with ease, you know, ease and speed. In terms of a new administration, it's very hard to get things done. So I think there's a kind of weight of bureaucracy in our cities, and what we need in the big metros is new ideas, new technology, a different approach, because the truth is this conversation is taking place against the backdrop of really enormous failure, not across the board, but, you know, it's not like Johannesburg's doing a great job for the last 5 years, or, you know, many other places. I don't see these as fountains of innovation and new approaches to governance and this, that, and the next thing. I think we're failing citizens in many respects. So my answer to Ivor is very much one of, how do we modernize our approach to big city government that is appropriate for the enormous demands we have to make of them? Because managing cities is really complex, and the quality of the public governance is really important. So that's one thought. The second thought is, again, not on structure, but on institutions, is we've done a lot of work and thinking about what's worked in some cities elsewhere in the world, which is, call it whatever you want, but let's call it a kind of growth coalition where you get the elected city government working with key players in the private sector, not just business, others as well. And they say, what is our vision for the city in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, whatever you want? How are we going to get there together? And I often think that this is really worth serious experimentation in South Africa with our history, with our politics, with everything, and with the reality of failure. We're struggling. Maybe growth coalitions where you start talking about, what are the priorities for this city, for investors, for citizens, for poorer people, for entrepreneurs, and what kind of city administration do we want? How do we help? And there are some really interesting examples that I know of in American cities where this sort of approach has really strengthened the city government in remarkable ways in terms of data, in terms of modernizing processes, and in terms of getting investment. So my response to Ivor is about that, and institutions more, and innovation in terms of we shouldn't be tweaking what we've got, because what we've got in the main is not doing so well. And we have to think differently in our big cities than we have, and involve different expertise. And so the challenge is, how do we modernize? How do we deliver what's required? How do we strengthen state capacity? And I think that's the structure, in a way, is not the most important issue. And so I'm in favor of directly elected mayors because it would change things. I'd like an experiment, like the British system. Some places have got it and some haven't. I think that could be just could be refreshing and maybe get us on a new path. Thanks.
Well, colleagues, I appreciate this. I think our colleagues, Janet and Terry and Sai, will talk more about electoral systems going forward. And I'm sure they'll prefer some views about direct elected mayors. And thank you for your contributions. My only reservation about the panel is that we concentrated on the existing metros, and it's somewhat zeroed down to the Joburg model. And I'm very uncomfortable talking about the Joburg model as being the ex-city manager of Johannesburg. But the point that I think that we really need to get down to at the end of the day is about city governments and defining in the current configuration what cities are. And you know, the simple differentiation between cities and towns. What is Polokwane? What is Msunduzi? What is Rustenburg? What is you know, those type of collaborations that form the contributors to the GDP of the country and all that, and how are they managed? So most of the points I think that we're making about how they have to be managed, I think are quite poignant towards addressing what needs to be done in those areas. But the key question for me is about what type of policies we have to put forward in reviewing the Structures Act and reviewing legislation to make sure that those secondary cities also operate at the same level as would require them to contribute to the growth of our economy. I'm not taking anything away from the contributions that we've made, but I think the bigger question for me is a national question about sub-national governance and how those areas can make a big difference in making in taking the country forward. So we leave it there for now, and I think in our concluding comments, we'll probably make some points about how we see the government going forward. So it's now 2:45, and
Could I not make a comment?
10 minutes. Michael Sutcliffe wants to make a comment, but
I want to. I mean, I avoided responding to Anne, but I just find the paternalism unbelievable. Anne should take off a few months and follow municipal managers and mayors around in the cities. Because I can tell you South African cities, and I was lucky to spend almost 10 years in eThekwini, there are more innovations happening here in our cities, all of them. You know, and we would share things across party lines. Helen Zille sent her team on environment to visit my team in Durban because we were well in advance on methane gas conversion. The first in Africa is here, well in advance of European and UK cities on IT, etc. There are unbelievable things happening in the city, but those people who sit in ivory towers and have no clue as to how cities are actually being run. Yes, of course, there are other issues, but we're not dealing with small. I mean, eThekwini, in my instance, is the biggest corporation in this province. And yet when you look at the unbelievable number of people, international people, coming here to talk about innovations, the Germans after the World Cup couldn't believe the quality of our stadiums in general, and in particular this one in eThekwini. They could not achieve the same quality on construction there. So it really worries me that our own people are more interested in bringing World Bank and other people to give talks here, and they've spent no time actually going in and looking at our own cities. I'm sorry, but I just find it appalling that we even engage.
Yeah.
Just a moment.
Yeah. Respond to that, but I'm not necessarily asking for that response. That sorry about that.
Pascal, can you switch off your phone, man?
Yeah, man. These things, these devices are interconnected. No, look, we can talk about Mayor Livingstone. We can talk about Mayor Akebe from Ethiopia. We can talk about Mayor Giuliani, who's now being caricatured in the Trump administration. But those efforts about cities driving the economy, I think that's the common thread that we're getting from the three contributors, from Paddy, from Anne, and from Leila. So let's not lose that concentration. Let's not lose that focus that cities are driving the economies. All I'm asking for is that let's expand that thinking beyond the 8 metros. In fact, we should be questioning going forward whether some of those metros are really metros in terms of Mike's, your own definition of demarcation and what constitutes a metro. Yeah. But the point is that unicities are important for the economy. We can even expand that debate to say that shouldn't we have a combined city-state? The city-state debate has to be put on the table, whether or not Gauteng shouldn't be a city-state. A combination of state and municipal functions in a conurbation that requires integrated development planning, economically and socially, to cover a broader boundary than what we have as the current Gauteng. I see Blake Lefatula wants to comment on that, but I think for me, going forward, that's the debate that we should be having about Gauteng, about the provinces, about unicities, and it's not so much about substructures. I think we're way beyond the substructure debate. But what constitutes a city? But maybe extend that debate to say that what constitutes a city-state shouldn't be KZN, eThekwini, and Cape Town be city-states within those provinces and have much more intergovernmental relations with the national state than with the province. And let's entertain those debates for us to grow the economy and be much more relevant to the people of the ground. Blake, do you want to come in? We have 10 minutes, I think, of this session left.
No, thanks, Pascal. And also just to thank the panelists for their inputs. You are volunteering me, but given that you are volunteering me, I'll take the opportunity to say, you know, what I actually have on my mind. I mean, not Chippy, but rather Ivor's comment is rather interesting. And I would agree with it to the extent that the Unicity for me, when we conceptualized it in the 90s, was actually an expression of the struggles which we were waging at that particular point in time, of how local government needs to be shaped and what the most important objective of those emerging structures, you know, should actually be. And without doubt, the major issue that we were actually looking at was the issue of equity and justice. Equity with respect to service delivery, addressing the discriminatory service delivery standards between white and black, you know, across the white and black, you know, municipalities, etc. And that for me is what actually dominated the outlook of local government early on, you know, in the transition, in the pre-interim phase of, you know, 93, 94, 95, you know, 96. And it is only later on that the seeds, you know, began to be planted around local government's broader role with respect to economic development. Remember those times we were still talking about local economic development and not really actually, you know, forcefully arguing as emerged, you know, in the early 2000s around, you know, local government's rightful place and municipalities' rightful place in driving, national economic growth. And that was also reflected in terms of the policy parameters that we actually got from provincial government, from both provincial and national government, in the sense that the IDPs were actually thought of as, you know, 5-year planning instruments, whereas in fact there were cities, you know, I think Joburg was among the, you know, the first of them, and then of course eThekwini, and later on City of Tshwane also started talking about city development strategies, which actually projected what they want, what they envision the city to be 20, 30, 40 years, you know, from now. And it is only then, you know, in the early 2001, 2002, 3, you know, that this perspective actually managed to, you know, to emerge. But what's amazing for me is the leg that it has actually taken for that vision actually to be translated, you know, into reality, and what that actually means for national policy, for national policies to be enacted that actually enables municipalities to play a much more broader and central role in driving economies that are within those respective areas. And with the rate that urbanization has actually happened, you know, I think that, yes, of course, we need to raise the issue of city-state, you know, and city regions, in the sense that we need to ask the questions, as uncomfortable as it may be. From a policy perspective, does it make sense, you know, for the strict delineation between provincial government and local government, or should we actually talk about the city region and what does that city region mean, or that city-state, you know, mean for policy, for the powers and functions of the different, you know, spheres of government? It may ruffle feathers, But I think that urbanization, the rate at which urbanization is actually happening, and the opportunities for economic development actually to occur, and for the cities actually to play a much bigger role in economic development, it is necessary, you know, for those discussions actually to be raised. So that's what I wanted to share with yourselves. Thanks.
Thank you, Blake. I think I'm going to give Anne, Paddy, and Leila 2 minutes each to just make their concluding remarks. But I think what Blake is raising also is quite critical, that when you make your closing remarks, if you can reflect on the DDM model, is it taking the unicities forward? What does it mean for Joburg? What does it mean for Mangaung? What does it mean for eThekwini? What does it mean for Cape Town? And what does it mean over the next 20 years, 30 years for Waterval and Lephalale? You know, what does it mean? And are we on the right trajectory towards building those strong unicities that can grow economy? So I'll give you each 5 minutes closing remarks, and then hand over to the next guys. Who wants to go first? Leila?
Sure. Thanks, Pascal. Well, listen, I have to apologize. I'm afraid you'll have to blame Ivan for the discussion on the substructures, but hopefully, I suppose, I'm hoping that at least that input was really about looking at the degree to which restructuring and constantly putting in systems can have an impact on administrations and systems. And there seems to be, and I also agree with Mike completely, that in fact, sometimes we don't see what's actually happening and what's actually functional. And we're constantly assuming that things, if they're not solved immediately, that it's going to be that we need to restructure and redetermine and put in new systems to address that. When in actual fact, maybe it's just about recognizing what works and then trying to almost assist in what doesn't work without overhauling an entire system. Because I do think there's a lot in those metros that actually does work. And you can't confuse political takeovers and corrupt systems that have impeached in it being necessarily that necessarily being confused with the fact that the metros as structures are quite capable of working if the right people are there. The DDM stuff, Pascal, I'm not 100% familiar with, but what the stuff that I've been going through, and it's largely in relation to actually working out what the implications for housing actually and catalytic land development projects, is that what worries me a bit is it's a bit of governing by decree. What worries me a lot is the degree to which that assumption around integration of functions around strategic projects, what happens in terms of who determines it, who defines it, who puts the capacity in place, all of that. So I just worry that it just comes across, and I'm not familiar enough with the program, but it comes across as a little top heavy, if you ask me. And I think what we're losing is decision-making and discretionary ability at a local level to respond adequately to local circumstances and context.
Oh, great. Anne? Anne, are you still there? Okay, Paddy? Paddy, last comments? Okay, all right. Then I think with that, I'm happy to conclude and adjourn this session and hand over to I don't know who's going to be chairing the next section or the next session on 1 or 2 tier councils. Can I hand over to you, Ivo? Hello, Ivo.
Sorry, I'm here. Yes, it's Lance Joel from Salgorby is going to be chairing the next session.
Okay.
I've just spoken to him. Lance should be online. Lance, are you around?
Well, thank you very much, Ivo, and good afternoon to all of the colleagues. I got a sense that Pascal was refusing to let the mic go and wanted to venture into the DDM as a whole new discussion. Hoping that colleagues, this session, which the focus is 1 or 2 tiers councils, would in fact venture into that conversation. For our benefit today, colleagues, when you look at the program, there are 2 names appearing in addition to my name. But we've been able to twist the arm of a few people to join us for the conversation. And what I will do is introduce them as they are about to come onto the platform. And I will not steal the thunder from the inputs that are to be made by our panelists, whom I think are all very capable of engaging on the subject matter, who have been very critical and played central roles in the local government space recently. I'm sure once you've seen them, you would note there have been largely positive things said about them. So let us start with the first input, and I'm going to ask Mr. Johan Metlet to take the platform and take us through his thoughts on the 1 or the 2-tier councils and what his views are. Johan, over to you. You have 15 minutes. This session was supposed to have started at 14:30. We will see if we can claw back some of the time. And let's start with you, Johan. And I should also indicate, colleagues, Johan was hijacked this morning, but knowing his background, he is quite capable of speaking on the mat, even if woken up in his sleep. So Johan, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lance. Very good afternoon to you, colleagues. I was not going to mention the fact that I was hijacked when I was taking a walk with my daughter around the St. George's Park this morning, because you would have been surprised otherwise. But be that as it may, thank you very much for the opportunity. I could listen to some of the previous input, and colleagues, you know, what I can say is, yes, it takes one back, you know, back to the days when the white paper was drafted. Of course, that does not make me as somebody who would say a dinosaur, not at all. But I am certainly one of those people who Lance said where mostly good things were said about me. The not so good things were said about me in the past two years here in Mandela Bay. But that is a story for another day. Just on the issue of 1 or 2 tier, colleagues, my experience was both in a metro for just shy of 4 years, and then in 2 local municipalities.
Losing you, Johan. I don't know if it's me.
Sorry, is there a problem?
You're coming back. You were breaking down for about 15 seconds, Johan.
Oh, okay, maybe I'll switch off. Let me switch off my video, because it may be that I've got those kind of issues.
Let's see how that goes. Thanks, Johan.
Okay, that's fine. So for me, the whole question of 1 or 2 tier also centers around this whole issue of restructuring. And I think one of your previous speakers, Leila, have alluded to the fact that any form of restructuring, and we've seen it since 1994 at local level, comes with a fair degree of disruption. And it's not only disruption in the sense of new structures, but it's also a disruption in the case of or with regard to how things are done, what needs to be done, how must it be done, and you rely on individuals that were in the previous system to now help you and to take forward the new restructured system. And I'm not even talking about the unions that will always give you a hard time whenever there is talk of restructuring. So for me, the 1 or 2 tier discussion would come with a few caveats, and I would want to mention perhaps just 1 or 2 of them, and then go on to what I see needs to be done. The first thing is, and I'm now speaking as a practitioner, and I wish I was a practitioner when I was in SALGA, because I would have been able to do a hell of a lot more damage then. But certainly as a practitioner, whether it is 1 or 2 tier, the one thing that stands above all is that we need to do what we are supposed to do. It sounds simple, colleagues, but I've discovered it's probably the most difficult thing in local government these days. In fact, you know, when one is now talking about rocket science, I get the impression that one would simply just want somebody to go back to his or her job description and the plan and just do that. Because if you just do that, we would take the entire system forward. So, and there's a reason why I make this point. What needs to be done is not difficult, because it is spelled out. It's spelled out in the white paper on local government, and I can tell you all that the DDM, if you read the white paper, especially on integrated planning, it's spelled out there. It is just that we've managed to mess up integrated planning to an extent that we now want to create structures again that will force us to do what we were supposed to do right from the start. So it is spelled out in the white paper. It is spelled out in the National Development Plan. It is spelled out both in the Structures Act and in the Systems Act, despite what people think that, you know, those are difficult. It is actually fairly straightforward. Spelled out in the MFMA, in SPLUMA, and in the Property Rights Act, among other acts. And those are the main ones. So whether it's 1 or 2 tier, we still need to do what we must do. In my experience, I was charged with or entrusted with turnaround. And you know where one starts is, what is it that you have not been doing that caused this mess? And it really starts there. Getting individuals, getting structures to perform according to the terms of reference. Now failing to go this route, failing to start there, before one looks at 1 or 2 tier, will result in us taking the ills of the imperfect present into what we conceive to be the new. So in other words, if we say, okay, in certain areas, we've done the maths, the demarcation board has demarcated, we have looked at the reviewed powers and functions, etc., etc. We've looked at provinces as well, because you can't look at 1 or 2 tier without without looking at the role of provinces. Not something new, something that came up in 2007 already. So if you take the ills of the imperfect past into that future, whether it's 1 or 2 tier, you're going to sit with the same problem. It's just going to be amplified. So we need to be honest with ourselves and say, these are the things that went wrong in this double tier, in this 2-tier system. That is how it was supposed to be. But more importantly, this is why it went wrong. That's why it went wrong. And it is the why that would need to be addressed in the 1 or 2-tier system. Failing that, we would just go into another period of restructuring, sitting with people that haven't done their jobs, but you now expect them to do another job, and it's not going to happen. So that kind of stock taking and structural response to that stock taking, addressing the why of the issue, that is critically important. So that's the first caveat when we approach this 1 or 2-tier system of local government. Secondly, another caveat is that when we consider a 1 or 2-tier, clearly there is a need. If I say clearly, I will explain. Clearly, there is a need to simplify the governance system. The governance system obviously is linked to powers and functions. The governance system also within a district, there's an IGR system. There's an IGR system between the district, the local, the province, as well as the national, for those national functions. But we need to simplify the governance system also within a municipality, so that it is clear who calls the shots when. And I'm not talking about politics and corruption and stuff like that. Just a simple matter of saying how we execute, or how we plan, how we resource, how we execute, and how we performance manage within the system, whether it's 1-tier or whether it's 2-tier, needs to be simplified. It should be clear to everybody how the government system works, because it will also help with oversight. And I'll make the point about oversight in respect to politicians in a minute or so. Another factor to be taken into account is also the simplification of the division of powers and functions. Colleagues, we can say all we want about economic development, etc. But if there is no authority, if there's no planning authority, if there's no resource authority, if there's no regulatory authority over aspects of, let's say, the economic development or aspects of economic development in your area, then you've got a serious problem. So if as a local you are still reliant upon another sphere of government for transport, or for roads, access roads, or for housing, you've got yourself a problem. So in terms of the simplification of the division of powers and functions, it must surely be brought to bear on any discussion dealing with a 1 or 2-tier. Now, I must also caution that one should not be talking about a uniform system of powers and functions. There's been a lot of work being done to categorize municipalities, but certainly it would be dependent, it could be dependent on financial resources, human resources, systems, and administrative resources, where a particular local or if it's bigger than a local, if it's a regional authority, where that authority would fall within the system of the division of powers and functions, and the extent to which such a structure would have particular powers and functions, especially if we take into account what needs to be achieved in terms of the NDP, and also now in terms of the economic growth plans that have very recently been set out by the president and the National Treasury. Another factor, and it's a second last one, is really, and I've made a reference to this already, is that tier, whether it's a local tier or whether it is a regional tier, must have singular planning and executive authority in terms of, in respect of the powers and functions as allocated. And yes, it may take us into intractable issues like electricity and so on, water provision, but it is critically important that once one discuss that, the 1 or 2 tier, that singular planning authority is a key part of that discussion. Then lastly, the role of politicians. In my view, and I'm speaking as a practitioner now, the role of politicians really should really be outcomes orientated over the period of 5 years. Outcomes, and if I say outcomes orientated, I want to make a distinction between that and executive. Should not be executive. We have enough examples of how the ability to execute within a municipality is bedeviled by political instability, whether it is instability within a single party that can't get its act together, or whether it is instability as a result of coalitions that fall apart, that reform, that perform, that do all kinds of things. But if we acknowledge that we actually need to get things done, then I think one has to look at the role of politicians and of political structures with very strong powers of oversight, and that kind of oversight is quite possible within our system. It may be we may have to relook our system, but strong oversight, I think, is an important element. If you look at the issue of 1 or 2 tier in terms of accountability, who are they going to be accountable to? On what basis are they going to be accountable? So, Lance, colleagues, those for me are some of the key issues when we discuss the issue of 1 or 2 tier. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johan. A very useful input. I was quite drawn to your introductory statement that as a practitioner, one of the key things you thought would be a solution is those that are given responsibilities are executing those responsibilities as are required. So in your direct words, to do what needs to be done. And many of us who were part of the processes that led to the promulgation of your Structures and Systems Act would know that at the time, the idea was to put in place the necessary systems and structures. But if you look closely at the amendments that were made to that foundation legislation, they were largely to introduce behavior and introduce a regulation of individuals, whether it is administrative or political. And that is quite unfortunate with many of the amendments that we bring to the table to amend the core local government legislation. And it's probably linked to the point, Johan, that you're making, that if only those who are given the responsibility were executing them as required and or prescribed by the legislation, it may not have resulted in many of the legislative amendments, including the regulations that are often issued to try and, as both Professor Statler as well as Professor De Visser said this morning, to regulate and strangulate local government to an extent that there's absolutely no discretion that a person has in executing their responsibilities. It is black or white, and there's very little room for the gray. And yet in practice, there's a lot of gray. Having said that, thank you very much, Johan. I am quite keen on just checking this morning. There was often reference made to Mohammed Baba, who was central to both the Structures and the Systems Act and related local government legislation as they were processed through Parliament. I want to check with Mohammed. Mohammed, can we launch you for a perspective, having had the benefit of being part of what the intention was at the time vis-a-vis what we find currently in practice? Mohammed, are you there?
Yes, thanks, Lance. Can you hear me? Good afternoon,
Yes,
everybody.
can hear you.
Afternoon. With your permission, I think Nico Statler is coming after me. Is that right, Lance?
No, he's not. He's already presented this morning. He'll be followed by someone else.
Yeah, I'll tell you why I was hoping that he would come in, because there is a body of work that was done with him, Jaap De Visser and I, regarding the possible options on the two-tier local government. But anyway, if he's not going to, I was hoping he could make some input, but I will, I will refer to it then. I was pretty interested in what Leila had to say about us working on the assumption that the roadmap and the path of local government was predictable and we were in control of it. It wasn't the case. And I just want us to rekindle our memories with what happened immediately after the signing of the Constitution or passing Chapter 7. But before in fact, when the Constitution went to when our drawn-up Constitution went to the Constitutional Court for certification, it was sent back for two reasons. One was the local government chapter. And the word that judgment used was typology. We had tried to create a flexible system without too much detail, but the Constitutional Court, in its infinite wisdom, said it required a typology. And Andrew would recall, and I think a few of the others that were there, we were then scurrying around to get some kind of typology. And what we then did was we looked at the Regional Services Council, looked at, it was the existing system at the time, and it had an enormous influence on the categories of municipalities that emerge or now appear in the Constitution. It wasn't the ideal. What happened thereafter was we had the white paper. And in the white paper, and this is the sequence of events, in the white paper, the district municipality had two objectives. It wanted to supplant, in some way, the redistributive role that the Regional Services Levy Council was playing through collecting levies. And also, it wanted regional planning. And that is what the white paper says, primarily the roles of district municipalities. But my dear friend, Michael Sutcliffe, Andrew, all of us would agree that at that time, I certainly myself, we had in my mind a distinct divide between urban and rural areas. There were peri-urban areas as well. And even the white paper refers to that the distribution of the levies were going back into the rural, back into the urban areas, and the poor were getting poorer. What happened thereafter came the demarcation process, and Collier mentioned some of the achievements. I think, in my view, and not because I like Mike Sutcliffe's hairstyle, if there's any hair left, but the point is that I think one of the greatest achievements at the time was the fact that the demarcation board, led by Michael Sutcliffe, was able to demarcate an entire country into wards and prepare us for the local government elections that came in 2009. Or was it, in 1999, or was it, 1999. And the fact that he did it, when we established the demarcation board, we said, if you can achieve 50% of the country in demarcating it, it'll be a remarkable achievement. But they managed to do it. So I think that must be one of the things that we must write down as an achievement. But be that as it may, what happened was that a number of district municipalities, they themselves were not equally capacitated, had just too many B4 municipalities under it. And these B4 municipalities, while corporate entities were saddled with executing original powers from the Constitution, just did not have the capacity to do it. So on the one hand, we wanted participatory democracy, but on the other hand, we had to consider whether there was functionality. And sometimes we did not get the balance right. And if you look at some of the areas of Northern Cape, where the population densities are so low, but the geographical areas are so vast. And that was part of the problem.
And Richard,
in any event, sorry, what had happened was, because there's been such a turnover of ministers at COGTA, under one minister, we were asked, and I think Yunus Karim was there at the time. I don't know whether Sipeka was there or Lachisa. In any event, we were asked to do some work on district municipalities and whether it had a future and whether there were variations. And this thought came about when there was a bit of an untidiness about the water service authorities. You had local municipalities that were given the authority, but then they were delegating it to the district municipalities, and it was becoming a bit of a perversity. We then started exploring certain options, and one of the options, again with the objective of balancing functionality and participatory democracy, we thought perhaps we could explore the possibility of creating sub-councils, as in the Western Cape model or in the Cape Town City model, where you had sub-councils that address the issues of participatory democracy, but did not have the corporate entity, the autonomy, and you could then integrate the resources of the district municipality and the local municipality. So it would mean disestablishing certain municipalities and reorganizing them in the form of sub-councils. So you had councillors nearer to the people, but not necessarily having the corporate entity. But I just would like to make a suggestion, Lance, is that this body of work, and there's been quite a bit of work done on it, I think we need to just take the dust of it and take it off the shelves and start looking at possibilities. But clearly there are a number of municipalities that do not have the capacity to execute on their obligations. I want to end off with just two responses. Anne Bernstein's remark about cities or metros performing more functions than they already are. I think it's been a failure, not of the system, but of the fact that we have not explored Section 154.4, which built in the element of subsidiarity. In my mind, I was hoping that I would see a day in South Africa where particularly in Gauteng, we wouldn't have a province because the metros would do all the work. And that was the subsidiarity that was built in. We haven't quite explored it. The second thing that I think we have not quite explored, and Andrew would recall, and I think one or two, Pascal would recall this, that we had brought in a very, very strong element of trumping. So we had to create a balance of municipalities not becoming little fiefdoms on the one hand, but at the same time, without national or provincial government invading their space. And hence, even the idea of spheres came in, but I don't think we've quite explored the possibilities that emerge from Chapter 3 of the Constitution. I reiterate what I said earlier this morning. In many of the municipalities, I mean, I served in a province, we were competing on execution with municipalities because we haven't quite disaggregated the powers. We haven't defined the powers, the political accountability. The textbook saga in Limpopo was a very good example. Implementation was the work of the province, and there was a failure in implementation, and the political accountability went up to national government where policy was being made. So, I mean, I'm just giving one example. We haven't quite disaggregated the powers with regard to political accountability as well. I want to make one last statement before I close up. In the province I was, there is one municipality that features in the top 5 in the country. The same demographics, and year in, year out, it's Steve Sweti municipality. And I always try to establish what is different. They practice the same system. They do the same thing. The demographics are more or less the same as all the other 18 or 19 municipalities at the time. But what were they doing different? And I think I'm going to come back to Leila's point as well. I'm not convinced that no matter what system we're going to put in, no matter what structures we're going to put in, and no matter what legislation we may try and legislate ourselves out of trouble. But I don't think we have paid enough attention on creating a capable state. We have not done an analysis, a proper analysis of what capacity we have, how are we able to attract that capacity? Because while on the one hand we say we have capacity gaps, and I will show you tertiary institutions where highly qualified people are unable to find jobs. So we don't have that pipeline. And I really think that yes, the structures, systems, processes, we need to focus on that, but it must not be done in isolation from how do we create a capable state. And we are struggling, as you would know, in the administration, and that should be a large part of our focus. With those words, I'll end off. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Mohammed. Taking our cue from your very last statement, much needs to be done to really build a capable state. Something that comes out quite often, and certainly a few of the meetings I have been part of this week made the very same point, that we need to look at the who is running and are in charge of both the administration as well as the political components in our municipalities. Thank you very much for that, Mohammed. For our last contributor,
Lance, can I ask, sorry, Lance, can I ask you for a favor? Because I was hijacked this morning to come into this meeting. I have another meeting to go to. Can I please run into that meeting and then come back if you don't mind, please?
That should be in order, Mohammed. That's why I gave you the opportunity earlier, mindful of your time constraints. Thanks for the contribution, hoping that you could rejoin us before we conclude the discussion. Thanks, Mohammed.
Good. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Our last contributor for this conversation before we get into discussions, we are opening the platform for Mpho Nawa. Recently, or should I say, still recovering from a recent assignment in the capital city, a former executive mayor, a former leader within the SALGA organized local government frame. Mr. Nawa, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, my program director. I'm sure we have had a refreshing conversation this morning and very empowering in many ways. And a lot of other things that have been said are covered that I might not want to repeat. Suffice to indicate that there is no other way you could talk about two tiers or a single tier without referring to the role of the districts and what was the initial thought of those, most of them participated in this platform, of what was the thinking in the beginning and what has evolved to this point. And I would want to draw more from the experiences as a mayor of a district, the challenges we go through. So thought, theory, and the anticipation, it's something different from the practice itself. In the 25 years, perhaps one should indicate that the constitutional outline on the role of the district was more to get district to distribute resources within that district according to their needs. So the district would play a role of coordinating resources, ensuring that there's common planning, there's common platforms where people could share and be able to create an agenda for that district, which would feed into the sovereign thinking or the sovereign plan on agenda. But over time, we have seen a disengagement that districts, and I'm sure the relationship between what would be cultural responsibility and treasury and those who demarcate and those who bring municipalities together. There's always a disjoint between what the treasury does and what local government authorities do. And that reflects on how the districts were disempowered to be left as shells, where literally every power is taken to local municipalities, and there's no sense that a district would play a coordinating role. And I'm sure you would know, and a lot of other participants make reference to the politics, that a number of politicians, in particular in local municipalities that are more hegemonic and stronger, they would literally isolate a district municipality, and therefore a district municipality would be a shell effectively, and no amount of planning. And I'm talking here with something that if we go now into a study of what is the relationship between local municipalities and the district, you find that it's vague and nothing is happening in between apart from the district fighting over powers and functions. So we've had an experience of the last 25 years discussing powers and functions. And again, we should split the two. What is the experience of rural provinces of the district and what is the urban experience of districts? I would argue firmly that we should reach a state, and I want to refer to Gauteng and Western Cape and part to KwaZulu-Natal, where there's districts that are found in urban spaces, that we undo the district. We go for a mega, or what you call unicities, and reconfigure the whole processes of how we thought of districts. Moreover, that I think there's comments that there are other external factors that might affect our thinking, which is urbanization's movement of people, economics of scales, ways that would be able to help us to reformulate how the thought was of those who were in the beginning. So the argument I want to put forward is that I think we should think about it as we reconfigure municipalities or local government in a country. I strongly believe that there's no need to have a district. It's a duplication. It's a waste of resources as against what was the initial thought, which was to distribute the issues, develop a district IDP. Let's open up and check this thing about wall-to-wall municipalities. Literally, municipalities are now, in particular in Gauteng, are divided by a street. If you look at Johannesburg, the size of Johannesburg, of Tshwane and Ekurhuleni, and look at the size of the districts, there is totally no need to have districts if you look at the two. There's so much duplication, there's so much waste of resources. They are competing. In the recent time, the Premier of Gauteng called all municipalities to make a presentation. And all these small municipalities, with their proximity, they said something different. Everybody has 2040, 2050, 2060. There's no conversation in the district. And I think, apart from a lack of or poor leadership at the level of provincial governments generally, because I think they are unable to glue all these people together. Why would we have so many plans in such proximities? So without coming in more detail, I think these conversations are very critical, but I think we need to say 25 years later, what is the new way moving forward? So we need to re-examine the history and so what has been the sense of evaluations, evolution of the cities and what can be done to do it. I really want to concur with those who spoke earlier on different topics about the strategic nature of changing the economic landscape, the racial landscape in the country rests with the cities. And cities have a major responsibility to localize development. And it's not going to come by His grace, but it's effort of people who sit and say, what agenda do we develop to take it forward? And how do we localize progressive agendas, whether SDGs, NDP, and provincial, at the point where cities are able to carry that responsibility? As you would know, Chair, the COVID-19 has been more effective because cities are part of the fight. The whole issue of command centers at the city or municipal level has bear fruit. I mean, and so that's the issue that I want to put forward without repeating, Chair, that we in urban provinces, I think there's a need to rethink about putting up a single tier. This two-tier system is very costly. It's also used for political reasons more than logic. I see people looking for deployment. You have in a very small space of 900 people staying in that area population, you find that a city has 4 mayors at the core. You have 4 city managers. In the West Rand here, you will have 4 mayors, 2 are in the same place. In the neighbors, one municipality is just next to each other. You can't even walk for 3 minutes to go to another mayor's office. And that, if we don't see there's a duplication, it's really unfortunate that I think we are reached a stage where in developing local government differently, we need to rethink this two-tier of the system of local government. Chair, let me say thanks, and I'm sure I can come back when questions and comments are made. Pleasure.
Thank you very much, Paul. Very strong views being advanced on the future of district municipalities. Let's hear what our participants have to say about that proposal.
I can't hear. Sorry, it's too blurred.
You can't hear. Okay. So colleagues, let's open up for conversation. I see Lekola's hand is up, is noted. Let me just see in the chat room. Sea of Salga, you're noted. I'm not sure, Pascal, I see a tick next to your name. If you are also on the list, you will indicate. And then Professor Stately, you were launched by Mohammed. we'll get some contributions from you as well. So let's start in that order. Lekula, wave your hands.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Lance, to Sidwell here. You don't know the other name.
Proceed, Sid.
Okay, I just want to latch on to what Mpho has raised just now. Maybe let me start where he ended. I think we need to press the reset button. And the reset button 25 years into post our democracy, 25 years of our local government existence, is to look at perhaps the discussion before the white paper leading to the white paper, the process that Mohammed and Mike were spearheading, including the discussions in the ANC then, the objective of establishing a democratic local government and the re-examining or the examining of the structures that existed at that time. And without going too much backwards, I just want to focus on the discussion around the two-tier system of local government, the issues of the district model, the district municipalities versus the role of the RSCs at that time. What is it that worked, which from an experience, when we participated in the pre-interim phase through the transitional arrangement, some of us, the experience that we can bring is what worked with some of the RSC other than the fiscal arrangement and the funding regime versus what worked, the role of an RSC from a planning, coordination and service delivery impact. And you would see that those RSCs that were very, very successful, they had the requisite planning and coordination skills as an authority that helped even precursor to some of the metros that are stronger metros today, like your Johannesburgs and the Ekurhulenis in terms of the planning capacity, let alone the funding capacity. The experiences that were leveraged at that time and were brought into the process for those metros, it's that capacity and knowledge skill that was built from the RSCs. Unfortunately, in the non-metropolitan areas, as Mpho rightfully indicated, there became a disjuncture in terms of the capacity that existed by those districts to be able to fulfill some of the roles that were initially intended, and the expanded role of the districts, let alone the debate or the discourse around powers and functions. Some of those then completely lost the plot, but the concept itself, I don't think it's something that we necessarily need to abandon of regional planning, of district planning, of a district model. Whether that concept, we would now want to embed it in a form of a regional authority rather than a municipality. The point that Johan and Mpho is raising to say you do not need to have similar governance arrangements, but you can have an authority, maybe that would be a planning authority at that level, which would then be given sufficient authority to have powers to assist the ailing municipality or the poorer municipalities. And that you can even also extend to the peri-urban areas or the rural municipalities. So I'm saying, whilst we would want to interrogate the fiscal arrangement in terms of equitable share, or we look at a new form of taxation for a regional authority of sort, we need to filter and to decipher a lot of issues that may cloud the objectives. If the issue there is the governance, which is a problem, we then should put that aside as something that we should consider last, but look at a model that would assist local government to achieve its constitutional mandate by capacitating it so much in terms of proper institutional, functional, structural arrangements that can assist it to achieve its objective. So I like this discourse. There's so much that we need to throw into the bucket, and we need to take it one by one and say, what is at the core of a functional, effective local government? What are the kinds of institutional arrangements that we need? What are those that work? That are those that are beset with other problems? And we must ask the questions that Johan has asked. We must ask the question that Mpho has asked. And then we must say, what would then impede it not to function effectively? The last part would be look at two things: the legislative regime, which is the compliance burden. We must look at that, and then of course we can look at the financial and fiscal arrangements. Thank you very much.
Sidwell, Mr. George.
No, thank you very much, Program Director. I was just provoked by two inputs that were made by Mr. Nawa, and were also made earlier on, I think, by Leila, on the need for us to provide cities sufficient space to be able to exercise their powers, but also offer a sufficient degree of discretionary exercise of that power. And also, Mr. Nawa raised the issue whether we really need a two-tier system of districts. And when we look at it, we must look at it in the context of the district development model. Pascal made an important observation, and I was hoping that the previous speakers would have covered it. So it comes now under this session that we're in. And that speaks to what is the meaning of DDM in a metropolitan setting. And if we're to figure it out in practical ways, metros being single-tier governments in their own right with exclusive jurisdiction in terms of their assigned constitutional functions and powers. So what would be the practical elements that would constitute DDM in a metro area? If we talk about Johannesburg or Cape Town or Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, I don't have a specific answer for that area. But I wanted to check if we were to rethink the question of differentiation. I quite agree with what Mr. Nawa says, that in very built-up areas like Gauteng, highly urbanized spaces, perhaps it's important that we think of a single-tier government right across. We now have 3 metros, there's West Rand districts, and all the problems that we all know and the difficulties. You also have the Citibank area. And part of the Gauteng government's thinking to say, politically, we need to have a global city region. I think even for a district there, it becomes very much unjustified to continue punting for a district form of government there. At best, we could consolidate it into a metropolitan government. If it doesn't meet those criteria, my thinking is that, for instance, we may have to revisit, shouldn't we thinking that in 26 years down the line, and you go to the definition of the 3 categories of our municipalities, the category A, how it is described in the constitution, the category B and C, I still find it very, very difficult that perhaps we chose the most convenient political definition of our time at the time that it was framed, that a district is a municipality that exists in an area where there's more than 2 local authorities, more than 1 local authority. And perhaps revisiting it there so that we do not prescribe coexistence with local. We can have a district form of government, but we define it in a single tier definition, that a district municipality is a municipal that has got this and that, without encumbering it with locals at this point in time. So perhaps rethinking going forward where we can justify retaining them in the context of DDM, but redefine existence of districts so that we don't make it to exist only in an area where there's local, because there it brings then the element of wards that are an inherent feature in a local, but not in a district. Why can't we have a district form of government that has got ward-based system in a constituency type model that we have through wards? Should we not be thinking of redefining a district? So at all the areas that relate to that, they can be sufficiently given space to have a clear-cut set of focus powers beyond what is prescribed in section 84 of the Structures Act. So I think that the redefinition is very important there. And then we must then possibly look at when we have to enable metropolitan forms of government. One area that I'm thinking, we have this set of scheme in Schedule 4, Part B, and Schedule 5, Part B, the functional assignments to local government. But we also have areas that right at the beginning were defined as areas of exclusive provincial competence, others areas of concurrent national and provincial government. I just want to make 3 examples. If you go to the Constitution now, you've got public transport in Schedule 4. And what is public transport in the context of municipalities? It's an integral part of mobility in the areas that local government in the IUDF has to direct development in such a way that we achieve city morphology. We need compactness of our cities to work on the densities and corridors, but also facilitate mobility of our people between one area and another area. But you've got transport planning sitting somewhere. You also have areas like managing a vehicle license, for instance, urban and rural development. They are defined as provincial functions. But if you have a very strong system that we have of metropolitan government, these are the areas that, in my view, we should be asking questions. What justify retention of such functions in provincial government? Not to drive ad hocism, but when you look at the built environment function in its entirety, many of the constitutional court judgments that we have seen, struggles between cities and provincial authorities on tribunals, they continue to reassert the centrality of local authorities in determining the direction of growth, planning, consolidation, and they use these levers that are very central. So if you have got public transport and vehicle licensing, so Johannesburg should be able to exercise the function of managing vehicle licensing authorities, because it will then also help the city to manage the issue of ensuring that those who are licensed, we know the areas where they are, but they also take their responsibilities for local taxation. You also look at Part B, the areas that are retained as largely provincial competencies. I'm just curious, for instance, Program Director, the management of abattoirs, managing an abattoir from a health dimension, from an issue, we've got our cities having a lot of fresh produce markets. I will define it in that same value chain, whether it is meat or vegetables. But these ones are kept as provincial functions. The ambulance services that are very central to the experience of the quality of life of citizens. How do we make sure that they continue to stay in area? Provincial, roads and traffic. I still have to know what is the meaning of provincial traffic, so to speak. So the point I'm trying to make is that when you look at things like provincial recreation and amenities, what is provincial recreation and amenity? So there was probably at that time a lot of thinking to justify assignment of certain powers at a provincial sphere as part of the broader compromise scheme. That's my theorization when you look at it. But the greatest part of the scheme in Schedule 4 and 5 justifies us empowering metropolitan government so that they can have much more greater autonomy, they can have greater predictability in planning, but become the central points of bringing integration, so to speak. So those are the areas for me that I thought, rather than abstract talk, what are the things that we can harvest in such a way that we can give practical meaning to the aspiration of the NDP, but also breathe in life to the integrated urban development, and where cities are very central in building the kind of direction that we want them to be, drivers of economic growth, drivers of integration, but also help us confront the distortions of the structural limitations of our society in terms of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, the challenges of the time. Thanks.
Perhaps moving away from the one-size-fits-all, looking at the hybrid model, what may work in the Northern Cape province for the current form and shape of districts may not be the case in a province such as Gauteng, in areas in the KZN areas such as the Western Cape. Indeed, something to explore. Thank you very much, Mr. George. Pascal, you will advise me if your tick to say yes is that you would want to contribute or you had made an error.
No, no,
Pascal?
no. You know what? I think Paul and George have really covered me. You know, the point about integration and coordination is so important. Yeah. And Gauteng is a case study. I don't want to say it's a case study. It's a Gauteng case that we're putting up. Yeah. I lived in Reimsig, and Reimsig is just off the road between Johannesburg and Krugersdorp in the northwest, and there's a road there called Hendrik Potgieter, unfortunately still, yeah, and there's furniture there. There's a road that traverses almost 3 provinces in one. But if you look at it in a broader scheme of things, it covers what Paul was talking about, that we don't need a district in the west of Gauteng. We don't need a district in the west of Gauteng. So if there are decisions that we have to be made, is that we made a mistake. We've put in 2 local municipalities there that are ailing into one, and we now call them, I don't know what the Rand West is. I think it's named after one of our after one of our veterans. Yeah.
There's a new name, Pascal. Yeah, there's a new name.
Yeah, well, there's a new name there. Yeah.
It's called Butaleng.
Yeah, yeah. But we didn't need that. We don't need that. we actually didn't need that. And Paul, if you're part of our discussion, will know that we made a very strong attempt to define the Western district as a metro. It didn't go well. It didn't go down well with the Municipal Demarcations Board. We failed in that attempt. But the point is that Gauteng has 15 administrations, 15 mayors, or 12 mayors, or 15 or whatever. And it's a collaboration that can be well managed, planned as a single unit. So we have to take that decision that Gauteng is a city-state. Gauteng is a city-state, and let's take that decision now and move towards establishing Gauteng as a city-state. What is a city-state? A city-state is a combination of both some national competences, including policing, including transport, including tax, that have to go in and treat Gauteng as a city. Yeah, we start there and we push that. Yeah. The second one is to say that in other provinces, so it's -1 province. -1 province. Gauteng is a city-state, so it's a combination of both city and municipal competencies combined in one. And we take that decision and move forward. Then in other provinces, we identify eThekwini. eThekwini has to have a special regime with the national fiscals and IGR and all that. Cape Town has to have a special relationship with national and the national fiscals. Mangaung and Buffalo City and Nelson Mandela, we have to review our decisions on declaring those cities as metros. That's one section that we have to deal with. The second section that we have to deal with is that why is Polokwane a subsidiary to a district in Capricorn? Why is Busunduzi a subsidiary in Kungudlu or whatever that district is called? Why is Lephalale? Why is Mahikeng and all? And we have to take those decisions and declare those areas. And in my head, there's 22 of them that can be declared as non-metro, which is allowed by the Constitution. The Constitution only declares that we have to have A, B, and C. Why do we make Polokwane a subsidiary of a district in Capricorn? Take those decisions, move forward, yeah, and reduce the number of provinces. Why is Mangaung a metro? Mangaung is not a metro. Yeah. So we have to declare those intentions very clearly that these are important towns or centers of our economy that can drive economies of regions, and they can be supported to be driven as economies of regions, and we move forward. Yeah. But for me, Gauteng is a big issue. You know, that you're talking about DDM, Colin. How do you have 3 plans? How do you have 3 plans for Gauteng? Because the DDM model means that at the end of the day, you have 1 plans. How do you have 3 1 plans? Or in fact, 5 1 plans for Gauteng, if you include Midvaal and West Rand and Johannesburg and Ekurhuleni and so on, in a area that reacted collectively to the coronavirus. Why can't we learn from the coronavirus that we couldn't define or decipher that Gauteng is the epicenter and Midvaal is not, and Sidibeng is not? But we produced a responsive plan, a complete, comprehensive plan, a single plan for Gauteng. And we couldn't decide whether what region of Gauteng is going to go to level 1 or level 2 or level 3, and the other region is going to remain at level 3. Because we cannot, the movement of people, the movement of relationships. I live in Soweto, I have a girlfriend in Mamelodi.
Pastor, you'll have to round off, mindful of time.
So it's not possible to break up Gauteng. So Gauteng should be a city region, and that's it.
Thank you very much, Pascal. Colleagues, mindful of the time, we are running 20 minutes now beyond our ending period for this this session, but there are 2 more hands. I'm going to allow those 2 hands. I'll start with you, Tanya, and then followed by Michael Sutcliffe. Tanya? I'm not sure, Tanya, if you could hear us.
Sorry, that is an old hand. Please ignore.
Thank you very much. Michael, wave your hands.
Thanks, Comrade Chair. Let me just touch on a few issues, partly the ones that Tolile raised, and then in response also partly to Pascal. The first is this DDM issue, and I mean, it's useful hearing the arguments here because I'm in a bit of a battle at the moment with some people in COGTA. I say some people because generally I think there's a similar understanding to what I have. My understanding is the president more than 18 months ago was very clear in saying, and in fact, he contextualized it at the ANC Lekgotla in saying maybe we need to think of a new institutional model for the country. But his primary concern was the fact that if we just take the districts, there are lots of things that national government and provincial government in particular are doing, and they're completely ignoring the IDPs. So by law, an IDP should be an all of government document, but it hasn't become that. Now, part of what we're arguing is, let's just make sure that we make sure that we have good IDPs, because if in all of the districts we had an IDP that really was a long-term commitment, because that's what an IDP is. The law is very clear. It's not a short-term statement. It's saying in this particular space, and you could carve it up however you like, but let's just take the 52 spaces we have. What is that long-term strategy that we have there? And what are the elements of that that we need to deal with there? Now, if that starts working well, then quite frankly, it then starts emphasizing that we really don't need the existing legislative model of the provinces. There might be an argument that you need to keep them for political purposes as kind of administrators or whatever, but let's put that one aside there. So I think part of the energy now is to make sure that we are putting pressure to say it's not separate one plans or whatever. Let's have proper district plans and metro plans. So the question is twofold. The first is at a Sedibeng level, just to contextualize for all you fellows in the inner reaches there. In a Sedibeng context, it's saying, what is the overall plan in this district? So we don't get ourselves locked into Mfuleni and Midvaal, etc., but we're actually beginning to conceptualize how those communities, those economies, how those people, in fact, unfold over time there. Yes, it's arbitrary where those boundaries are, but to redraw every district in the country would be a lot of time. So in a metro context, it's very clear to me that it's about how do we unblock the national and provincial challenges that exist there. And those are quite serious. So every one of our large metros has to unblock those challenges. Transnet and the port, I mean, it was messed up by the Guptas and the way in which they dealt with some of those tenders here, but also there's back of port issues, etc. Those are hugely important given that 60 or 70% of everything you eat every day, it comes through this particular value chain between here and Gauteng in particular. So those are the sorts of issues that we should focus on, but instead of talking for new plans, we should be saying a one plan is a properly done IDP. Let's go back to those 2001, and I'm shocked as to how many people have not even read the 2001 regulations for IDPs there, and that states essentially those issues there. On the powers and functions, I agree with Xolile, and I know at the budget forum there'll be a discussion on that. But one of the issues I've been raising for a while is that when local governments have got clearly defined functions because they've defined them, national and provincial government do not have clearly defined functions. Even something like municipal planning now, the Constitutional Court, I think on about 9 occasions now, there's been an endorsement, certainly at our high courts have endorsed that municipal planning is about zoning and land use management. And no other sphere can take over that function. It's been very clear that that's determined there. But we haven't had similar determinations on provincial planning or even national planning at that level. And so I think we've got to push to get a clearer understanding of what these powers and functions are so that when we get that subsidiarity coming into play, we know what we're getting, because there has been subsidiarity occurring, but often it's at the expense of municipalities. In other words, provinces will hand over some of their housing function, but they won't hand over the funds for administering that function to them on that particular issue there. And then the last issue is really around these demarcations. Someone raised earlier the issue of Tshwane and it's unmanageable, etc. Well, actually, the original demarcation board decision on Tshwane was to say that Tshwane needs to be a larger city. However, there are a whole lot of agricultural lands that should, in fact, be given to the best option would be to give those to Mpumalanga, given that they're much more functionally linked in that, but that would require a boundary change at a province. Now, government, my understanding was that both national and provincial government agreed to that, but it was never implemented. So now you then had these over R1 billion spent by Tshwane on really something that could have been avoided if it was dealt with properly there. Similar things in Tshwane, and I don't want us to confine, and that's why I get very disturbed when we limiting our thinking of category A municipalities to the quote unquote metros. Once you get to an area like Vembi, and you've got the Malamulele Vuwani issue, while it has at one level an ethnic issue, it's really as a result of apartheid and colonial style governments in that area. So you've got lots of small villages, but actually when you add them up, they really are high density, functionally linked, etc. So that whole area, if you want to avoid the problems with this Vuwani, and 10 years ago it was Malamulele, now it's Vuwani or whatever, to avoid that is to really look at that whole district there, which is essentially an urban district, which you could deal with there. So I would argue that part of our discussion going forward was, how do we move to a single tier at that level, whether it's based on the DDM model, allowing flexibility, so you allow your substructures, allow your DMAs, let the demarcation board deal with that part of it, because I don't think that should be left to a municipality to decide on those sorts of internal boundary arrangements. But then we get on with this focus on a single unit below the national context, because increasingly provinces have shown that they really, as a delivery instrument, they really just don't have capacity themselves. Thanks, comrades.
Thank you very much, Mike. Colleagues, we have exhausted our time. I will give 2 minutes to each of the panelists if they want to grab the 2 minutes, 2 minutes each. Anyone can start. Unless you want me to start with Johan. Any closing?
Okay, yes. Yeah, okay. Look, it's a very interesting discussion. I do think that the way that the system is currently structured certainly is problematic. And yes, there is DDM within the metros, and I think that's part of the problem, because it simply means that the metros are not planning authorities in their own area for their functions, for the functions that are being performed there. And transport is a very good example. The fact that Transnet is there, that in the port cities, the port authorities are there, Eskom is there, water and sanitation, housing, etc. It really makes for a mismatch. It should not happen within the bigger cities. And yes, I do agree that there can be further categorization. It is that we don't really have time. Let me then conclude there. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thanks, Mohammed?
Sorry, no, I'm fine. I'm covered. I don't have anything to add. Thanks.
Mr. Nawa? I can see that is there. Paul Nawa, closing remarks from your side? Okay, it's quiet. Well, thank you very much, colleagues. Let's thank our panelists for the contributions made from the floor. All of the colleagues that made a contribution, thank you very much. I am not sure I will take guidance from Tanya. You are leading the next panel discussion. I'm not sure if there's time for a break, but I'll hand over to you, Tanya.
Hi, I don't think that we are going to have much time for a break. Maybe just literally a 2-minute stretch break for people. So let's come back in, let's say 3 minutes time, so that we can start the next session on local government sustainability. So just give us 3 minutes for a stretch break, and we'll come back at 16:31. Thank you. Right, welcome back after that short break. To kick off the session on making local government sustainable, without further ado, I'm going to ask the panelists to please come forward and share their thoughts. The first one is Karen Hees. She's worked for local government for more than 20 years, initially in intergovernmental fiscal relations at policy level, but also with regard to sustainability strategies at local government level. More recently, for the last 13 years, she's been benchmarking performance at Municipal IQ. I'm going to hand over to Karen Hees, and I'm going to request that all of the panelists please confine themselves to 10 minutes since we have to catch up a lot of time. So over to you, Karen.
Well, thank you, Tanya, and thank you, colleagues. Very interesting day. I'm sure everybody's fairly full of ideas and thoughts, so I will try and be brief. In fact, I undertake not to be that diplomatic because the issue of financial sustainability is one that's been discussed for 25 years, and it feels at times we haven't made much progress. So I'm just going to paint a very picture of a municipality, Lekwa. Lekwa, for me, is an interesting example. When we look at large cities like Johannesburg, eThekwini, really many people, when we speak about local government, that's what they have in mind. And fundamentally, these should all be financially sustainable entities, and they have been. They've had patches, arguably, where there've been some issues. We see that in Tshwane at the moment, but fundamentally, there's a rate space that can support them. There are, of course, municipalities, and these were alluded to in the wall-to-wall discussions, small municipalities which are fundamentally not financially sustainable, and they are supported to varying extents, and that's tweaked from time to time by the fiscus. So I want to bring to light a little municipality, well, actually not very little, a medium-sized municipality in Mpumalanga called Lekwa. And Lekwa you may know better for its largest town, Standerton. Standerton came to the fore in about 2009. There were some large protests there. The newly elected president at the time, Jacob Zuma, went. He found the mayor with his feet up on his desk to great embarrassment. And Lekwa was put under administration in 2010, 2011, 2012. Fast forward to this year, and we see Lekwa once again being put under administration. The reason why Lekwa is a municipality you may have heard of is in 2017, the largest employer in that area is Astral. Essentially, they produce a fair number of chickens, poultry producer. And Lekwa went to the courts and said that they were no longer going to pay. Astral went to the courts, Lekwa municipality, for electricity was being handed over to the municipality, and it wasn't being paid to Eskom, and they were facing essentially the death of their chickens with the prospect of electricity cuts. So it became quite a shameful case of municipal failure and this private sector intervention that was taking place. So we saw a number of maneuverings, but essentially the reason why it was once again put under administration is because of quite serious financial failings, in large part massive Eskom bills, massive water board bills, which just once again, despite intervention, accumulated, and the provincial executive in Mpumalanga decided there was no choice but to put the municipality once again under intervention. Now, just to look at how it's performed since April, obviously COVID-19 came along, stymieing things, but it started the year, the plan was the end of 2019, it was to have a budget of about 909 million Rand. It spent 58% of that. That's its entire budget. When we look at its capital budget, it had a budget of 70 million Rand. It spent 14 million Rand. Its spending on repairs and maintenance was 2.3%. Its revenue fell, and we don't really have enough data on its debt. We do know that it owes Eskom a significant amount. It's also not compliant with the MFMA. So I'm just going on some of the sort of headlines around Lekwa. The reason I paint Lekwa is I've spent quite a few years looking at indicators of financial sustainability. And I'm afraid I differ with a number of my colleagues today. I think local government sadly has deteriorated significantly. I don't think that the Auditor General is necessarily the most accurate reflection of delivery. But I do think the fact that we have regressed significantly shows that financial governance is seriously problematic. And if we cannot account for the money that we have in local government, we cannot in any way start to tweak and ask for greater amounts from a very strained fiscus. I think that's just a political reality we have to look at. So when we look at a case like Lekwa, and granted, it really is a rather problematic cases. There are many municipalities, even in Mpumalanga and neighboring municipalities, that score very well and that this wouldn't apply to. And there are very many hardworking municipal officials who shouldn't be painted with this brush. But I think 25 years on, we need to start saying what is going wrong in towns like Lekwa. And Lekwa is just one. We have a newsmaker of the month at Municipal IQ, and unfortunately, we try to highlight some positive cases, but it tends to be the negative ones that come to the fore. So there could be many others. So the answer traditionally is that there is not enough revenue. Lekwa, however, there is a large industrial client there, willing to work with the municipality. Relationships have broken down there. So the issue really is around revenue raising and what's being done with that revenue and how that's being accounted for. So I think given that in real terms, grants have increased quite significantly to local government, we can discuss the way in which they're distributed amongst local government. Obviously, the issue of unfunded mandates has been alluded to on a number of times. Today it comes into play. But I do think that local government has to start looking at where it's failed in revenue raising. I don't think it's necessarily reasonable for local government to expect the fiscus to bail it out. And I mention that because local government is given an extraordinary fiscal autonomy internationally. It's really unprecedented. And that does bring with it responsibility that can't or shouldn't be passed off to the South African Revenue Service. The request that tax refunds are withheld until rates are settled, to my mind, is really, it's relinquishing that autonomy. It's an admission of failure. So that's the issue around there isn't enough money. It could be well true that there isn't enough money, but until local government has shown that it's really exercised its full fiscal capacity, that argument is weakened. I think the other issue we have to look at is intergovernmental relations. And really, Lekwa I chose specifically because there have been 5 interventions. And I think we have to question where interventions take place, why they take place. At the moment, we have to look at a place like Eastern Cape, where there's complete collapse in places like Makana. Nelson Mandela Bay, to my mind, requires intervention, and there hasn't been. And in other places, there can be arguments that there was political basis for intervention. So what happens with intervention? In places like the Northwest, it's essentially acting as a form of moral hazard. There's really mismanagement of funds, and what we see happening is we see there's an expectation that once intervention takes place, administrators will settle financial affairs and things carry on and return to their bad old ways. So interventions, to my mind, are part of the problem, unfortunately. I mean, they are superficially part of the solution, but the pattern that's created in terms of incentives has become highly problematic. And then just my last point, I think I'm running out of time. But I think, I think one of the issues and problems, and I don't know how to put this discreetly, but I think everyone here is really an old hand with the best of intentions for local government. And I think the sense of public service is something that was very nobly assumed of local government. And in truth, I think when we look at corruption and the reality of corruption and the scale of corruption, we have to look at the incentives that are being put in place in local government. And that really, we're having the wrong people appointed to top levels. That has been alluded to today as well, political interference. And we really need to look at insulating officials so that they can protect individual coffers of municipalities, that they can ensure that money is well spent, that supply chain management is for delivery and not for enrichment. And that, it's hard to accept if you were an idealist and you felt that everybody in local government would be there on the basis of public service. But I think we need to take a step back and accept that local government is seen as a career opportunity for many. It's seen as a rent-seeking opportunity for many. And that is really just a rational economic response in a cynical world. And it's a depressing reality. I think the Public Audit Amendment Act is a very encouraging development, and hopefully that can change that incentive and really encourage consequence management. So just my final thing around intergovernmental relations, I think it's probably going to be necessary for interventions to move more towards 139C and to look at dissolutions, because that will also, once again, that will act on incentives. It will focus the minds of councillors to ensure that really financial sustainability takes place. I think probably overstayed my welcome, so thank you.
Thanks, Corin. I want to call upon Jan Hutton, our next panelist. Jan, are you here?
Yes, Chairperson.
Let me go and share your screen, my screen, so I can get your presentation up.
Thanks.
Which you should be able to see now.
Yes, I can see it.
Let me just put it up on the screen.
All right. So, colleagues, can everybody see and hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. So, Chairperson, again, thanks for the opportunity. It was interesting, the previous discussion, because I'm sure the colleagues know that our fiscal system is designed on the powers and functions. And this is a long outstanding matter that's not been resolved. And it's also then put the Treasury a bit under a difficult position, because as much as we would like to consider the inputs and the comments and the critique, until we resolve the powers and function issues, there is a limitation. Secondly, Chair, the CEO of SALGA, I'm sure, have indicated that these discussions will feed into the political discussion at the budget forum in December, so I think it's very appropriate. If you can go to the next slide. So, colleagues, on this slide, I'm just trying to put the preconditions of how we're going to then find municipal sustainability to be on the agenda again. Essentially, what we are saying is municipalities have to optimize their current tax base and collect all potential revenue due to them. Secondly, sound governance and administrative practices to prevent leakage is critical. And here I'm talking about water and electricity losses. That is massive. Municipalities needs to perform their functions and deliver services for which they can levy services charged. Otherwise, you expect the community to make contributions for service they don't get. And one of the big challenges that we're currently struggling with as a collective is organizational structures that's not fit for purpose. For some reason, people misunderstood the concept of job creation. And by having a bloated organizational structure that you can't sustain is not adding to that discussion. Next slide, Chair. I've also tried to look at what the Constitution and the current realities, because the Constitution do place explicit obligations on each and every municipality. And if I listen carefully, it seems that some of these items, Chairs, already been discussed. Somebody's got a conversation there to that, Chair. So I'm not sure if somebody can mute those colleagues. Yes, please mute that stuff. It sounds deliberate interruption to me.
Yes, I would not be surprised, but let me proceed, Chairperson. So I've looked at 4 areas of what the Constitution essentially articulates. It indicates that municipalities should operate within its financial capacity.
That implies that you must spend only what you can reasonably raise in the form of taxes and service charges. Our experience when we assess the budgets of municipalities, last year we've had 127 unfunded budgets. This year is 106, and we're working hard to bring that number down. The second one is that you need to operate and support and make sure that your administrative capacity is up to standard. That means you need to fill your key positions, leadership positions, CFO, and this is a massive challenge, Chair. Many municipalities are without CFO and municipal managers, sometimes to the extent of 2 years. And then we're surprised that they're not dysfunctional or that they are dysfunctional. Obviously, the municipalities have to prioritize basic needs to our community. That was one of the key pillars in the Back to Basics concept. And our grants is intended to facilitate access to services and deal with backlogs, but consistently municipalities underspend. And if you look at the fourth quarter numbers that we've published recently, you will see the amount is massive. We do understand that there's a COVID link to it, but it's a consistent feature. And perhaps the last point on this slide, Chair, is we need to promote social economic development. And one of the tools that we do have to our disposal is municipal borrowing. But if your municipality is not well managed and on the face of your balance sheet, then it's not a tool that's to your disposal. Next slide. What I want to try and explain in this slide is when we talk about municipal revenue, it's critical that we look at the local government fiscal framework in totality. Unfortunately, there's a tendency to focus on the transfers of the equitable share and conditional grants. And the point is the fiscal framework has been designed to take all revenue and all resources into account. So we need to explore all the funding sources that we have to our disposal. It's important to consider the extent to which municipalities actually using their fiscal space. And we need to differentiate between actual revenue raise and fiscal capacity. So, Chair, there's a nice text box that we've put in the 2011 Budget and Expenditure Review where we explain this, what the Constitution have in mind when it came to fiscal capacity and fiscal effort. And a lot of people, unfortunately, in my opinion, do not understand the difference. And I'm not trying to pretend that we're the only ones that understand it. But certainly, while we are reviewing and considering all the ingredients to get our municipalities to be financially viable, it's important that we clarify this matter. The design of a fiscal system is based on the assumption, and the white paper have made a number of assumptions, but in the local government space, that those that can pay for services should pay, and therefore we use the rest to cross-subsidize. And there's a number of the equitable share, for instance, is meant to address the poorest of the poor. Next slide. So, Chair, here is an articulation of what I regard as the whole local government fiscal framework. If you focus on the left-hand side, that's normally the debate in Parliament about the 9.1% of nationally raised revenue. If you focus on the left-hand side and you look at the whole picture, then you'll come to the conclusion in the space of local government, we have 24% of the whole basket available for us in the space of local government. And this linked to the point that my the colleague has just made before me. Next slide. The next two slides, Chair, talks about leadership issues in the space of local government. And I think this is a critical area. I will not go through all the bullets, but leadership is at the heart of turning the finances around in our municipalities. And I've tried to list the things that our councillors, our mayors, and our municipalities should focus on, because if these things work, then there's a high probability of success. The next slide. Again, on leadership, we need to prioritize basic needs of our community. We're not necessarily getting that right. We need to focus on sound financial management policies and systems and practices. And then the leadership, the big team that you assemble around the municipal manager and the council, you must have professionals that they know what they're doing. Next slide. Chair, this slide everybody has seen many times. Our tax system in South Africa is centered around our urban areas. It came through very clearly in the previous discussions. However, we have a division of revenue bill and act that's highly redistributive. And what we've tried to articulate in this slide, if you look at the average equitable share per household, as well as the average conditional grant per household, you can see we have one of the most progressive redistributed tools to our disposal. And you can see it's biased towards our rural municipalities. Next slide. This one, many people have seen before, and I think Karen has made the point. If you look at the amount of infrastructure grants since 2000, it's not Mickey Mouse money, it's serious investment that national government has made into the space of local government. And the question is, after 25 years, why do we still have backlogs? Why do we have still service delivery related challenges? Surely this can't be an argument that there needs to be more money, because we need to use this money much more productively. Next slide. Chair, this is an interesting slide. I hope colleagues can see it. We've tried to look at the period between the 2001 census and 2011. And you can see progressively the infrastructure allocations, and then the period between 2011 and 2016. So in the first period, over a 10-year horizon, we've invested 183.9 billion in infrastructure transfers, and the period thereafter, 217 billion rand. But look at what we have bought with that money from an access to the household's perspective. So we have bought in the first term 57% of access to electricity for our communities. And if you then look at the far right, you can see in the subsequent period, Chair, at a higher investment, we bought lower value for money for our investment. And this is certainly something that we need to consider as a collective. Something in the process is not working for us. Next slide. Chair, this is just my conclusion slide. So the culture of planning to spend more resources than it's available is morally wrong. And we cannot simply add additional money given our current circumstances. Historically, perhaps we had the luxury of resources to our disposal. Unfortunately, we're not in that environment, and hence we need to be much more smarter. We have to instill discipline and consequent management. Everybody talks about it. Nobody do anything in this regard. And I'm saying at all levels in government. The third bullet, Chair, is an interesting one. And I think in this round with COVID, this has brought this issue to the forefront. Even at the national level, we're trying to resolve the wage issues that's unaffordable. But in the space of local government, we are generally paying higher relative to national provinces. Despite all of these and the Treasury's advice, we still increase our salaries while the community members is losing their jobs. So this is something we have to resolve going forward, and even if it means changing the legislative framework. My last slide shares about the unintended consequences of national government policy. I think as a local government sector, we've done remarkable work. If you look at the stats information on what we've achieved to access basic services, generally speaking, and getting rid of backlogs. So I think we've done a remarkable job. At the same time, by pumping and investing all this money into the local government system, we have actually spoiled our municipalities. So at this point in time, the total transfers to municipalities, Chair, is 138.7 billion rand in 2020-21. At the same time, we sit with debtors that is accumulated to the tune of 191.4 billion. And that suggests to me that perhaps we shouldn't have been so onerous in our national policy thinking, because in the process, we've actually spoiled municipalities to collect their own revenue. Chair, perhaps I should stop here.
Thanks, Jan. Let me just see if I can unshare the screen. See how I would do that. Yes, let me just close this. Let's find my way back to. Okay, so now I'd like to ask our next speaker, Roland Hunter, to please present.
Thank you. Can you just confirm that you can see me?
Yes, seeing you and hearing you perfectly.
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity. I was trying to put a presentation together, but I felt Jan was going to show so many figures or some other stats that I didn't need to do that, and it was also running out of time. I have dipped in and out of the sessions today. I have found them supremely useful. I want to cover six points, if I could. The first point, Jan has just raised this. I'm not sure that 25 years is the right time frame. For the first half of that 25 years, or for the first 10 years, it appears we were making progress. But from approximately 15 years ago, we have been in long-term decline in respect of financial metrics for local government. Now, when I made this point earlier this year, before COVID, at a DBSA session, Michael Sutcliffe nailed me, and he tried to say, no, but, and he used eThekwini as an example. Anyway, eThekwini is, relatively speaking, a good performer. I am making a generalization, and I defy anybody to confront that, to tell me that generalization is wrong. Local government financial status has declined significantly over the last 15 years. So that's my first point. Second point, service delivery and spending. We don't manage spending well. Jan has also referred to this. We waste the money. We let it get stolen. We let it get spent for the wrong reasons. Actually, we don't do, as local government, I'm speaking as local government, we don't do the spending properly. You know, I think Valley was a bit optimistic this morning when he said no one joins local government in order to steal. My gosh, but you know, there's so much stealing going on, and so much of it is facilitated by politicians. So if Valley is correct, I don't see it. I do think it's a chronically it's a problem related to our structure, where actual proper service delivery is undermined by the politics of this. So I just want to give you one anecdote, and everyone can come with their own anecdote. I did speak to a planner in a particular metro 3 years ago who burst into tears when we pushed her, because she said a particular development was not allowed in terms of the spatial framework. It was not allowed in terms of any policy. When she sent that up to council in a report, she started getting phone calls. Oh, you're blocking development, blah, blah, blah. So this is a profound problem that a lot of people have she conceded, by the way. She allowed the development to go ahead. She allowed that thing to happen. She compromised her professional integrity because she was scared. This is real. This stuff, we've talked about it quite often. It has to be, to my mind, at the center of what we do about this. No one seriously tackles costs. So Salga, I'm speaking to you. You are negotiating the salary framework for the next 3 years all the time. And there's no way that you don't, I've heard this because I've done the research. You first of all ask, what does a union want? And then you think, what can we cope with? Actually, you should say, no, this is our limit and we cannot cope with. So Salga's negotiating position on salary structures is just ill-conceived. And in addition to that, the rest of costs, no one is seriously looking after that. Because we are not paying attention to the cost of services, it's just so easy to pass that on in the increase in tariffs and to expect national grants to accommodate. It's a problem. We should be controlling the cost, first of all. The increase in grants, well, my gosh, for years we just used to allow that to happen. It's not happening anymore. There's a profound political problem about encouraging people to pay for services. Treasury will say to us, tariffs must be cost reflective. You know, analytically, they're quite correct. Politically, no one is going to do that. There's no councillor who, I'm generalizing, give me an exception. Councillors don't go out to communities and say, this is what the service costs. It costs this much because of the cost of our staff and the cost of our services. Please pay your rates and taxes. Councillors don't do that. And yet our entire intergovernmental system is based on, and Jan has just emphasized it, that municipalities should collect own revenue. They have no interest in collecting own revenue. Even metros, who can be very heavy on the northern suburbs or whatever, parts of the city which pay, they do not want to be heavy on anyone else because they are politically sensitive to that. But in the word anyone else, there are plenty of people who can pay. So councils don't collect what they should collect for political reasons. They don't control costs for political reasons. Oh my gosh, where are we going for that? We're going to run into trouble. It's a very clear thing. Tariffs and affordability. You can look at the city's network reports dating back at least a decade. I think even more. The tariffs charged by municipalities for metros, for services, are beyond what is affordable. And in COVID, it's kicked into an extreme extent. So if people cannot pay for tariffs, and if for the service charges and the taxes, and if the municipality fails to control its costs, all that happens is the debtors book goes up. The debtors book goes up. This is chronic financial unviability. Let's move on to the next point. Root causes. Why are we in this kind of trouble? Because our governance system does not allow us to collect rates and taxes. Our governance system does not allow us to control our costs. You're just not holding it together, okay? So I've heard, because I've been dipping in and out, I've been hearing various suggestions about how we might hold this together. Valley was talking about a central office of chartered accountants, a central office of engineers. Fine, you have to control costs. You need something else there. A central office for CFOs. Those were worthwhile ideas, but the political problem, I would suggest to Valley, is actually maintaining a social balance about what we expect local government to do and what we expect the communities to pay for. There's no social balance on that. And this is a political problem, it's not officials. And often we have a lot of stuff about, oh, officials must do this, oh, the revenue department must just go and collect, the politicians say so easily. Meanwhile, they are not supporting them. Meanwhile, they actually undermine them. So this is a chronic thing about political imperatives, which you cannot confront people and say you must pay. That's just not allowed. And administrative imperatives, which says you need the resources. To my mind, financial sustainability for local government is about tackling that governance problem. In case anybody wants to say to me, oh, national government must pay, I just really want to endorse the figures that Jan went through very quickly. National government transfers to local government have increased by 5 or 6 times in real terms. No one can expect more than that. It's quite extraordinary how generous, actually, national government has been. Such declining performance, not just in financial terms, but also in service delivery terms over the last 15 years. Local government declines, national government puts in more money. Now here we are assessing 25 years. Please don't say more than we must put more money in. There's really no point in putting money into a leaking system. There is a real point in sorting out the governance of that. Thank you very much. Keep well.
Thanks, Roland. And now we'll go on to our final speaker, Dr. Mkhululi Ncube from the Financial Fiscal Commission. Mkhululi, are you ready to share your thoughts? I don't think that he's connected. So what I'll do is just request from the audience. Are there any comments that you want to make or questions you want to ask? I think that our speakers have put some very controversial and interesting insights. I see Xolile George, and then afterwards, Michael Sutcliffe. Please go ahead, Xolile.
Thank you very much, facilitator, and also thanks to the great inputs that the two panelists have made. And I think they have made some quite important points that are worthy of reflecting. And maybe as we reflect, it's always important to always deposit arguments and look at them from an objective balance, if there's any word like that. Whilst I agree with many of the sentiments shared, but I just thought that I can't stop but noticing what is evidently a skewed reflection on the area of saying there's a lot of money in the system, there's a lot of money that has been directed, this sphere is just not doing what it's supposed to do. Maybe they're partly correct, but I would have expected that at least from a national treasury perspective, there has to be a balance in the reflection on some of the core constraining factors that also weaken the ability of local government to discharge its responsibilities around driving viability in terms of finance, management, and so on. In terms of skills, not getting the right skills people, I agree. There's a lot of areas where within the control of local government can do better. Simultaneously, you also have difficulty in attracting the right people. I mean, I quite like the point that Vali raised in the morning. And this has been a central point we have been raising at SALGA, that perhaps some of the solutions we should visit into the system, having learned for the last 20 years, is to really look at areas where we would provide less discretion. Understandably, municipalities have got executive powers and legislative powers. But if we start looking at the total budgets of local government and say, for instance, local government has got almost about 600 billion rand that has to be managed. And it has to be managed in 257 spaces. So what value do we attach to the importance of sound financial governance and sound financial management of that amount? It's a huge amount of money by any standard. Own, raise revenue and transfers. But you will also have legislation that comes from national government that also, in our view, fails local government. And they are not reflecting on those areas. That you would have the same level of functions, for instance, for CFOs. Onerous responsibilities may be very necessary, where CFOs have to manage those. But you would have a situation where we will prescribe how they should pay a CFO in municipality A and municipality B. And this is not to say we are advocating for a free-for-all. Don't get us wrong at all. All we are saying is that there has to be a reasonable measure, almost like the same way that Vali was saying. We did an assessment at SALGA of how many chartered accountants, for instance, we have in the country. And this is the highest level of qualification and a well-governed profession, registered and so on in our country. There's no less than 147,000 chartered accountants in the country. And we did an assessment of where the distribution is across 9 provinces. They are everywhere. But to attract that level of skills, there's many constraints. eThekwini will, Johannesburg will, Cape Town will, but in many other smaller municipalities, when we sit at a national level and prescribe how you must pay a CFO at Fita Khomo municipality, in an environment where MFMA, PFMA does not create a differentiation of the scope of responsibilities and so on, but you will prescribe and say, pay them far less than 500 Rand or whatever it is, to use just an example. So there has to be certain areas of regulation where we also do not impede the ability of local government to attract skills. And I don't see that. The second part, which I thought National Treasury will have to look at it, and perhaps Roland would know that. It's easier in Johannesburg as a CFO to know that you can collect everywhere because of the highly urbanized area, the use of land use planning. The area is proclaimed. If there's few areas unproclaimed, maybe it's Orange Farm. Few areas there, maybe Porky or Wheelers Farm and Vlakfontein. The rest of the city, there's a tax base. Many of our municipalities cannot collect in many of the areas. So optimizing fiscal capability, financial viability also has a corresponding obligation on enablers. Many of our municipalities cannot collect precisely because of the land tenure system. So when you have a Property Rates Amendment Act, Section 217 and others, where they say there are certain areas we must exempt, certain state institutions must be exempted from paying rates. So we exempt other spheres to carry out their obligations in other spheres. And who drives national legislation? It's national government. So the disablers are also created at a national level. And I would have thought perhaps my colleagues would reflect to that and say many of our towns just cannot exercise the very one element of rates collection. So how do we then move forward and say, these are enablers we will create for local government? The second area, which is a major utility, Eskom. It's within the levers of Treasury. And I'm not throwing it to say, I want to balance the conversation to blame Treasury. No, it's a national government issue. Out of 257 municipalities, less than 187 municipalities are licensed distributors of electricity. That constitute about 41% of the distribution business of Eskom. The rest of the business, 59%, is in Eskom. And these are the same areas where national legislation in terms of the Fiscal Powers Act says local government, you will be empowered to raise surcharges, collect revenue, use electricity as a lever to collect revenue. So where we can't collect as local government, it should not be surprising to national government that those are ESCOM controlled areas. So when you look at the 25 years, also balance that in the equation. So it is not a one-dimensional issue. These are thieves, they are stealing. I think that kind of a conversation, very necessary to a certain extent, but I don't think it is helping in many instances in terms of illuminating the appreciation of the problem. The issue of inflation adjustment growth in municipalities, it's easier to package it in the manner that perhaps Jan has packaged. It does show growth in terms of transfers, but inflation growth must be acknowledged. Roland mentions real growth, but most of those growth has really been inflationary growth within the same envelope of 9.1%. I would have appreciated if there were an area that says, with the same level of growth for 15 years, local government in real terms has grown from what was historical 9.1%, today it's about 26 or whatever percent. So shifting the coins within the same envelope to say it was distorted against metros, now we are allocating to locals of this classification, I don't think it's telling the right picture also. Because why are we sitting with the same vertical envelope that is within the confine of 9.1% for the same period? But we're arguing on the other side, it has been growing phenomenally. The difference is that we're sitting with thieves. I don't think that kind of conversation is bringing a balance. And maybe we need to tame it and balance it as such so that we can find answers. The last part that I just wanted to throw clarity on, the point Roland raised, and it would directly relate to SALGA, how to relate on bargaining. It's one area that is quite fraught with difficulties. And I'm glad that you are using the word, there's functional clarity. Maybe Treasury says this is happening, but there's politics on the one hand. And perhaps I would have thought you would use the same. Because if you look at the 9 years, for instance, we are sitting with more than 4 multi-year agreements. The last leg is now ending in this June 2021. Stable sector, well-managed conversation, very difficult conversation. But in that equation, perhaps you may not be aware, or you are aware, that national government is involved, FFC is involved, and they are brought in precisely because of the Municipal Systems Act, Section 92, that whenever you conclude multi-year wage agreement, make sure you get consent of national departments, COGTA, Treasury, and FFC. So the average for the last 12 years, I'm sure your stats will tell you, are no more than 6.4%. That has been carefully managed under most difficult situation, but it's almost like presented as a free-for-all. There's a runaway cost that is not patrolled. I'm sure if we were to look at the facts around it, we would appreciate that in balancing the functional issues, there are also very difficult issues that unions will sit in local government and go to political parties at national level and say, you know, to stop the strike, let's just agree, let's get the 7.1%. And those pressures get exerted, they don't get defined in the news. And this is not to say to justify that we must not patrol that. Yes, we must, but it's a very difficult area, as you can see now in terms of national government, parties locking horns in court. And that's exactly the same area where you can't sit as SALGA and say, we have budgeted 4% and that's it, and not risk the instability in the sector. So perhaps balancing the limitations of viability, the limitations of revenue, and also appreciating that there's a case being made for local government to get more resources and fix the maladies, of course, poor governance, corruption, getting the right skills. That I agree. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Moving on to Michael Sutcliffe, you wanted to comment, and then after that we'll take play.
Thanks very much. And I'm certainly not going to defend myself with Karen and Roland in the house here. But let me clarify firstly the issue that I was raising this morning. Being a city manager for almost 10 years, 7 months of every year was taken up with negativity around audit reports. Because in December, you know, early December, the audit reports come out, and then there's local media. Then we have to have a provincial thing around April or whatever. They clap you once again, and then in June they go to Parliament and deal with it there. So the result is the public as a whole doesn't focus in on what exactly are the problems in eThekwini versus Lekwa versus Joburg versus whatever, and we try and deal with those problems and make sure we make people accountable. Instead, we just end up with this generality that exists there. And that's the point I'm making, because the most valuable things for me, and actually I would make sure they should be public, are management reports. I know that, and maybe not public completely, some people might not like that, but the result was, as a municipal manager, I found those the most useful reports about telling me what was going on in this administration of many billions of rands, of many staff, etc. It gave me a glimpse that was good. But what I was defending publicly was this big picture. Is it a clean audit and all that kind of nonsense that sort of has emerged over the period, rather than actually being held accountable and me having the ability to hold my own staff accountable where they've erred there. So the first point I want to make is we've got to start localizing these problems so that we can say what exactly in Lekwa is the problem, who's responsible for it, what action should be taken, and deal with it. And we've got to begin to make sure that individuals are held accountable and go to jail where needed. And so I'm absolutely in favor, because the more we keep this at this very general level, it becomes finger pointing, because there has been more corruption in provincial and national government than you'll ever find at a municipal level. There has been more nonsense awards made at a provincial and national government than at a municipal level. But at that municipal level, you hardly get a chance to deal with things. So the first point I'm making is that we must localize these problems, hold the right levels of accountability, etc. The second issue is that we've got to apply the same rules across the board. So that I use the example of provincial, national government, of entities, etc. We've got to begin to make sure there's proper accountability. National Treasury instituted, and I was certainly in favor of it when Kenneth was there, is a kind of body that would oversee irregular tenders. There were two tenders that we got as a relatively new company with lots of experience. The one was in Johannesburg, where we bid to do an institutional review. We had a great team of ex-Joburg and ex-eThekwini people. About 7 million rand was our tender. It gets awarded to a fellow from Chatsworth who's never done any of this before. We've read on the Zondo Commission now at something like 30 million rand. So eventually we had to take Joburg to court. They were forced to fly down to eThekwini. Their case, their tender was thrown out, but they quickly paid off that company, I think, over 10 million rand quickly for doing in effect nothing. I took it to National Treasury. Guess what happened? Nothing. Absolutely nothing to that committee that was established to look at that. Now, in this case, it was very clear. I documented every email, every way in which there was interference, every kind of issue there. Nothing happens. Similar thing happens with another bid that we go, where eventually, after 3 months of getting score sheets, we suddenly see one member of that committee, in this case, her professor, got awarded a certain university in the Gauteng region at a bid that was almost 1 million rand, if I remember, less than our bid. Sorry, more than our bid. But they quickly got rid of us. This person completely underscored. The 4 members on that panel, 3 of them agreed with our presentation, but this person scored us so low to force us then to be kicked out on the basis of a PowerPoint presentation in order to get that award. Again, go to Treasury with all the documents we finally got. Nothing happens. Now, we've got to change that. We've got to make those individuals, whether they're in Treasury or wherever they are, accountable. You can't be leaving at a municipal level or whatever. There are private sector banks that deal with a lot of these corrupt officials, because ultimately money goes into banks there. Those banks must be held accountable for allowing that to happen, because they know it happens. So the argument I'm making here is that let's focus on that accountability in the private sector, the public sector, the individuals involved there, etc., and we will start making that difference. But at the moment, municipalities, it's very difficult to get people coming into municipalities, because not only do they have to deal with the political challenges, and that's not an easy job at that level, and it's not because of corruption, but that's the nature of that job. The issue is that they are faced with an uphill battle before they even start there. So the issue I'm raising is that let's focus on localizing those problems, make sure that we get into where the problem is and solve it at that level. It's not going to help us just saying in a general sense this, etc. And that's, I think, why I'm really for. It's not that I argue against many of the issues. I do know the challenges, the tragedy in my own city here. I would not stand up on a platform with colleagues, with Roland, for example, and be defending what's happened in the city now, because you build institutions with great people in the city, and overnight corruption hits badly. And now the recovery here is huge, where, you know, even on USDG, I don't know, they've paid less than, I mean, they've spent less than 10% in the first 6 months. So those are issues that I'm arguing very strongly, that let's focus in on where the problem is and let's deal with it and make sure there's accountability. Thanks.
Thank you. Before we head back to Ivor, Blake, go ahead and share your thoughts.
Tanya, can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yes, perfectly.
All right,
go ahead,
okay.
please.
Just a couple of points, colleagues. One is I would plead that, you know, as people who have been working in local government for quite a long time, that we should not be oblivious to the fact that things in local government are getting terrible. We know that when the former minister, PG, actually did a survey on the state and condition of local government 2013-2014, that close to a third of municipalities were in the ICU. 6-7 years later, I would venture an argument that the situation has actually worsened. We can't close our eyes to the fact that the majority, more than 90% of municipalities, just to use 2 provinces, Free State and Northwest, are in problems. We can't close our eyes to the fact that close to half of our metros are under administration. Mangaung, well, Tshwane, let's say, yeah, Mangaung, Sunduzi has had problems, and Tshwane. Oh yeah, and then of course, Nelson Mandela is also having difficulties. So the situation is not rosy. And I also would want to argue that we can't use old approaches which has failed to solve some of these challenges and problems that we've got. I think that our starting point must be an acknowledgement that things are not well at a local government level. And we're not in competition with national government or provincial government. We're talking about local government now. And it does not mean that we are saying that, you know, I would be arguing that things are cozy in national and provincial government. So for me, that's my starting point. Then number 2, I think that we also need to be upfront and accept the fact that where there's a lot of where our local government's financial sustainability is actually threatened and characterized, you know, by bad financial management or mismanagement, fraud, corruption, and just sheer bad and inept, you know, leadership. We need to ask ourselves the questions: have we actually confronted those difficulties in the best manner possible? National Treasury must ask itself that question. National COGTA must ask itself that question, together with provincial COGTA and SALGA, of course, to say that where we have been confronted with these challenges that are localized, as Mike is saying, how have we reacted? What have we done, and what have the results actually been? Because if we are not doing that, if we are not asking ourselves those difficult questions, these problems will prevail. These challenges will actually prevail. We need to ask ourselves a question: isn't it that a lot of these challenges that we are trying to address at the local government level are not necessarily, some of them may be administrative problems in the sense that we may not have the correct administrative leadership there, but a whole host of it is also political. So how successful will we be if we actually throw administrative solutions at political challenges and political problems? Where should those issues actually be dealt with? And why is it that we are not successful in dealing with those issues, in those political issues actually getting, resolved? Because they are an integral part, of the problem. So I would think that our narrative must be that, yes, National Treasury and COGTA can actually do much more in instituting proactive measures, under Section 154 to assist municipalities where there are difficulties, et cetera, et cetera. That scope is there, and I agree with Xolile. We can actually do more. But colleagues, let us not bury our heads in the sand and think that all these other challenges that are there will actually will go away. We need to address it, and we need to ask ourselves the questions: have we got the correct strategies? Are we putting the correct strategies, solutions in place, to address those challenges? It's not going to help us to say that there's also financial mismanagement and corruption and theft in national and provincial government. Of course there is. And we also need to condemn that in the strongest terms that we actually can. But the issue is we're talking about local government now, and we are talking about 25 years in local government. What is it that we can actually do better to resolve, those challenges that are actually facing us? Otherwise, if we don't do it, and I don't want to sound controversial, if we don't do it, we are going to be complicit in the running down of municipalities. Because where we are at the vantage point of being in national government, provincial government, and in SALGA, and we can see as to things are not going right, but we are not doing a lot, in terms of, trying to get these things actually under control. That's my comment, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Blake. I see that Lekula Sidwell has got a burning issue to share. So make it quick, please, Sidwell, and then I'll hand over to Iva.
Tanya, I think thank you very much. I think to some extent, both Xolile and Blake have covered me. What Xolile has raised, an oxymoron. On the one hand, he raises issues that really require deeper introspection. On one hand, he asks a very question which requires, a response from national. So I won't delve into those issues. I think Blake has covered me, but I want to ask one question from Jan. In his presentation, he did not indicate the grant forfeitures over the period, the 2 periods that he's indicated. Whether that was a deliberate omission, because what he has projected is what has been deposited or what was approved as transfer to the municipalities, but what has come back subsequently due to the inability to spend has not been reflected, just to give us a better picture of what has gone back through.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask Jan to just quickly clarify that point, please, and before handing over to Iva.
Thanks, Chair. On average, remember, we've instituted processes for municipalities to submit their request for rollovers. We then check whether there's cash in the bank and whether the grants is cash backed. And I've given you a sense that the grants, the equitable share is about 74 billion plus in that vicinity. On average, Chair, after we've considered the rollovers and we then recall money, it's on average 1.5 billion to 2 billion. So it's a very small amount in the broader scheme of things. That is a discipline that we've put into the system. And so far it's starting to give results because we come from a regime where there was no reporting on grants. We have improved that. and progressively we're focusing on the value for money. So Chair, I hope that answers that specific question. Thanks.
Thank you for the feedback. And now I'm handing over to Ivor.
Thanks, Tanya. I think another very interesting session on which I have several questions, but the questions relate to, I think, the structure of today and leading into tomorrow, because I think quite organically, or rather spontaneously, a rather interesting dynamic has emerged in this conference. So one of the points that's been made, I think, several times by several speakers, is that in the design of the local government system, lots of emphasis was placed on the development of models and systems and regulations, and perhaps not enough focus was placed on what people have said as the people. I've read that to mean that there's been lots of focus on designing appropriate institutional frameworks, but not sufficient attention paid to politics. In particular, the one big issue is the divisions or the kind of splintering of the ANC that has happened over the last several years. I think that is completely unanticipated in the design of the local government system. And we can certainly point to several other political developments, like, for example, corruption, which were not anticipated. What is quite nice about today is that we've discussed some of those systemic, institutional, structural model questions. And tomorrow we're going to start exploring in much greater detail some of the dynamics around the politics and the political economy of local government, with a view to thinking around a way of going forward to address both the institutional but the political issues together. So I think today has been a very exciting, very interesting conversation, which anticipates the conversation of tomorrow very, very nicely. So I really hope that people are going to join us. We've had very, very good numbers. They've dropped as the course of the day have gone on, but still we've had a lot of people participating. But it does, that general structure does bring me to certain questions in relationship to the last presentation. And I know we don't want a further debate, but maybe we can return to them in private or in tomorrow's conversation. So Roland and Karen, I've been involved in sort of thinking about corruption now for a very, very long time. I was one of the authors of the Betrayal of the Promise report, for which there were very, very severe pushback against some of us. And yet what worries me, though, is that the conversation doesn't adequately take into consideration political economy. And of course, we were very strong on the political economy in the 1980s and the 1990s. And I wonder if we're paying insufficient attention to it now and thinking around the crisis of local government. Chippy Olver, in his earlier presentation, talked about the extraordinary concentration of revenue at the large metro levels and how that revenue dropped off quite dramatically at other tiers of government. I wonder if that's not a key factor in the kinds of financial difficulties in municipalities, and I wonder how that plays itself out differently. But I'm also wondering, there's a huge elephant in the room. The truth is the South African economy is in structural decline. I know that earlier economic readings were that we were in a decline of a 15 to 20 year decline, heading towards an economy the size of Kenya in around 2030, 2035. I think the current readings are that we're heading to be a size of an economy smaller than Kenya in the next 3 to 5 years. So the decline is much more rapid than it was anticipated. And of course, growing levels of impoverishment. Largely South Africans are much poorer than they were and are getting poorer. Surely these large structural factors are playing themselves out in municipalities, and simply the kinds of economic activities which sustained municipal tax bases in the past are in decline. And surely this is having an effect on municipal revenue. That it's not simply a question of misspending and corruption. So I wonder where those larger political economy questions are in relationship to the state of local government today. Anyway, let me end on that note. I think Tanya handed over to me to draw this to an end rather than to keep the conversation going. It's been an extraordinary day, I think an exhausting day. I certainly haven't been party to a conversation of this length, of this breadth, and of this depth in a very, very long time. It's been a great pleasure to be part of it. I look forward to seeing you all again, and more of us to tomorrow morning. We start at 9 with a very exciting panel with Jason Ngobeni, Mhabisi Ndlechana, and Yolisa Khani, and that's ostensibly around municipal community relationships, but I think what's going to start to come out is the kind of political economy of local government. Tanya, on that note, I think we should come to an end.
Okay. Great. Goodbye, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Super. Thank you.
Same link tomorrow.
Bye.
Ciao. Thank you.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye,
everyone. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Pascal. Pascal.
You
must carry out the threat you said you will carry.
What threat?
And that was May in the afternoon. I don't want to raise it here, but please carry it out. I can just give you pointers. I just can give you just pointers. You said one day. You said one day.
Is he going to buy whiskey?
No, he said one day he has a dream. He wants to bring everyone. That was the only thought on his mind that day. He's going to bring everyone that he knows is a dinosaur in local government, bring them together. No, and host them. That's what he said in May. That was level 5.
I'm still
but he's hosting them on this platform.
No. This is a different hosting. I'm reminded because I see whiskey. Everyone now. Yeah.
We need whiskey.
Yes. You must do that.
No. I'm still on course.
I'm very happy to talk. I'm really happy to talk.
So Roland,
yeah.
you must help us. We want to arrest all the thieves. That we fully agree. We must not even mince our words. Extract accountability, and Treasury knows that. We must extract accountability. But at the same time, let's make sure that we don't throw everybody and say, even this Vhembe municipality, because of VBS, it doesn't need support. Let's deal with them for stealing money of VBS.
Yeah.
But let's also support them in the process.
I agree entirely.
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
So sometimes the thieves make us boil, and there are many, unfortunately. But the point is, can we give legs to this fear to execute that which it must do, and then flush out the thieves consistently every day?
Solile, I'm 12 chapters down the line.
On that writing.
I still have you and Tabo. Tabo, are you there?
Fine, sir.
I see I've Tabo and Roland and Solile here still, ne?
There's some others, no?
You must ask all these others. I saw a lot of Joe Beggars here, Pascal Lee, as well as Leila, and I was excited. And Blake.
You know what we're going to do, ne? We're going to circulate the recordings and the products of this session. Ne? I think now we've got a huge database of local government. And we're producing these documents, and but it's not just producing documents for the sake of documents.
Yeah.
We will be saying to people that we are now part of a reference group. 160 people subscribe.
Yes. Yes.
We had about 92, average 92 people participating today.
Yeah. I really want all those people, Pascal. Next week, on the 3rd and 4th, as you all know, we are having our 20-year reflection NMA of SALGA. So we're bringing all municipalities in this gathering. So today as we have jointly planned that let's exclusively focus on policy practitioners and no theories. Let's just talk practical. But next week we're going to have NMA. And I wish that all of us, we can all be there to enrich that discussion. And really, as we go forward, spend less on talking. I mean, I'm just making an example, Roland.
Yeah.
You know, in 257 municipalities, almost 248 of them, they have got half of their areas where they can collect rates. And I'm saying, when we talk about radical socio-economic transformation and radical management, all what that notion says, why are we struggling to do a simple thing where we see people escaping major city centers in your Potchefstroom or Polokwane? Then they build mansions just outside because they know the land tenure system has not been tampered with. We're focused on distribution in our country and restitution. The land tenure reform part, which is a major component of municipalities, has not been touched. And we're sitting on it doing nothing as a country. And then we say municipalities can't collect, they can't do. Why can't we just have executive proclamation, whatever that could mean, Pascal? Just we can govern properly, have cabinet passing that, have a legislation, and we collect revenue everywhere. You receive a service, we will collect revenue. Don't tell us about land being proclaimed or not, because it takes 6 years to proclaim one piece of land in Vlakfontein. We know our battles with the province.
Are you growing old, my brother?
Yeah.
Can I come in here into this conversation now that Pascal is here and you wouldn't recognize my hand earlier? Olile, I want to ask you a question. With the experience of the last 20 years, the type of people who get hired in local government, giving feet to local government, is it going? What does it mean?
Pascal, you are disrupting Pindi.
Yeah, you're not letting him make the point.
And he didn't point at me in the first session he was chairing it.
It's fully stormed. Hey.
He didn't point at me in the first session, so I'm not impressed with him.
In fact, I noticed your hand was up, Pindi. Your hand
together
was
with yours, yes.
Yes, and he never recognized you.
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure whether I heard you correctly, Pindi, in terms of the caliber of people who are appointing local government. I mean, it's one of the major problems.
Exactly.
The capacity to comprehend what needs to be done at hand. We just have a huge mismatch. In fact, people that ought not to be there in the first place are there.
I was going to say people who are there for other reasons. People who are there for other reasons. I have a municipality in Gauteng. It's got 80% of its budget locked in cost of employment.
Yeah, no, we
is running down the streets. Nothing is happening in that municipality. You go there with your trucks as province to fix. They slash the tires and they take your cars to their own suppliers. And there's a fundamental issue that we must talk about, the thugs that have come into local government. So we can talk feet, we can talk revenue basis, what we want. We need to deal with that thing.
And until such time that we deal with the meaning of IGR in terms of cooperative governance, interdependent, interrelated. For me, Pindi, there should be no sphere that is allowed to mess itself in the name of autonomy or whatever it is. So even in recruitment, if we really want to believe that cities and secondary cities and so on are major sites of deliver, are major sites of realization of basic human rights in our constitution, then it should be that all three spheres, if it means to the extent necessary, they must be involved in choosing the right people to local government. Why should we want to hold on something? And then we have people who have got other forms of agents. They are very good at dishing out issues. Then they get elevated to be city managers or municipal managers. And that's the problem we're sitting with. So why should you, in the name of autonomy, Pascal, have your power to mess up West Rand municipality, Mohale city, or whatever it is, all in the name that you have the power to do that? It's undermining the coherence of governance in Gauteng. Shouldn't we be saying Gauteng government must also be central in that decision so that we can have a better way of, I mean, in other countries, we all know, they decide who are the people who must be placed elsewhere, and they will remove you, evaluate in a year, and remove you in a year, not 5 years or whatever period. We create commitments on a yearly basis and then deal with the situation. And that's my view. I'm actually tired for that matter, because many of the things we talk about, they are really tiring. We just don't act on them.
Exactly.
We just don't act. So we expect a Johannesburg to comply with the full MFMA prescripts. And then we go to Fita Homo and throw into them the same complexity of MFMA. And when they want to employ the right person, we even tell them, no, only pay 450,000 for this CFO, but is expected to comply fully. We do that. Instead of saying your scale is commensurate to the same way we did for SOEs, Pascal and Pindi. We have scheduled 3A, 3B, 3C, whatever. Why can't we create that kind of level of appreciation of complexity and scale in municipalities?
You know what, man? Can we take this discussion offline?
Okay.
I don't.
Okay.
We're taking using this platform. I don't know who else is still hanging on this platform, but I think this is a very useful discussion. Man.
You will edit it at the end. Those areas you don't want to form part of the text, you will edit them out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll edit them out, but someone has to take responsibility for organizing this thing offline. I think between you and Pindi, me and Roland are old and tired. Yeah.
You have a lot of time. That's why you must organize it.
So between you,
exactly.
let's take this discussion offline, and I mean I have 101 suggestions in discussion. Roland, I've just come out of a 7-day facilitation with the city of Joburg, and I'm traumatized.
The level of capacity.
Yeah, no, 7 days I've been traumatized from different levels, you know? And I think it's a macrocosm of what's happening across the country. You know? But let's have this discussion offline, please.
Let me host you.
That's fine. Kolile's going to host us. Great.
Yeah. Okay.
What are you doing? What is your flexibility from today going forward? Give me signals.
No, we can do
preferable on weekends. Give me signals.
We can do it in 2 hours' time.
In 2 weeks' time.
2 hours.
2 hours time.
2 hours until whenever you want. Yeah. That's how
flexible. Okay. Let's see if Saturday will work if you are not held up during the day.
I know when you are traumatized, Chiefs is not doing well.
Pascal, don't deepen my crisis.
Never mind Kaizer Chiefs, Pascal. Never mind Kaizer Chiefs.
So let's agree then what we will do.
Yeah. So and all I'm saying, I'm available, and I'm sure Roland is available. After hours or in hours or whatever. But this is a conversation that we need to have.
Send me an invite. I'll absolutely try and fit in with that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Let me finalize it, and then we will cross-check with everyone, Pascal, and then we can see. Maybe beyond the 4 of us, there may be 2 or 3 more people you may think of, and then we keep it small and start shaping because there's a review of the Systems Act that we have pushed forward in Parliament. There's been resistance to say there's a Constitutional Court judgment that says let's only pursue that element that was declared unconstitutional. And we've been saying, Salga, we need the full scope review for all these 4 main drivers: systems, structures, demarcation, MFMA. So that we don't bequeath some of the areas that are really constraining going forward, but probably factor in innovation. We have never even thought about digital solutions at that time. And now we are in an era where we should legislate how municipalities must do certain things in a particular way. I know innovation, you don't want to legislate everything, but I'm saying there is now time for us to actually use today's discussion tomorrow and next week to start making reference groups that must start helping us to draft proposals. Let's talk and then see this is the blueprint.
Like electronic valuation certificate, clearance certificates.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, Pindi, I've been so impressed with what Ivo and I have been talking about in terms of the platforms and the database and the predictive models that have been put in together. Yeah? I think Kolile, I'm going to ask Ivo to convene us or you to convene us. Yeah. we meet as soon as possible, like next week.
Okay.
That we start talking about this type of interventions that we can make. We can bring in Abu Padi and Tanya and other people in, and have these conversations. Get Abu Asgar and other people in. Well, I think we can make a difference. We can make a difference, like we've made an approach to you, Colin, about convening this conference. I think the conference is just, for me, evidence of what we can do. If we can put a conference like this, then we can really start putting solutions together. So I'll have a side chat no Ivo, and Aksu Eva way. Now you keep on saying Eva.
I said Ivo.
Who do Eva way?
I'm tired now. I'm tired. It's Ivo.
Aksu Eva, who Ivo. I was saying to Ivo that it's not Pali. It's Paddy.
Yeah, Paddy, at least I know.
Yeah, you know Paddy.
Ivo, yes. Maybe I'm tired.
Yeah, the Pindi. Okay, so can we do that? Let's take it offline. Let's talk a bit more and start thinking what beyond this conference.
Okay. That's fine. We will try this weekend and see if it works for all of us, and then take it from there.
Although I'm going to Durban over the weekend, but let's look at the time.
Okay.
Yeah. Indeed, you must adjust your camera.
No, yeah, I had it right, but now I want to switch off, so I thought we were finishing the conversation.
Okay, guys, it's been a pleasure.
So Pindi, I want Eskom to put public lights where they are. That has been one of my major problems, where municipalities are saying, we can't even put public lights for the people's safety because it's Eskom. Eskom says, no, it's your mandate, Samo. It really
municipalities pay for public lights.
No,
it is a municipal mandate.
No, they are saying to put public lights there, Eskom must pay for that because they refuse for them to install in their own areas, to use their own infrastructure that is there. Eskom has written to municipalities to say, you can't tamper with our infrastructure. We already have lines here that service these areas. So if you're going to put yours, you look crazy and put parallel lines next to Eskom ones that go to the same house. So those are the kind of things.
Why don't you negotiate proper supply agreements?
They don't want that. They say we have our own Electricity Act that licenses. So that's why we want them to be regulated together. So they stop this nonsense of frustrating many municipalities to do that, because it makes sense for them to do it and they must be funded. Okay, anyway, we'll take it.
It's a long conversation.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Okay, bye, Colin.
Shaf, Roland,